Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the SFM official stream of the TORA N24 Rennen Grünen Hölle, or the 24 Hours of the Green Hell. I am your host for Stints 1, 2, and 3, SFM Darkzer, joined here in the booth all the way from Australia by LSEM the Butler. Butler, good evening.
Hallo and to our German audience, hallo und komm heute zum den 2 und 24 scheiße. The
Either way,
German's a bit rusty. Yeah,
yeah, we,
welcome.
yeah,
Hi, Butler.
we're expecting to have a pretty large German audience today due to the track. If you want to catch some German commentary, head on over to the GRT Esport Twitter. They'll be streaming the whole race in German as well from lobby number 2. So we're just about 14 minutes away from the start of stint number 1 of 12. If you'll tune your eyes to that beautiful yellow image that Mr. Butler has created. We're going to be bouncing around between channels today for the top lobby. Stints 1, 2, and 3 will be here on SFM Official. For stint number 4, head on over to TORA Online Media. Skullsy going to be bringing you some excellent commentary there. Stints 5 and 6, GRT Ryorg is going to be spearheading that. Then we're going to jump back down to Australia for Craviator, over to Butler again for Stints 8 and 9 with Boost and Nightlock. Then back to Craviator for 10 and 11, and finally Butler and Chaos Fox will bring us home. So we're just getting set up here. Koenigsegg R will be our host for today's festivities for Stint 1, just getting everybody invited. So Butler, we've had a pretty interesting 7 qualifying sessions, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, definitely. It's been a bit of a nip and tuck between certain teams for who gets that top spot over the run of the qualifying sessions. And in the end, although we had some pretty standout teams towards the front of the grid, I think it's relatively close for the Nürburgring.
Yeah, the track is so long. A 5-second gap here is really like a half to 3/4 of a second on a normal length track like, say, Road Atlanta. So if you're looking at the qualifying page on the forums.theonlineracing.association.com, it's a lot closer than it looks like it would be. And we had, like you said, Butler, a lot of standout teams here. The Williams, Jota, and South squad in that Viper. Williams Mitch setting an incredible 8:13.9. Absolutely incredible. Next fastest car being JSR Hydra for the Solar Vision Racing Audi with an 8:15. So about 1.3 seconds between those two drivers for the top 3. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And the craziness doesn't end there. We have a very special set of guests in A Lobby, I believe it is today, with the likes of Jota Melish, Yachts, Ali Tak being Yachts, of course, doing a 24-hour stream for the Forza RC channel, or Forza channel, I believe.
Yep, if you head on over to mixer.com/Forza, you can catch the full 24 hours, and as Ali put it, getting progressively more unshaven. And that's really cool for TORA, getting some recognition from the official Forza channels. Really, really exciting, and we're really thankful to Nitro Glitter for helping set that up. So Nitro, if you're watching, you the best. So definitely keep your eyes out on the number 77 Yas Kitty Litter Audi R8. And like you said, Butler, it's going to be Yachts, Matt Gaming 6661, Raceboy 77, Joe Demelish, and THR Flip Mode. So if you watch the FRC, you'll remember all those names.
Yeah, some of the top casters and producers there. So definitely going to be a team to watch. Some very quick guys in there, of course. You don't get into Yoda Esport without having a bit of pace. So definitely going to be a team to watch.
Yeah, and speaking of those teams to watch, why don't we take a quick run through the starting order here for stint number 1 here in the top split. It's going to be the Williams, Jota, and South car, like we mentioned earlier, starting us off, and I believe the starting driver for that car is going to be Mitch today. Rolling off in the second spot, it's going to be SVR Spectre for the SVR LMES squad, LMES being the Le Mans Endurance Series, or Esports Series, excuse me. Rolling off third will be Elusive, also in the Audi, with Moshi's at the wheel, followed by the aforementioned Yas Kitty Litter of Melish. MRT Line Pro will be in fifth with Elgard, all the way from the Scandinavian area of the world. Rolling off in the sixth spot is the first BMW M6 for Blouse of Inertia Garage, formerly Team Beast Mode. Keep an eye on them. Seventh spot is F1 Kieran for LMP in the M6. Then we have the first Audi TT for SVR Twitch, followed by TORA Debutante Squadios Esports. It's going to be Unseen Saint, formerly of Team GTR. And rounding out Lobby 1 SPX will be PMC Esports out of Poland with Adi rounding that out. And then in
Definitely.
Go ahead, Butler.
Sorry, definitely a grid to watch there. So we have a quick look at our SPT class for A lobby. In first place, we have the SVR Oddballs team in the 2011 Volkswagen Scirocco. First stint will be headed up by Koenigsegg. Second place, we have Daredevil Motorsports, only 5 seconds behind. That's very quotated only. It's a big ass track. And then we get they're running RZM Ballistic as their first driver, and then we get to LSEM Fuschschwanze in the Opel Manta, and that's LSEM Kobaya, who decided to have a name change from LSEM Boost, so that's who that is. In fourth place, we have Prod Racing Team. Fifth place, SVR Scooby. Sixth place, C-Tech Motorsport. Seventh place, SVR Fuschschwanz. And eighth place, GPR1. So, two teams are running the same name and very similar liveries. Isn't that going to be fun to commentate?
Yeah, it's not going to be confusing at all. And just a quick note in this SPT class, C-Tech Motorsport up until recently was actually virtual Pertec racing. So you may see a similar color scheme, but it is the same team, just a different look. Interesting to see what they come up with in the future. Really going to miss seeing those blue, red, and yellow cars from Anand Kalega. Absolutely beautiful cars every race. All right, only 10 minutes away, Butler.
Only 8 minutes away now. It's going to be an interesting race. Definitely one to keep me awake. It's a recurring joke now that when I do commentary streams, I fall asleep, and that's only because I did a commentary stream for 10 hours. So bear with me on that one. I will not fall asleep in this one, or else I owe people $1.
Yeah, we're gonna make sure that Butler gets his coffee this morning or this evening, I guess. What time is it down there for you? Like midnight?
It will be starting at 11 p.m. and running for the first stint up until about 1 a.m.
That is really late. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, props to you for sticking it out. Really appreciate it.
Well, this is the time that all the events start, so I'm kind of used to it at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, we try to find the best starting times to accommodate all of our international drivers, but it is very difficult, especially when we have people on many different continents. We got people in North and South America, Europe, Asia, Australia. It's pretty intense.
Hey, I mean, if you're doing a 24-hour event or any sort of endurance event, chances are there's going to be a chance for somebody to get in there, seeing as the race is that long. So, and you guys do a great job of making sure that everyone is catered to the best of their ability, running different region-based time slots, which generally aim to accommodate everybody. So, I mean, hats off.
Yeah, we really do appreciate that, and it is really a team effort trying to get everybody organized here. So, massive thank you to all of the other staff, marshals, and the dev team for getting all the cars as balanced as they possibly could for today's event. We have 22 cars in this event, and considering a lap is 8 minutes to 9.5 minutes, depending on the class, that's a lot of time to put in just to balance the cars. So everybody really should pass a thank you on to your fellow dev team members. They really do put in some excellent work.
Yep, and the last endurance of the 2019 year, I think we can say it's been a very interesting year in terms of the endurances. Decided to take some different ways of doing some retro races, that kind of stuff, as opposed to the usual kind of modern stuff. So definitely had its ups and downs, I'd have to say.
Yeah, well, we figured we'd try something different this year, just because we did the TORA Endurance Championship last year with the same cars for all the 8-hour races, so, might as well try something new. And we are going to be running a lot of endurance races next year, starting with the 24 Hours of Daytona, and that race will be announced either at the end of today or shortly thereafter. I'm not entirely sure, but it's going to be really exciting.
Well, I guess you technically just announced it, so there you go.
I mean, that wasn't a formal announcement. It was more of an announcement of an announcement. Like when people send those emails out to media members and they're like, look for an announcement from this team at 4 o'clock on Tuesday, that kind of thing.
Yep. the fabled Twitter post announcement in 24 hours. Hype.
Yes. And we are now 5 minutes away from the scheduled start of today's event. Really excited. And to all of our viewers on chat in Twitch, don't be afraid to say hello. If you want us to get an update on certain cars, we'll do our best to do so. And again, if you have any questions in German, Butler can do his best to respond in kind. I myself cannot because I do not understand the beautiful German language. Maybe a little Spanish, but yeah. If you have questions, we don't bite. Just let us know. And really looking forward to this, Butler. Really excited.
Yeah, me too. I have a little treat here that I might be able to work through. So, to our German audience, second time's a charm. Hallo und willkommen zu den 24 Stunden des Nürburgrings, des Online Racing Association. Ich bin Kian Butler und ich bin mit SFM Darkzer heute.
I'm just going to pretend I understood that.
Basically, for the English-speaking audience, hello and welcome to the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, hosted by the Online Racing Association. I'm Kian Butler, and I'm joined by Darkzer, or technically the other way around, seeing as this is the SFM channel.
Amen.
So, yeah, I've also been told that this microphone makes me sound depressed, so I will try not to sound depressed. I don't know how to do that.
Well, for some people, it involves a lot of talking, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. You sound fine to me, Butler. You sound fine.
Good to hear.
Yep. So for our eagle-eyed viewers here, you'll take a notice of our streaming schedule. SFM will be taking stints 1, 2, and 3, so that'll be from 10 Eastern until 4 p.m. U.S. Eastern, or if you're in England, that will be from 3 p.m. until approximately 9 p.m. Then we're going to jump over to TORA N24 with Skolzy, who's also driving today for Squadios. Then we're going to jump over to the GRT Ryorg channel for stints 5 and 6 before going down to Australia for Craviator, back over to Butler for stints 8 and 9, back to Craviator for 10 and 11, and then back to Butler to close out the race. So we've got 24 hours of coverage for you here in A lobby. The German racing team has 24 hours of coverage for you in C lobby, or B lobby, excuse me. And then in C lobby, Pregel and I believe the other driver is IPR Bucktide will also be attempting to do their 24-hour streams. And the Forza Mixer channel has a 24-hour stream by Alitac Yachts, so make sure to check that out. Really, really exciting to have that available to us today.
Yeah, definitely something to look forward to. All right, we are right around the corner of the scheduled race start. There are still people filtering into the lobby right now, but I'm happy to say that it looks like most of the people are here so far. I don't know. Obviously, qualifying is a team effort. And looking around, that generally means that we might have a couple of stragglers in terms of pace for each team. So I'm going to ask you this question here. Out of the people that we have for Stint 1, who do you think will be the standouts?
Well, I think you have to look at the Williams and Jota car just because of the caliber of drivers in that and just the absolutely incredible pace that they set in qualifying. I think that car is going to be probably the front runner. Just taking a look at who else is in there, Yas Kitty Litter, Ali Tack. He can put up a good fight. I don't think he's going to be able to keep up with the Jota Williams car just in stint 1, but he'll put up a respectable distance. And then Spectre and Mashis as well will be looking to do really well. And I actually misspoke. It's actually Mellish driving stint 1, so Mellish will definitely be able to keep up with Mitch. So those four I expect to break away a little bit. And then my guess is that MRT and then the Squadios car will be the second pack on track here.
Fair enough.
How about you, Butler? Taking a look at SPT, anything stick out to you?
Having a gander around, of course, there's a couple of very nice-looking cars in there. I have to say, I think I'm going to be going for the Funschutz teams, just because I would like to see them battle each other so that we can get a bit confused. Because some men want to watch the world burn so long as they can rule the ashes.
Yeah. Taking a little bit of George R. R. Martin there. little finger.
Yeah,
Yep.
of course. Definitely wasn't using it as a quote from The Dark Knight.
Well, either way. All right, so we are just waiting on one additional driver to make his way into the pre-race lobby here, and then we will be able to get things started. So now is the moment you've all been waiting for, the beautiful scene transition from pre-race screen to lobby screen. Oh, oh yeah, that's exciting. So here we
Oh
are.
my word.
Yep. Later on today, I'm going to be driving this beautiful Heckler & Koch Dodge Viper prepared by Terminator of SFM. But for now, let's take a look at some of the other cars that we have here in the lobby, shall we, Butler?
Yes, we shall.
We have this beautiful Pokemon livery by SVR Brains for the SVR Oddballs entry, 117. It's going to be Saltibancos, Incinerate, Koenigsegg, Diablo, and Harmonic of Williams. So Koenigsegg going to start them off. Simon Zimmerman of GPR, beautiful Subaru. Very, very nice. Number 555. 555 actually was the sponsor of the Subaru Rally Team for a number of years, so I think that may be what they were going for there. If that was unintentional, and that's just a happy coincidence, but really cool.
Yeah, quite fitting there.
Yep, here we have an SVR Insomniac livery for SVR Boxer in the Scooby entry. I think he modeled that after their LMES entries. Absolutely beautiful cars.
Yeah, quite nice. The Galaxy motifs definitely fit with the name of the team, of course, Solar Vision Racing. So good to see a couple of those out of there.
Yep, then we have another Insomniac paint. This was actually originally KTM, but then they discovered that they actually preferred the Audi. So here's the Audi for Yas Kitty Litter. Down to LSEM the Butler. This KTM will appear later on, but Butler will be not driving it. So we'll catch that KTM later on. Here's the DDM car for Ballistic by MeaD. Probably one of the most criminally underrated painters in the Forza scene. It's really, really cool to take a look at this paint. And actually, SVR Incinerate, if we go back up to Koenigsegg, apparently there's a really cool monogram logo from his wedding last Friday, so that's really wholesome. So somewhere on that car there's a pair of rings with him and his now wife's name embedded on them, so I think it's on the back of the car. Congratulations to Incinerate. Happy for you. Down to our Polish entry, PMC. They actually did really well on the Mons Esports. I think Adi put that team up into second after the first round in the Pro Series, so awesome to see them here as well.
Yep, they, it's my understanding, I think they played a bit of the strategy game, decided to, I wouldn't say sacrifice, but hold their cards a bit closer to the chest in the first round to really get them on that reverse grid for the second round, and it ended up paying off.
Yeah, it was really cool. And speaking of LMES, here is Spectre in the Motorsport Network car, also by Insomniac. Noticing a theme here, lots of Insomniac paints. VPR Shep in the 711 C-Tech Motorsport Mustang. Also another beautiful entry. I think we can just go ahead and say that all the cars are beautiful. You know.
Yeah.
Here's
the wonderful thing about having a bit of an older game is that you have a lot of established people on it, and that means that we get a lot of great painters out there.
Yep. Here's our Inertia Garage entry. I mistakenly thought this team was German, but apparently they're actually Canadian. So that was interesting.
Oh.
But yeah, Inertia Garage, green and black, really cool.
Correction. The owner is actually, or one of the owners is Australian. Blouse is Canadian. I don't know what's going on with the nationality of that team.
All right, we'll just call it worldwide.
Yeah.
Here's MRC Elgard in the, I believe, Lime Pro Gaming car, hence the green. Nice bare carbon fenders, really cool. Livery by MRT A&M. And I think we're about to load into the lobby here, so we're only moments away from the racing boys. Here's the ESV Audi painted by Pixel. Blue and white highlights with sky. Going down to Mitch in the Milk Viper. I'm sure there's a story behind that from the Forza RC. I'm not sure I want to know, but I'm sure we're going to find out. So whoever has that knowledge, do share, please. This is the Yas Kitty Litter car again. LMP Esports with SCT. This is F1 Kieran, racing for the first time on TORA since 2014. Beautiful PlayStation car. Oh, the irony, racing on Xbox. All right, just getting that confirmation. We are now loading into the lobby, so we're going to experience a moment of darkness here, and then we'll get to show off the Schwanz cars. And then you can stop hearing my voice for a moment and hear Butler's voice.
Yeah, no worries. I will probably let you finish off the. Actually, no, sorry, they're loading in now. The reason I was saying a bit quieter before was because of the fact that the deliveries weren't loading on my screen. But if we go to SVR Fallen, of course, with the Funschwanz livery on his Opel Manta, it's quite a nice livery, and they are refusing to load it once again. This is fun. Squadios Unseen Saint. We're going to skip past Prod for a second because his car's still loading. Very nice gray, black, and I think that's a nice lime stripe on the side. Very nice. I believe the team operating globally is a Chinese-based team. Correct me if I'm wrong there. But that's what I think that's on the website. Yeah. But definitely good to see a relatively new face to the Forza community. Meanwhile, we have the SVR, the car run by SVR Twitch in the Audi TT, and that car has some very nice multicolored striping going along it.
Yeah, I think that
definitely going to want to pop.
Yeah, I think that one was actually inspired by the Land Motorsport 9 Hours of Kailami entry from last week.
Oh, damn.
Yep.
Yeah, no, definitely looks nice. And then we have the LSEM Funschwanz team, painted by LSEM Yuko, driven by LSEM Zero this time around, and the Stint one. Very similar paint to that of SVR Fallen, however, slight differences in the paint. And now that it's loaded in, the last paint to go through, Prod Captain Slows, in a very nice Prod Racing Team's livery. Some nice stars and stripes motifs going on in the logos. Relatively simple livery, but very effective, I must say.
Yeah, Prod, of course, the Puerto Rico online drivers, so they like to incorporate the single star of the Puerto Rican flag. And we are just moments away here from the start of the stint, just waiting on a couple of drivers to ready up. Actually, only one driver. I imagine they're getting some sort of an explanation from the hosts as to the start procedure. And speaking of the start procedure, dear listeners, let's explain that, shall we, Butler? So everybody's going to go single file through the first chicane onto the GP circuit, and then there's a nice bridge when you come onto that GP circuit, and once each individual driver gets underneath that bridge gantry, they're going to floor it, and they can begin racing. So, just moments away here. And for all of our viewers, who should we spectate to start everything off here? Any particular drivers that catch your interest?
I will quickly say that I'm glad that we're not doing a full formation lap.
Yeah, a full formation lap of the entire full track would probably take about 15 minutes, and that would just be crazy.
Yes, or it could, I don't know, be involving some rallycross in there if they decided to get a bit jiggy with it halfway through.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody will go on the grass at some point. Hopefully not, but it's liable to happen.
Of course. So I think we're about to get underway. Everyone's running up, and yep, here comes countdown.
Yep, so just a couple of seconds away from the start now. We're going to ride on board with Mellish in the Yas kitty litter Audi. Not quite sure why they went with kitty litter, but just going to roll with it.
Oh, I believe it's a reference to Raceboy, who, I guess, a lover of cats. His team at the first finals of Le Mans Kitty Crew. So
yeah, Kitty Crew, that's it.
Yeah.
You're right. All right, so just loading in, just a couple of seconds away now. Okay, we are rolling. So we're going to jump onto the game cameras here for the start of the stint. Riding on board with Mellish, like we said. You can see Mashi's in front, and then just ahead of him is Spectre and Mitch, and just behind Elgart and Blouse. So once again, the drivers are going to come through this left-hander, and you can see that bridge just a little bit away. As soon as they get under that, the race will begin. And we're off. A little bit of a not very exciting start here. Nobody's taking any interesting lines into the first couple of corners. Just playing it safe, probably smart. The track is so long, stint is so long, you don't want to take any undue risks as we're starting here.
Yeah, definitely. Looking behind, there's already a little bit of a gap there between the SPT and SPX cars. No real shuffling going around, although a little bit tire smoke back there. I think everything is still in order. This is obviously going to be less of a bulldogish race between cars battling it out and more so of a race of attrition.
Yeah, well, you say that, Butler, but they are already side by side for the lead through that entire first section of the GP track here. Riding on board with Zero, you got Koenigsegg and Ballistic up front, and they're already trading blows.
Definitely. You got Koenigsegg going up the inside now. Ballistic nearly collecting it, but nothing happening there in terms of bad moves. Zero now coming alongside, pulling alongside the Pokemon car of Koenigsegg. Too wide through the kink there, getting ready to go in the chicane, and Koenigsegg just keeps it ahead. No move there from Zero, and it looks like everything is resuming in the order that it just about came into.
Yeah, and you'll notice a little bit of the acceleration difference there between the all-wheel drive Scirocco and the rear-wheel drive Manta. The Manta's going to be better into the corners, but that Scirocco, once they get up to about 120 miles an hour, does have a bit extra pull, but the Manta has a higher top speed. So this is going to be really interesting once they get onto the fast straights here. And we've got Zero on the left side now of Koenigsegg. This is going to be interesting. Is he going to back out? And he does. Very smart driving from Zero.
Yeah, responsible there to make sure that he just sticks himself in a place where he can capitalize on mistakes of other drivers, but not put himself too far out there. Obviously, it's easy to be aggressive around a track while you're racing, but it is also important to make sure that you can make it around that track.
Yeah, all right. So we're going to probably expect some of these drivers to cool down. They're driving a little bit here as we approach Flugplatz for the first time, and just a correction, the Scirocco is actually front-wheel drive. There was another Volkswagen early on in the car list that was all-wheel drive, but it got cut, so my mistake there. Going through Flugplatz, just a little dab on the brake, lift off the gas, and slam it down on the exit. Beautiful lines there from all three drivers in shot. Approaching Eidenauer Forest for the first time. Extremely fast left-hander. You can take it at about 165, 170 miles an hour in SPX, about 145 in SPT. You can see the different lines there. Just looking back, the SPT field is already getting pretty spread out. There's at least a 5-second gap between 5th and 6th in class, so let's jump back a little bit to see what's going on back there. Gonna jump back to VPR Shep in the Mustang, and you can just see that nice bit of track opening up in front of them.
Yeah, that's going to be advantageous set of cars that built around that sort of handling motif. Of course, traditionally you have cars that kind of excel in different areas. As we see Fallen just behind, running a little bit wide into the grass, nothing too bad, but that's going to open the door there for Zimmerman, who's looking at opportunities there. Fallen doing a good job defending after that small mishap, but Zimmerman might be able to get the run alongside here.
Yeah, and you can see the difference in how they can put that power down. The Subaru all-wheel drive, just smash the gas and go. The Manta, you smash the gas, and you got to countersteer a little.
Yeah, let's go for the double left-hander up ahead. That was the mistake of VPR Shep, just running a little bit wide. Going to see a bit of that because the Nürburgring is, of course, the most demanding track in the world, pretty much. Rivaled only perhaps by courses like Pikes Peak. Looking around, definitely starting to see that gap form. I think a bit further up, we had something a bit close. We have Moshies and Mellish back in SPX, separated by only 2 tenths. So that's probably the closest pair that we can get on track right now.
Yeah, Mellish did actually make that pass while we were watching some of the SPT battling. So that's really our only notable position change so far. Everything else is mostly in the starting order. And like we said, these top 4 are already starting to gap the rest of the SPX field, who aren't that far behind, but it is going to start to add up after about the first fuel stint of about 35, 36 minutes here.
Yeah, definitely. We see Mellish up ahead, choosing his lines carefully, doing a good move, but Moshi's there. It's going to get a better run. It's going to open the door. Mellish pulls to the left side. That's going to be a nice little bit of defending there. Moshi's is still looking up ahead, but Mellish is choosing his lines carefully, making sure that Moshi's can't get past unless he is overly opportune into what I believe is the carousel, one of the most iconic corners in the world. And Moshies gets a much better run, a little bit of bump on Mellish there, and that's nearly him pushing him out of the carousel.
Yeah, good call from Moshi's there to back out. You don't want to take advantage of hitting your competitor, especially from behind. So good sportsmanship backing off. Getting into some of the more technical parts of the track here, a lot of drivers in practice were complaining of going off there on the left as Mellish goes off, but he's going to save it. Good job, Mellish. Yeah, like you said, this track's really, really difficult, especially in this part. Lots of very tall curbs where you think you can hit the curb, and then the curb just chucks you into the fence. So we are probably going to see one or two people making a mistake there, like Mellish did through the rest of the stint. And see Mellish get a little bit slow coming out there. It's going to open the door for Moshi's, but he's going to just choose to sit behind, probably going to try to get the draft down the back straight in about a minute's time. And just to demonstrate the difference here, let's jump on back into the SPT field again with LSEM 0, just to see the sheer speed difference between the two classes as they go through these technical sections.
Yeah, Zero is still right behind Koenigsegg here, and I believe just behind is Prod, Captain Slow. So a nice little train of 3 cars here, separated by only about half a second between each nose to tail. Prod's definitely got the car that seems to be handling this section a little bit better than Zero. Same with Koenigsegg pulling away. It seems like the front-wheel drive cars seem to be able to handle these sectors, but most likely the Manta will be able to handle the acceleration zones a bit better.
Yeah, and you're just going to see behind there, I believe, who was that? That was Prod, you're right. So let's jump back to Captain Slow. He's in the Veloster. Kind of surprising more teams didn't select this car. I know the SFM guys in testing really liked it, but went with a TT anyway. As the Veloster goes on the grass, excellent save there by Captain Slow. Going through the jump, heavy on the brakes, and then hard on the gas coming through here. And now, Butler, we're on the Dottinger Ho in SPX for the first time. This could get really, really dicey, so we're going to jump back up to Moshi's here. He's actually fallen a little ways back. I wonder if he broke the car. Let's check that out. That is uncharacteristic. No damage.
Yeah. Probably a bit of a mistake there. We know this track is absolutely unforgiving, but you can see the extra legs that the R8 has over the M6 and Blouse just behind. That probably will be made up in the following sectors. That goes back to a very technical, quick right-left back into this little complex here before the start-finish line of the GP circuit. And you can see that Blouse has closed that gap up a little bit, although he looks like he's struggling to keep up with Moshi's at this point.
Yeah, that R8 just really has the legs once you get up to about 100 miles an hour. It just keeps on accelerating, absolutely relentless. But out in front, it's still Spectre chasing down Mitch. Mitch has got about a second or two gap, and he's probably going to just keep doing that lap after lap here. Mitch is an absolute animal at consistency. Really fantastic.
Yeah, of course. One of the definitions of the word robot when it comes to this game. Mitch is definitely putting in a showing early on, showing that his car, once again, is definitely up there for contention, if not the favorite.
Yeah, I really don't know how you could argue against these guys for the overall win. They have to be in the conversation. And this SVR car as well, a really good lineup. You got Solar in there. Hearing that Insomniac actually won't be taking part today due to a shoulder injury, so hopefully he can recover quickly. But the rest of that car, Hurricane in there as well, is really fast, and they can put up a good fight. So let's take a look back definitely. In the midfield
I would recommend... I would recommend jumping back to 9th place quickly, as we have the PMC car with F1 Kieran and the Squadios car just behind. This very tight train up at the rear end of SPX's. Addy makes a little mistake there going into the run through the kink. A little bit of contact there. They're going to be slightly too wide. This is going to give Kieran the chance to pull alongside with a better line there. Maybe a lunge around the outside if he's opportunistic. For a little bit later in the brakes, Addy is going to defend, goes deep as well, takes his line as his prerogative, and Kieran is going to look for the move once again.
Yeah, Kieran really hasn't raced on TORA for a few years now, and this LMP car was not expected to be this high up in the field, so really cool to see him battling with somebody who put in such a great showing in the LMES last weekend. And that's what I really do love about the Endurance races. You see a lot of faces you might not otherwise see. You see some teams that you normally might not see if you just race in hoppers, and it's just really exciting to watch. And see,
Yeah.
Addy, that car is so nervous on the brakes.
Yeah, whether that's just trying to extract a little bit of pace by maybe running a bit less rear downforce for the straights, or whether that's just him being a little bit unpracticed. It is worth noting that the last round of LMES was, it was last weekend. Yep.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it was the
my brain.
458 at Le Mans.
Exactly. So very different. This is a very technical circuit. Le Mans technical, but a lot of straights, and that means that the drivers that you see coming from that into this may be a bit unpracticed. So that might be something to keep in mind for this race.
Yeah, I know that Addy was actually going to be originally in the Mercedes, but then the PMC guys decided to switch to the M6. Not sure what their reason was for that, but it seems to be working so far. Just looking up front, the gaps are starting to spread out now, about 500 feet per car in the top 5. So that translates to what, 2 or 3 seconds, Butler? About. All right, we'll just go with 2 to 3 seconds. So if we take a look at our map here, you can really start to see the pace differential between the two classes starting to open up. It's about a minute per lap, so they'll probably only be passed once, SPT by SPX, but when it does happen, depending on where on the track, it can be really dangerous.
Yep, no doubt. It's it's gonna be one of the more treacherous undertakings that we've seen for these XPX cars to try and pass the SPT cars. Once they get to that point, I hope it doesn't happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a little bit of antsiness from the drivers getting stuck behind the SPT cars and potentially an accident or two.
Yeah, there is definitely that chance of there being some accidents. As for Helios in chat is mentioning, all you have to do is look back at our 2016 edition of this race, and there were some almighty crashes during that one. I try to forget that race. That was actually my debut at TORA, and it didn't go so well. we'll just leave it at that.
I think my debut, 12 hours of Sebring, Sea Lobby.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Was decent enough. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys had a heck of a time there.
Oh, what a banter with the EVR boys.
Yeah, may the rest in EVR. So just jumping up to P7 here, we've got Twitch in the front-wheel drive Audi chasing the rear-wheel drive Audi of Elgard. This car, the Audi TT, is genuinely difficult to drive at pace for more than about 25 minutes before the tires start to get really worn. So that is why we have 3 pit stops per stint in SPX today, because of this Audi. This is going to be pretty spicy.
Yeah, as we see Elgard, I thought that was a mistake there, but God, that curving there to just hold him in there. Although you can see just how much quicker the TT is through the corners. Once again, that R8 just having the legs of the bunch, and therefore I suspect going to be one of the harder cars to pass / battle, because anytime you get to a point where you're ahead in something like the TT, you might just find that it breezes right back past you.
Yeah, you need to get about 3 seconds in front of the R8 before the Dodinger Ho to actually stand a chance of staying in front, which is genuinely difficult for a lot of the drivers to do, just because of how competitive the field is. And it looks like Captain Slow has actually just gotten by Koenigsegg and SPT. We'll jump back to have a look at that. Twitch, nice save, buddy, nice save. That could have gone so bad.
Yeah, so Koenigsegg and Captain Slow close together now. It looks like, I think Koenigsegg was ahead of 0, so that might be a mistake there from Koenigsegg, losing him 2 positions.
Yeah, it could also just be that the Sirocco is a bit harsher on the tires because it is front-wheel drive. He could just be starting to feel the wear.
That is a fair assumption.
Yeah, and speaking of wear, we can bring up the telemetry. You can see after only about 15 minutes, he's already got 37% front tire wear. That is absolutely brutal.
Damn, yeah, that's crazy. That's what, just about a lap and a third now.
Yeah.
So, wow.
Yeah, some of these cars are 100% limited on tire wear, especially front-wheel drive, and that is it's gonna affect them more if they crash. But just in terms of making it through the end of the stint, it shouldn't affect them too much. just see going through the carousel here.
Yeah, the Veloster seems to be maybe 1 or 2% better than the Koenigsegg on tire wear, but not by much. Of course, both of them being front-wheel drive cars. There is Captain Slow gets a little bit skittish there. Koenigsegg is up right behind. It seems like they're drawing into zero right now, and closing up potentially for a pass if they can find an opportunity.
Yeah, this is where that Manta is going to struggle, this really fast technical switchback section of the track. You can see Captain Slow getting a little bit wrong there off the curb, Koenigsegg as well, just in a little bit of a different spot. And I think Captain Slow may be running a bit too much rear toe, just judging by how much the car is dancing into the corners on the brakes.
Indeed. Yeah. So far, it's been an opening lap. It's been a bit... Oh, sorry, we finished opening lap now. The first lap itself, so we see the SPX cars on the map moving into the third lap now. A bit uneventful as we see Koenigsegg almost running wide. These drivers are really pushing the car to the limit, which is a testament to their preparation here.
Yeah, you really can't blink, really. You have to be paying attention 100% of the time here. Just riding on board with Mellish as we go back onto the GP circuit. He's reeling in Spectre a little bit. These two used to be teammates at TUS before joining SVR. Mellish switching to Jota for LMES only. Still very much on Solar Vision. But it's still Mitch out front. You can see that Viper skating away there off in the distance.
Yeah, Mitch is definitely pulling in a number on that Viper. Is it the only Viper in A lobby?
It is. I think the next best Viper is actually my entry, the SFM Competizione number 91. The car is very, very difficult to drive, and we did not quite put it together in qualifying, but hopefully the team can still get a good result from lobby number 2.
There you go, a bit of a similar situation with the LSEM KDM entry. Just struggling to pull the most out of it, I think, especially since you have to make so much time up in the corners. So will be one of your competitors in B lobby, it seems.
Yeah, it should be good. Just going through Schumacher here with the Squadios and LMP entries, riding on board with Unseen Saint. And again, you can just kind of see that the Audi has the legs on the straights, it's got the brakes, but then as soon as they get to a corner, the M6 is just objectively better. Reason being, this R8 is actually the GT Daytona version from the 2014 IMSA season. The car had wider bodywork and a Porsche Crawford DP rear wing for some reason. So it had really bad front grip, really good rear grip, and it was really fast, and then they stopped using it 1 year later. And that's for whatever reason, that's what we have in Forza 7.
For whatever reason. Fingers crossed for Forza 8 we get some really nifty, cool cars, as there's a lot happening in the world of racing these days. Unseen Saint, maybe... He's pulled up to the back of Kieran. The M6 seems to be a bit better in the corners than the R8. So I think at this point, it's really just trying to mitigate the damage that Kieran can do before he gets to a straight where he has the opportunity to pass.
Yeah, and you can see we're going to be running up to Flugplatz in just a few seconds' time. We're going to get to see that incredible speed out of the Audi. If you can get past Kieran, PMC Audi is actually not too far in front of that M6, so this could tighten up a bit before we get back into another twisty section. So
yeah, a very similar situation to what was in LMES. PMC capitalizing on the battles happening behind, going up the hill now into the fast right-hander. Sorry, I'll give it back to you here, as both of them seem to be going well.
Yep, and here's what we were talking about, that fast straight section going to be going downhill as well, and especially with the Audi in the draft, you can already see the distance shrinking. He's just pulling him in so much, but then watches the go through Sweden curve here. I think that's what Yuko said it was called, in our forest. And they're right together again. So I suspect this battle will still be here in a while, so we're going to jump away back into the SPX field, take a look at Simon Zimmerman here for GPR number 3. Sweden Cruise, Carmen corrects me. So we can see the SVR Subaru just ahead of the C-Tech Motorsport Mustang, which made a mistake there, heading into the chicane.
Yeah,
Uncharacteristic
into the chicane we go. Two cars one winner. We'll see who comes out. I think it'll be Shep here. He seems to have the better line coming in. Can he hold it for the second portion? The Subaru is going to get... I was going to say I was going to get the launch, but it looks like he's just backed out. Moving up to the inside of VPR Shep now. That's Simon Zimmerman looking for the move, not finding it.
Yeah, he thought the better of it there. It just wasn't going to work going into that left-hander. The curb's too tall. So really smart driving from Simon. He'll have plenty more chances to get back at Shep as we go through the twisty section, especially since Shep almost went off the track there. So if you notice on the sides of the track, Butler, there's a couple of low-profile curbs that are like brown. I'm not sure,
Yeah.
You can see it here on the left side, I'm not sure if those are actually on the full track in actual Nürburgring, but it really does seem to be helping a lot of these drivers at the exit of the fast corners stay on the track.
Yeah, you think it's already such a tight and narrow circuit, and then you have these drivers that are going to be going at it for 24 hours, accompanied by a couple of teammates, of course. There's going to be a few mistakes there, and it looks like those curbs will be the saving grace. As just behind Simon Zimmerman now, we have SVR Fallen just coming out of nowhere, and really looking to try and get that move past.
Yeah, this is where the Manta has the legs on the Subaru. He's going to try to go around the outside. Smart defending from Simon there to block off the inside. I don't think it's going to actually work, though, because the Manta is still there. Side by side, around the outside goes the Manta. Come on, you can get him. Oh, contact!
Oh.
Still side by side. And the Manta's clear.
Yeah, a little bit of elbows out there, but nothing that can really be deemed bad. Plenty of room given to both drivers. That's just hard racing for you.
Yeah, a little bit of rubbing is okay, but since they were already side by side, I don't think the stewards are going to look at that very closely.
Yeah.
Yep, just hearing from Bokit of Joda that the Subaru lacks the top end. That is objectively true. However, the Subaru is supremely good in the corners, and it can get the same lap times. It just requires you to be pushing at 100% at the entire time. It just lacks a little bit of the top speed. So
yeah, as we have this train of 4 cars still relatively close together. Fallen, you have to think here, will succumb potentially to the 555 Subaru once again run by GPR. In the sector, just as I say that, he runs wide, hits a wall. Is that damage for the SVR team? He's still on the grass there. Of course, a very winding section here. It's hard to get off the grass once you're on, but that's plenty of time lost from Fallen. I'm going to jump back to him quickly and see if he has any damage, because that was a pretty hefty hit to the wall, and thankfully not.
It looks like he may have missed a single shift, but the internals of the car appear to be okay. But we have experienced that the telemetry does lie sometimes. Looks like he may have missed another shift there. So this could be an early pit from the XVR Fuschwantz as they come around to the next time. Oh, see a very big slide there. And a sim twitch, and he's in the wall.
And that's our first casualty of today. Still no damage, but it's up to him now to really try and close that gap once again.
Yeah, Fallen's just going to have to take a deep breath there, gather himself back up, and keep trying to dig. Because you can get away with a spin or two over the full 24 hours, but if you're doing that every lap, that's going to add up to be a very big deficit very quickly.
No doubt.
Yeah. So we'll check in on Fallen as he gets closer to the pit lane, see if he jumps in later on. But the battle up at the front here in SPT is starting to get a little more exciting as the other Manta almost goes off. Excellent save from LSEM 0, losing a little bit of ground to Captain Slow, and Koenigsegg R is going to be the beneficiary from this, gaining a little bit of time back. But into the carousel we go. 0 just pushing absolute 10/10 in the Foxtail, trying his best to keep up with the guy in front, Captain Slow.
Yeah, right now it's really just damage control for 0 as he's surrounded by cars on either side that can outrun him in the corners, and it's really up to him to try and maximize this Manta and make sure that he can survive until the straights, where he should be able to reel them in a fair amount.
Yeah, and it's just, this is a thinking man's track. You really have to pay attention. And that concentration is where somebody like Mitch up at the front gains a little bit of an advantage. He's just so good at tuning out every distraction and just keeping his nose down and drive fast. Doesn't look like anyone's pitted so far in the SPX class. Actually, as I say that, I think a couple drivers might be in the pits. Let's check on Elgard here. And we do have a couple early pitters. It's going to be Elgard, Twitch, and F1 Kieran. So 3 guys in the pits early on. Yeah, so just those 3 in the pits. Unseen Saint going to continue on alone now. So he's going to get some breathing room for SQD. So our first early pitters, Butler. What do you think of that?
It's an interesting strategy. Of course, pitting earlier than other people puts you in a position where you get the track position and potentially a better set of tires to get you around the track. Of course, we know that in Forza, it doesn't really matter what your tire wear is up until you get to about, I would say, 70%. But we're already seeing after a couple laps, for example, if you look at the Squadioska, 50% on the front left. And they've just started the lap, which means that they could very well be running into the high 70s, low 80s by the end of this lap if they're not careful. And that seems to go for a fair amount of the teams out there. So the undercut, potentially good, potentially dangerous if you make a mistake while you're on your push lap and you have to make an extra pit. And because it's such a long track, that would be extra painful.
Yeah, and I do think that Unseen Saint is going to make his pit stop at the end of this lap, Butler, just because the car is fuel limited to 4 laps. If you try to run 5, you run out just at the end of the Dottinger Hoe, and then you might not have enough speed after the corner to make it into the pits. So he's definitely going to pit this lap, which also means that most of our top drivers will also be pitting. So we're going to see Moshies, Mellish, and Spectre, all 3 of those guys, will probably be pitting this lap.
Yeah, that's some good news then for these people. That means that they might have just found that, of course, I'm sure that it all comes into strategy for their car as well. But ultimately, it's going to be a move that can work out both ways. It comes down to the driver now to go to hammer time and really just push the most out of the car that it can.
Yeah, or to quote the great Pete Bonington, party mode. Any Lewis Hamilton fans out there?
Indeed. And at the end of the lap, they'll be going in.
What was that? Germany, I think, where like they couldn't make their minds up, in or out. Good times.
Yeah, that was Germany 2018.
Yeah, in, out, in, over the grass, no penalty.
Yeah, pretty much. And then the year after, they decided that they wanted to penalize going over the grass, and Lewis Hamilton, instead of going into the pits, out of the pits before he went in, decided to crash in a wall and get himself what I think is the longest pit stop of the year, 50 seconds.
Ouch.
Yeah.
So I know some people like to complain about the cameras on Forza 7 Spectate mode. However, I gotta say, these Nürburgring cameras are fantastic. Just look at those, the way it pans around. This is great. Big fan.
Yeah, definitely a fair amount of, I would say, static cameras and kind of race-side cameras that you don't see around a lot of other tracks. I was looking at the cameras at Le Mans, and a lot of those ones don't really show you that much of the action. They kind of like they do weird flybys of the car. That's too close to see what's happening around it, but not really close enough to see what the car itself is doing. So definitely some great cameras so far around here on this replay setting.
Yeah, and we're just going to jump back to Twitch in the 9th position. It appears that the SPX field is now getting pretty spread out. I don't think anybody's within striking range to make a pass. But the tail of the TT and the R8 is still going. Beautiful Montaplast TT trying to chase down the MRT R8. He's got a tall order, though, because they're getting into that faster part of the track here.
Yep, the Danish driver against, I think Twitch is British. You guys have all the information on that because of the licenses, but a battle for naval supremacy rages on the track here between what were once 2 great superpowers and still 2 great countries today. I don't really know where I'm going with this, so I'm going to leave it to you.
This has been geopolitics with Butler. Heading back into the SPT class, it looks like some pit stops have been made. SVR Fallen, let's see if he actually did go into the pits or not. Check the tire wear, see what he's got. Looks like he did make that first pit stop just to fix the transmission, so smart driving from Fallen. Also gets to stretch his hands out there, shake the willies out after that crash.
Yep, indeed. We have...
looks like Shep may have pitted as well.
Yeah, I think Zero, Koenigsegg, and Shep all pitted. Yeah. And Captain Slow, I believe, because that group came... They were together before. They all have pretty much full tanks, fresh tires on right now, so they've all come in together.
Yep, so they've made that pit stop, but they're actually still within striking range of the top couple of drivers. So these guys are setting a little bit of a quicker pace. We might see some battling between drivers off cycle on the next pit cycle as that gap develops further. And I think we can also glean from this that the fuel capacity in the pit lane is approximately the same for those three cars, which is really good.
Yeah. Definitely keeps things nice and tight. Doesn't, especially around an 8-minute lap time, it doesn't make it too easy to try different strategies here. But something that I think is worth noting in these endurance races is it's quite a different driving style to something that you may see in, for example, the GT Cup that TORA hosts on Sundays. That's more of a sprint race affair. It's your game and no one else's. Single driver, or you have teams, but they're grouped together in single drivers per car. A lot of the driving that you'll see here ends up being, all right, we'll try and shuffle around for the first couple of laps, but after that we might just decide to work together for a while and try and maximize our distance over the stint, something that you don't really see in a points-based championship. So something to just
nice
keep mindful here.
Sorry, Butler.
No, that's all good.
Almost lost it there off the curb.
Always a fan of a good save.
Yeah. So back to what you were saying about the points.
Yeah. So this race, of course, is going to be done on an amalgamation of the mileage that each team runs. And just quickly, I'm going to interrupt myself here because it seems there's been a position change. Spectre has passed Mellish.
Well, that was unexpected. I shouldn't say unexpected. We just weren't expecting it at this point.
Yeah, especially these cars having to come into the pits this lap.
Also, I believe Spectre was in front of Mellish already, Butler.
Was he?
Yeah, I'm pretty
sure. I saw a position change. Oh, yeah. No, you're right.
Maybe they swapped back and forth on the straight, but...
You're right. I'm sure it's Forza being silly.
All right, into the pits here. Oh, cool. That roof cam is so satisfying.
You gotta stay on. You got to stay on with these guys as the usual pit lane shenanigans happen. I'm expecting some mounting.
Yep, so Mitch as well. Oh, here we go. Oh, there it is. that's probably going to slow Mellish down just a little bit here. See, Mitch is going to drive by out of his pit stop. And there's been further contact in the back between the ESV R8 and the R8 of the LMES squad. All right, they're going to come out nose to tail, as we may have expected to have happen. So out of the pits they're going to come now, and it looks like Blouse has also come into the pits in the M6 in 5th position. Addy coming in as well, and that is going to bring a couple of drivers right back into things. We're going to jump back to Unseen Saint now as he comes into the pits in the R8 as predicted. And this
just quickly with the pit exit, Mellish actually ended up getting in of Spectre, but now Spectre's back in front again. So
I think that may be the ticker lying to you.
Well, no. I was on board, and Mellish got in front, and the Spectre made a move back, and it was schmexy.
All right then.
Yeah.
Cool stuff happening here. So we're just going to jump back real quick to SVR Twitch in that front-wheel drive TT. It looks like he's actually gotten ahead of Addy now. So Addy lost 2 positions on that pit cycle just from staying on another lap. And that's going to allow F1 Kieran to get right back on the back of Addy as well. I say right on the back, but it's like 5 seconds, but you get the idea.
Indeed I do, as first of it's likely be quite a few yawns show its reary head. Kieran definitely with a bit of a gap here, Unseen Saint.
I think Unseen Saint may have been the big loser there on that first pit cycle.
Yeah. Definitely has ended up coming out a fair amount behind.
Heavy on the brakes there. Mellish almost running into Spectre. Is he going to try to go around the inside? No. Maybe a dive onto the Nordschleife? Also no. So these two have calmed down a little bit. More contact. This is going to get very dicey, boys. Careful.
I just like to point out here that despite the fact these both painted by the SVR team and to a degree operated by the SVR team, it's interesting to see the two major competitions on Forza battling out literally on track. So we got the LMES car up ahead, painted in the LMES colors, and you have the Forza RC car behind. I think there's something a bit poetic about it.
Poetic, hilarious. Yeah, and SVR is actually participating in both of these championships. FRC just finished up. They did pretty well. Actually, no, that's not true. SVR was not in the FRC. I misspoke, but they are in the LMES.
Boingo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, big brain moment there.
Currently
big brain moment.
Yeah. The standings for LMES the first round definitely say something, but it's a bit interesting because it's normally the second race is a reverse championship grid, reverse championship order, but because there was only one race before, it was practically a reverse grid of the race before. So I'm interested to see how stuff filters out throughout the rest of the series. SVR are currently running in 7th position, I believe, with 15 points, so definitely not a bad first showing.
Yeah, and they'll probably have a better showing in the next couple of rounds as well. They had a lot of things going on, prepping for this race with 4 cars too. So
yeah,
we see these two are still glued to each other in the bowels of the Nürburgring, or the depths, I should say. Because that makes much more sense. Bowels is for a ship.
Bowels.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be a long day.
I can already imagine that. All right, so we got Spectre up ahead of Mellish. The FRC versus LMES battle going on.
I think
further and further. Is that
Boxer may have just crashed. Let's jump back and take a look there. Oh, he's in the pits.
Oh.
All right, so this is that pit cycle that we were starting to talk about. Going to be affecting the SVT guys, and that's going to allow the Koenigsegg Zero Captain Still Ballistic Train back up into the front. And that is the true gap now on pace. It's going to be about 20 seconds or so between the top 6 cars after effectively 3.5 laps of the Nordschleife. So that's pretty good, actually, or 4 laps of the Nordschleife.
Indeed. We're about... I think we started maybe 5 minutes late, so about 40 minutes in now, so about an hour left, to my understanding. It is 100-minute stints, yep?
Correct. So each stint is 1 hour and 40 minutes, just so we have enough time to collect the results and get prepared for the next stint. So that is why they are going to stop a little bit before 2 hours.
And of course, there's the stopgap stints, which basically reset the clock. Because they do tend to run a little bit later just because of the way that it's set up to work within this game. So certain stints, I want to say 7 and 8 and 11 and 12?
It's 6 and 7 and 11 and 12, so you almost got it.
Yeah, okay. Almost.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the roof cam here on the R8 for Mellish as we head into the carousel, because I think they're trying to emulate like the helmet cam leaning in a little bit. Just, oh, look at that. So satisfying.
Ooh. Schmexy.
Now just imagine that you're inside the car and your eyes are rattling around in your skull, and then your helmet's rattling around in the headrest, and it's just, oh, that's got to be tiring.
Oh. Yeah, definitely. But I tell you what, at least for the first lap, all I'd be thinking is, woo-wee, yes! So much fun.
Yeah, very, very, very satisfying stuff here.
Yeah. So I think I touched on it a little bit before the race started. Last endurance of 2019. How would you sum up your year? Obviously being one of the men behind these events.
Oh, that's a loaded question. Yeah, well, I try to do a mix of streaming and driving and organizing for these events, and it takes a lot of energy and a lot of prep, and it wouldn't be possible without our dev team and marshal teams here on TORA. So huge thanks to them, as well as to staff. But yeah, it's been really good. We've had Daytona, we've had Sebring, Bathurst, Le Mans, Spa, Suzuka, a lot of really different and iconic tracks, and yeah, so I raced Daytona in the Audi. We were going to get third, and then my game decided to not finish Stint 12, so that didn't happen.
Big sad.
Yeah, Sebring, I rolled the Ferrari, the 330 P4, so that was interesting. Yeah, Le Mans we did really well. Got second place with Diablo, myself, Diablo, and SFM Ace. That was really exciting. Spa was fun.
Right.
Bathurst stream, so yeah, it's been good. I've been pretty satisfied. Oh, Mellish, what are you doing?
Oh, little
Good
big
save.
Russ.
Yeah. But yeah, a lot of really good experiences. Made some new friends in the Forza community. Had some good time streaming. So yeah, it's been good. How about you, Butler? How would you sum up your 2019 in TORA Endurance?
Different. In 2018, that was always my first year in the scene. I spent a lot of time racing, and for one reason or another, starting a new university degree and that kind of stuff. I haven't had as much time, so it's given me the chance to do some fun things like commentating and organizing some stuff with a stream like this. And Suzuka was massive fun, just being able to basically gallivant around, watching crazy stuff happen on screen with some buds, and sharing in that massive fun. I think I raced Le Mans and Daytona this year, and I think that's about it. Daytona was fun, just pushing up from the front of B lobby, trying to supplant some A lobby teams, and Le Mans we had some issues with disconnects, but overall our pace was really strong and up there, and I think that was probably the strongest that I've been on the wheel. After that, kind of decided to go play some F1 and that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, it's been a really cool year. If 2018 was a perfect year for introducing somebody to racing because of the kind of general cars that we use, 2019 was a perfect year of expanding that knowledge, which is awesome.
Yeah, we did use quite a lot of cars through the year. Daytona, we had the GTP and GTO, so some classic IMSA for you. Sebring, we used the old FIA Group 5 sports cars, like the 330 P4, the Ford GT, the Lola T70, etc., as well as some road cars for GT. We used V8 Supercar, the Bathurst. We did circa 2011 prototypes and GTs for Le Mans, modern GT3 only for Spa, and then Suzuka, we did GT1 and GT2 from the late 90s, so quite a lot of variety that we've done so far this year. And now at the Nürburgring, we have the SPX and SPT, loosely based on the 2019 VLN and Nürburgring 24. So quite a lot of options to drive.
Absolutely, and DDM MeaD in stream just saying Suzuka was fun until you fell asleep. How many years is going to be until I live that one down? Anyway.
Yeah, speaking of DTM, we haven't really been showing Ballistic too much just because he's so far ahead, but he is driving absolutely beautifully right now in that M2. Just running away with the lead at the moment, not putting a foot wrong as far as we can tell, and he's driving MeaD's beautiful paint job very smoothly.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Do my eyes deceive me? That's a 20-second gap that Ballistic has pulled over Captain Slow. And, I mean, that's impressive in itself. You can see the gaps on the map itself. I don't know if you have it up right now, but there's a couple of packs going on. Say that, Ballistic is all by himself. Up in front, just running his race.
Yeah, we've seen Ballistic do this before. He is probably one of the 5 fastest drivers in this class today. We'll talk about some of those other drivers in stints later on. But there's no better way to start a 24-hour race than by gapping the field. So this is exactly what you want to do.
Absolutely, and if this can be done every stint, even with a disconnect, because these 24-hour races unless you manage to somehow secure everything, you tend to be able to get away with 1 or 2 disconnects, especially when you build gaps like these.
Yeah, we actually saw that at Le Mans. The winning entry did have a single disconnect, and they still beat the SFM entry. I cry every time. But yeah, you can build yourself a little bit of insurance just by being objectively faster in the lead up to the final stint. So there's Ballistic on the Dottinger Hoe, flying down, going to be approaching about 170 miles an hour in SPT. Really, really fast for a sedan like that.
Yeah, that's definitely moving. Look at that. Just nothing but high-pitched engine notes as we go into this quick left-right. And about to finish off the lap after this little complex here.
Yeah, you can just see absolutely beautiful, smooth driving through there. We've seen a lot of the SPX drivers getting all out of shape on those curbs, but Ballistic just keeping it clean, nice and smooth, and across the line to finish lap number 5, I believe it is. And,
sehr good, sehr good.
And we're about halfway through stint number 1 here of the 24 Rennen in der Grünen Hölle. I'm sure I said that wrong. But yeah, if you're just tuning in, welcome to the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring hosted by TORA here on SFM Official. I'm your host, SFM Darkzer, joined by LSEM's The Butler. And in several hours' time, LSEM will be taking over. But first, we're going to have some interludes from TORA TV and the German racing team. But you're stuck with me until 4 o'clock Eastern Time. You know, nothing like opening up the day with a 6-hour streaming stint.
Of course.
Yeah, it really just it really just wakes you up, you know? Race cars, it's really, really fun. And it looks like Spectre's actually had a mistake here and fallen back off of Mellish. Not sure when that happened. But Moshi's and Spectre are now together on the track. So while we were watching there, something has happened. And it wasn't a pit stop because he's got the appropriate amount of fuel for not having stopped. So Spectre somewhere made a huge mistake and lost a lot of time.
Yeah, this battle is funny, isn't it? It's just every time we turn the camera away, something interesting happens. So that's something that seems to be the case in a lot of these endurance races. Now the LMES car running a bit wide off the carousel. It's going to open the door for Moshi's there. Moshi's right at the inside. It's only half a car width. He gets on the curb on the grass and gets past. That's Spectre now down into 4th position. The ESV car has pulled ahead. Spectre really struggling here. I think he's just kind of fallen into that zone of mental fatigue.
Yeah, this is something where Moshi's tends to like fall back a little and then gain almost all or sometimes more of then the distance back and win the stint. So this is the beginning of Moshi's resurgence, and maybe Spectre just hasn't quite gotten there yet. But dueling Audis here on the back end in the Nordschleife. Definitely got a race on to echo Joda Bokit in our wonderful Twitch chat. R8 versus R8. Le Mans versus, I think, Network, I think it is.
The elusiveness of victory.
Banned.
Yeah, we've got Spectre here. We've seen he has pace. He did a great job in the first round of Le Mans Esports in the car that he's driving, painted as such. And he can put down the challenge to Moshi's, as he's doing right now. He just needs to regain that confidence in himself, I think. It's a very easy thing to start getting in your head thinking, come on, don't make a mistake, don't make a mistake. Well, come on, don't make a mistake. You got this.
Yeah, you can see Moshi's running a little bit deep there. That's actually the proper defensive line. I know it looks like a mistake, but it's really not. That's just how you defend. And you can see, again, he's taking that slightly wider exit just to carry a little bit more speed and stay in front of Spectre. So now there's a heavy braking zone, and then flat out to the finish.
Here we come. Here comes the big long straight. It's going to be all about the run onto the straight. Spectre here, if he's a smart man, will use a little bit of that draft and not get too close to the point where he gets that aero wash back up and pushes him forward. Probably slip out into the side draft. That seems to be a better job of keeping him right there. You can see that feet gap is closing, but he's just stayed in there for too long, and now Moshi's going to push up on the air bubble, extend the gap back up to about 40 feet, and that's about where it's going to sit until we get to that quick sling section up here.
And on the brakes here now, Moshi's going to have to be really careful that he doesn't brake earlier because Spectre is so close he's not going to be able to react. And I thought Spectre was going to try to make a pass there, but it looks like he thought the better of it. And through the left-hander onto the pit straight they go. And that could have been so bad if they got that wrong.
Yep. Let's just say it took some big kahunas to get through there the way they did.
Yeah, you could say some brass cojones were needed.
And große Bratwurst.
Bratwurst? Big sausage.
Yes.
All right. It's going to be a long day, isn't it?
Oh, you bet ya.
And it looks like the battle for last in SPX is actually starting to tighten up a little bit. Unseen Sate beginning to reel back in the LMP M6 for F1 Kieran. He's not quite there yet, but give it another lap or so and he might be able to make a move. And it looks like he's actually lost his right rear tail light there. I don't think we actually saw that, so somewhere along the way the SQD Audi has hit something. Or something hit it, I'm not entirely sure. Actually, it looks like he may have sideswiped the wall, just looking at the scratch pattern on there. Maybe that's why he dropped back, Butler?
Potentially, yeah. A little bit of separation, rear right bumper, my end. So, probably just, once again, we're at the point now where these drivers have done nearly an hour of racing. And it's going to really come down to, as we said at the start, a battle of attrition. Who can stay focused in the best way for the longest time? And I think that's where these pro drivers have the advantage. Drivers like Melish, drivers like Mitch up in front. You know, even the RZM guys that we see working with the
TDM.
With DDM today, right? These guys are able to maximize their cut to the best of their ability for a long time. And that's something that unfortunately, it just seems like Spectre has, pardon the pun, been elusive from today.
Yeah, well, you gotta remember, Spectre's only a teenager, so he's still very young. He's got a long future ahead of him, and it looks like we may be in the process of losing a driver here. Gonna investigate and see what happened. Okay, it looks like everybody's still here. So,
yeah,
crisis averted there. But yeah, Spectre, very young man, got a long future ahead of him, and I'm quite sure we'll see him winning stints and winning money in the future. Just maybe not quite today, but we'll see.
Yeah.
And, you know, we'd be remiss not to show Mitch, just because he's doing such a good job in the Milk Viper.
Of course, let's go have a look at that car.
Yeah, and you know, like you were saying about that concentration, there is not a scratch on that Viper right now.
Absolutely crystal clean. It's like, I'm just noticing the bottle of milk. I'm liking that bottle of milk. There's something about that. I don't know. I think that might say just about what's going on here.
If anybody happens to know why there is milk on a Viper, please do let us know, just because it is perplexing.
Fair enough, but I don't know. It's a nice bottle of milk. I'm sitting here at 12 a.m. reviewing a bottle of milk on a virtual car, and the milk on the hood is actually pointing directly towards the driver. As was saying about that concentration, Mitch there makes a mistake, and that's a spin. Commentator's curse once again.
Yeah, that was very unusual for Mitch. It looks like he just got a rear wheel on the grass coming out of that corner and just spun it around. I don't think he's hurt the car. I'm sure that will have rattled his concentration a little bit, but yeah, the car is fine. Now it's a little dented. And Mitch is back on his way, and he's spun, and now Melish can actually see the Viper again. So we're just going to jump back into the game camera. You can see the Viper going up the corner there through the right-hander. And there he is. So now Melish has a carrot to chase again. Just a matter of, can he actually close the gap down?
Yeah, definitely. It's. I don't know if it would have been. I guess it would have been less advantageous if he would have gone on the straight, because he would have lost more momentum over time. spinning in any case is not a good way to go, but of course, it's something that I think that Mitch can very easily bounce back from.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll start expanding that gap again here as we come through. You know, I think the second pit cycle might be coming up either at the end of this lap or the next lap for these SPX drivers, because they have to pit 3 times. So that is going to be something to keep our eyes watching for as we are about halfway through the lap here. And you can just see
Indeed.
There's that big gap now, and it looks like Spectre has gotten back around Moshi's.
This is good.
Yeah, so
It's
not
still
sure.
only 3 tenths between them.
Yeah, not sure if there was a mistake there from Moshi's or if Spectre just monstered around him. But it looks like Moshi's is thinking about it. Spectre late on the brakes. I don't know if that's going to fly with the stewards moving on the brakes, but I don't think it impacted things too much. Into the carousel we go.
Yeah, for a lot of these drivers, the wish will be to die another day and live through this one without a scratch in their car. Of course, at some points, the world is not enough, and they will be hoping to make it through here. Hopefully, for Spectre here today, we have a nice little bit of run as Moshi's there runs wide as in Bond title names.
Yeah, this guy's kind of falling around him there. He's just gotten on the grass and sim twitch off. Nice save, but he is going to lose about 2 or 3 seconds there to Spectre. Whew.
I think there's really only one way to describe that.
How's that,
Quantum
Butler?
Solace.
Yeah, this track just kind of eats people.
Yeah.
And out of the jaws of death there, Moshi's has survived. Blouse actually now is going to be thinking about possibly being able to see that Audi. Okay, maybe not quite here, but definitely once they get onto the straight, he will be able to see more than just a speck in the distance because of that little wiggle.
Definitely. The closest gap right now, it seems like Unseen Saint has done a really good job of closing back up onto F1 Kieran, who's still just behind, who is that? SGR Twitch. So these guys still the closest battle on track, even if it is leading up the rear end of this SPX, I keep tripping on my word there, this SPX field. The TT of Twitch versus Kieran and Unseen Saint.
And this battle was pretty spicy earlier on in the race here. It's tightened back up after the pits, and F1 Kieran's going to get around Twitch. Twitch is having a problem.
Oh, snap.
I wonder if he broke something on that car, because he just jackknifed into the wall there.
Oh, that's damage.
Oh, God, yeah.
He's got 88% tire wear on the front. He's got a broken front right suspension and brake, and it looks like bodywork damage as well as a little bit of engine damage. So that's definitely going to hamper his ability to get back to the...
Yeah, we were kind of worried about that TT in testing just because of the extreme tire wear from being front-wheel drive. I think Twitch may have tried to do a 4th lap, and it just does not seem to be working for him. So, again, that tire wear you mentioned earlier, Butler, it doesn't really matter in Forza for the tire wear until about 80%, and then it gets pretty bad.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'd be surprised if he made it back to the pits below 95. You see that front left tire just ticking into 90%. Now he can barely make it around the corner. It's even more of an impact in these front-wheel drive cars because they have to deal with 3 things. They have to deal with braking, they have to deal with turning, and accelerating, which means that all the pressure is on that front rubber.
Yeah, and we're just going to watch the tire wear here down the Dottinger Hoe. This straight is almost 2 miles long, and you can just watch that left front 90.2. It's going to probably be 90.5 as it gets into the braking zone. And like you were saying, Butler, that tire wear, that's going to kill his braking distance, especially with a completely destroyed right front brake disc. So.
Yeah, and if that wasn't bad enough, the brake disc will be locked up going through the straights. So that means that he doesn't have the top end that he needs. So basically, it's compromised his car for half of a lap of the Nürburgring. I don't think there's any more drastic way that you can compromise that car, unless you compromise it right now after you've passed the pit entrance.
Well, Twitch did a very respectable job making it back into the pits there. Doesn't look like he made too much of a time loss there, only about maybe 5 to 10 seconds. You can still see those other 2 drivers in the pits there, Kieran and Elgard. And I believe we're going to
That's
jump
very
up to Kieran
respectable.
now.
We saw Saint catch back up to Kieran from, I think it was a 5-second deficit after the last pit cycle, so it's definitely doable. And Twitch has the pace. I think he tried taking a chance there and it didn't pay off. But no risk, no reward.
Indeed. So yeah, we're going to have to keep our eyes on Twitch to see if he can make some of that ground back up onto F1 Kieran and MRT Elgard. Pit cycle here, so it looks like our top 5 are all quite likely to make their pit stop at the end of this lap.
I have a suggestion.
What's that?
We have not shown any love to the SPT boys in a while. And Koenigsegg is coming up behind Boxer now. This is quite close. Boxer runs a little bit wide. Yes.
Contact.
Here we go. Koenigsegg. Oh! Oh, big lunge!
Yeah, I think that may also be Boxer just waving his team boss through. Like, go get him, boss! Yeah.
I gotta admit, that was a sexy move. Very nice. Very nice.
Gotta pass them all, as this says on the rear bumper. That's actually quite clever. I like that. And, did Koenigsegg make a second pit? Yes, he did. And he's broken his engine.
Has he?
Yeah, he's got 0.8% engine damage, so Koenigsegg probably put the clutch in a little bit too late on the downshift. Just over-revved it slightly. Really easy to do, especially on the curbs, and he is now going to try to chase down Simon Zimmerman. This is not really a true battle because Zimmerman has made one less pit stop than Koenigsegg, but he still has every right to defend his position. A really good move from Koenigsegg there on the Subaru.
Yeah. And just looking up ahead, it's not really representative of the positions. There's about a 3-second gap between Ballistic and Zero. I think Ballistic has taken a second pit stop, and the answer to that question is yes. So Ballistic now having a 1 pit stop gap over the rest of the field. That's a very strong drive indeed.
And it also helps that the pit stops here on the Nürburgring are very, very short compared to some other tracks. For example, Le Mans has a really long pit lane. Bathurst has a really slow pit lane. Nürburgring is pretty quick for how long it is. And you just see Koenigsegg here is catching up very, very quickly to Simon in Subaru. So they got VW versus Subi. Not quite sure why he chose to not use the carousel there. That is an objectively slower decision. But here we are.
I think he decided... I don't know. I don't know why. I would say maybe he thought that Zimmerman might make a mistake through the carousel, which will give him the advantage, but that didn't really come to fruition. The Subaru, as we saw earlier, absolutely a monster in these corners. It's all-wheel drive still, correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct.
And that means that it can launch out of these corners. It struggles a bit at the top end, which is where the Scirocco might make up some time, but we see on the braking as well, Koenigsegg is just so confident right now. It's really a recipe for a great battle to come to fruition in just a moment's time.
And apparently we've been told that the Viper of Mitch has actually crashed again, and it looks like Mitch may have some damage here. He's missing his rear wing and all kinds of damage to that car. Looks like it's only cosmetic though, but 2 crashes for Mitch is very Mitch Malish is off. Okay, Malish is back on. Doesn't appear that he broke anything on the car. According to Frez, apparently there was an attempted overtake at the Flugplatz, and that's what happened there. So we're going to jump back now to that battle in SPT as Malish takes the lead of the race for the first time. Good job, Malish.
Hey.
So back to Koenigsegg here. And we're getting dangerously close to the interclass overtakes starting, especially with the SPT pit stops happening now. This could get very dangerous very quickly.
I know, and we're about to have Koenigsegg, who has slightly better legs, go onto the straight behind Zimmerman. This could be a potential overtake. I think it probably might not happen until the kink, if they both get a similar run. However, they don't. Zimmerman compromises himself in the corners a little bit, runs a little wide here. That's going to be the Scirocco of Koenigsegg getting a run. He's looking to the outside now. These two are going to be in a straight-out drag race. The speeds they are doing here I will find out in just a moment because I pressed the button. This is fun. Yay! Thank you.
Gonna be about like 171 at the end of the straight, something like that.
I believe so. It is, in fact. Okay, thanks. 170, 170, what, 169, 170, 172 was his maximum speed, and that is, of course, Koenigsegg past the Subaru of Zimmerman.
Yep, and Zimmerman is most likely going to duck into the pits now just as they go past the pit entrance. No real reason for him to stay out now. He's been out long enough. There he goes, ducking in. So Zimmerman into the pits, and I believe behind him, Boxer as well is going to peel off, and he does. So SPT now going to spread out even more, and let's jump back up to that battle for the lead between Mitch and Mellish. This is going to get really spicy now, as the Viper is going to be at a disadvantage being behind, because it will not be able to take advantage of the draft once that Viper gets up to speed. Or excuse me, once that Audi gets up to speed.
Yeah, so Mitch will most likely be sitting in the draft. He goes to the side, hoping that side draft will be enough to pull him forward, but it's not. You see Mellish just moving a little bit there, trying to maintain the racing line once again. What's really of note here, though, is the fact that he's only about a straight behind the last car in SPT. So we will very soon be seeing the passes in SPT versus SPX. Yeah, we will be having a close set of cars between the FRC car and this Milkman. It's going to be an interesting situation.
Yeah, especially considering how close these two are. There's not going to be much room for the SPT guys to just really exist, honestly. It's going to be pretty hard for them to find a lane, and I don't think it's going to be this lap, but most likely the next lap that overtakes are going to start to happen unless anybody stays out here. Or just jump back to Moshi's Inspector and see if they stay out or if they come in. Looks like they are going to all go in. Let's jump back to Blouse, see what he does. My guess is that Blouse is going to also come in just based on the amount of time it's been since he stopped. And Blouse also comes into the pits with Addy following him in, question mark?
Answer mark?
There yes. He goes. Alright, and now it's going to be Mitch still trailing Mellish. That Audi has a slightly better fuel stop, it looks like. Now, for our new viewers to the Forza franchise, even if a car loses its rear wing, appearance-wise, it will still have the downforce from the wing. So I know it looks bad for Mitch, but he is still going to be pretty much unencumbered by that. Just going to have to get his head back in the game there.
Well, it's not damaged. They just decided that they wanted to run a low drag setup for this race.
Oh, Butler. Oh, Butler.
Gotta make up for that Audi speed somewhere, right?
Oh, yeah. And it looks like some of our SPT guys that pitted the last lap are going to now start to make some inroads onto the rest of the field. You see Unseen Saint making his pit stop, and he's going to probably fall back to at least 9th, probably not 10th because of Twitch's accident. But we'll keep our eyes on where Unseen Saint is, as you see the M6 of the LMP squad go by. And then Twitch just going under the gantry now, so he's still, you know, about 5 to 8 seconds back, so that's workable. It's just going to take some time to make up. See him going in turn 1 there.
That's definitely a gap that he can pull back, knowing his pace.
Yep. Yeah, and as chat is now exploding with cries of illegal pit exit, you are supposed to stay to the right of the light line until it ends, and Unseen Saint did not do that. So that's going to be a, I believe, either 5 or 10,000 foot penalty coming his way. So, oops.
Oh.
Let's jump back now to LSEM 0 and SPT. As you can see, Ballistic, just massive amount of ground back to second place now. He's just at least a full pit stop ahead of everyone, plus some. And Zero, I think, may have just made a mistake there, because he was really, really close to the second place car, but now is not.
Well, yeah. Just jumping back quickly to the to that mention of the unsafe pit entry, pit release. There's a quote that springs to mind. It happened at a 2019 Brazil race, for those who remember. and it goes as such. Mein Gott, muss das sein? So ein Scheiß aber auch! Sebastian Vettel, perfectly encapsulating the feelings of that driver.
Ah, God. It's gonna be a long day.
Just imagine when you can sit back and relax and enjoy it at the end.
Alright, so still riding on board with Koenigsegg here. This car did start second, courtesy of the... Actually started first, actually, because of the incredible qualifying effort from Diablo and Harmonic. Probably going to be a second or third place finish, I'm just guessing, based on the times of the other drivers in the car. So he's running in the 4th spot in class right now, just behind Zero in the Fuchsschwanz. Am I saying that right? Manta?
Let me have a gander. It is... okay. Fuchsschwanze. Fuchsschwanze. Enjoy. We have this. We have Koenigsegg now behind Zero. Looking around, there's not really too much going. Actually, I say that Fallen, he fell off the track earlier, is only 0.2 of a second and right up the tail of VPR Shep now in the Fuchsschwanz team, the not so sister team of the LSEM Fuchsschwanze. There's one tail on the top of this one. There's two on the top of the other one.
Is that what the difference is in the spelling? 1 versus 2?
Yes.
I'm learning something every day. Oh man, this camera is so cool.
Are you still on the roof camera?
Why don't we go for the roof camera? Let's do it. Roof cameras seem to be pretty popular earlier. So on board the... Say it again?
The Fuchsschwanz.
Fuchsschwanz,
oh,
there we
what's
go.
that?
That appears to be Boxer.
What?
Something has happened to Boxer there. Let's take a look at the telemetry. Alright, so Boxer may have actually made his final pit now. A little bit early, just because looking at the clock, there's about 25 minutes left, and that should be more than enough time to do 3 laps, which is what the Subaru can do on fuel. So Boxer made his third pit a little early. That's actually pretty smart. Just get it out of the way. And now it looks like VPR Shep is all over the back of that Subaru.
Oh, and look at the map.
Dun,
Only
dun,
a couple
dun,
of
dun,
corners behind, we have some red dots. Red for warning.
Oh boy. So Mellish and Mitch, into the most technical, dangerous, scary part of the track, are going to be catching the SPT guys in about 30 to 45 seconds time at the worst possible moment. Oh, that's just fantastic.
And to top it all off, you have the battle for first with the 2 front-running SPX cars very close together, with trying to pass the battle for the last with 3 of the SPT cars. This is about as dramatic a recipe as you can get.
My pearls, I'm clutching them.
As I think in just a second here, I'm on board now with Mitch, and as we ran next to Mellish actually makes a mistake. That's going to be Mitch trying to close the gap, and as we come up here, I keep expecting to see SPT cars. I keep getting disappointed, but is it possibly in just another 5, 4? This is I can't count it down. They're not there. Where are they? Ah!
I don't know. Oh man, Mitch is going to have the advantage through this section here. You see, he's taking taking a look along the left side, then the right side, then the left side, but the Audi just has the speed down the hill. Big slide from Mitch. Nice catch.
Oh.
Yeah, that is one of the only sections of the track you can get away with a slide like that, just because there is a little bit more runoff there. The Viper, infinitely stronger in this particular part of the track. You can see he's got Mellish right in front of him, but now we're getting to the straight, and it's going to gap out just a little. Oh yeah, there he is. Just off in the distance there.
They got lucky. They're passing them on the straight.
Oh, there's contact.
Maybe they didn't. They're going to be too wide down the straight here, the Audi. Mitch is using the side drive as much as he can, and just ahead, they're going to be dreading themselves because they have what looks to be 2 wide SPT cars there. Oh my word. That is Boxer, I think, just off the top of my head. Going off to the right side, this is not going to be good. This is, oh, sorry, it's going to be great to watch, but, Mellish is to be thinking, why couldn't I go second? Let Mitch carve that field through.
Yeah, to quote the great Jeremy Clarkson, many poos! On the brakes, Mellish is right behind them now. Oh! Alright, let's see if these guys duck in the pits. And there they go!
Oh, wow. That was perfect timing. I don't think it could have been choreographed any better.
Yeah, that was very, very lucky for for Mellish there. He did not have to deal with that.
But now it's up to them to catch the rest of the SPT field before the Nordschleife section.
Yeah, it gets a little bit hard to see on the map just because of the GP circuit being so tight, but you can see there is some corners there between these guys and the next set of yellow dots. And let's take a look and see what that is. It's going to be Koenigsegg and Zero. Oh boy, so a really close battle in very diverse cars. And you can see the headlights. You can see them. Here it is on the right side of your screen behind the guardrail. You can see them heading into the hairpin just behind. This is going to come very, very close here.
I think they're going to catch them just after the chicane. I think it's going to be a very tough pass for Mellish because we know how technical and tight that first section of the Nordschleife is. We know how much better Mitch's car is there already, and with the compounded problem with a tight battle up ahead, Mellish is really going to have to try and put the pedal to the metal and get these cars at an opportune time.
I would not want to be Mellish right now.
Marsan is right. I am getting excited. Oh.
Giggity, giggity.
Hey.
Alright, well, you were predicting it was going to happen right after the chicane. Let's take a look now where Mitch is. There's the chicane. Oh, yeah, there it is. This is probably the second worst spot to catch people. The entrance to the proper North Loop, Nordschleife. It's just so tight, so technical, so fast. There's really only one line you can take in SPX, and these SPT guys are... I hope they hold their lines, because if they don't, someone's going to have a massive accident here.
This is... Mellish here. He's coming up now to the SPT cars up ahead. You can see it's so tight and technical, you can barely make them out through the corners, but there they are. There's Koenigsegg. He's fallen off a bit, 2-0, and that might make Mellish's job a little bit easier here. Oh, and around the outside! That's a daring move by Mellish! Oh my word! He's made a pass though, and Mitch is going to get a much better opportunity here along the straight here. Oh, it's going to be at the top of the hill just after that. Mellish is going to catch up to Zero though. This could get interesting through the fast right-hander now. You see just how much more downforce they have as they come roaring up behind Zero. Zero is holding his line around the outside. It's going to be Mitch from the inside. You see how much more time Mitch gained through there, and it is back on.
Well, that was exciting.
Oh, and Mitch, he's right on the bumper now.
Up the inside.
What the hell?
Into the gravel. And Mellish is back through.
I don't know what just happened.
So, remember what you were saying earlier about this being a tactical, more methodical kind of race, unlike a sprint race? No, this is a sprint race. This is a complete and utter sprint race. There's no other way to describe it. It's the 24 hours of sprint racing. That's what we are.
That was absolutely crazy. I can't describe it any other way. I don't know what happened to Mitch there in the end. I think he went for a lunge. As we see up ahead, a bit more of a climbing relief now for Mellish. So he comes up to the SPT car up ahead. It's a bit of a lighter section here. Yeah, double left-hander. And then some tighter corners again. Ah!
Now Addy's got to deal with them. Oh no! Oh my gosh, Boxer. Wiggling Subaru into that incredibly fast corner. Oh, that could have been so bad.
Oh, and now it's fallen just ahead of Addy and Shep. These two are battling. Addy's looking ahead. As Fallen pulls off to one side. That's Addy making it through the corners. Is he gonna make a move on Shep? It's up the inside. It's rubbing. Oh, and Shep, he's all it together.
Into the wall! That's going to be Shep and Addy off. I don't think that was intentional. I think Shep just got a little bit loose there and slid across the grass. Wow. Okay, well, we knew it was going to happen at some point. If somebody in our chat would be so kind as to take the clip there for what I imagine will be a rather upset Addy, that would be appreciated. Exciting times here on the Nordschleife.
Yep, and it's not calling down anytime soon because now it's Elgard's turn to make his way through this battle. Boxer is going to be fuming. Shep is going to be fuming. These guys are thinking, can they just leave us alone? Relax, guys. You only have to do this one time, and it's this one time. It's time now for Elgard to make his way past Shep. A very... I was going to say simple move there, but into the braking zone. Shep outbrakes the SBX car. The Danish driver struggling to get past the Mustang. On the inside, this is so tight. Elgard makes the move up the inside now, and looking ahead, it's Fallen. He's fallen off the track once a day. Elgard needs to make sure he doesn't make it happen twice. But he's obviously looking up ahead to Addy now, and this is the moment that we've been waiting for. These drivers are going balls to the wall here, and that's an aviation terminology expression for putting the throttle to the manifold. I'm not talking about the other type of expression you can use for that as he passes Fallen.
And now F1 Kieran's going to have to make his way through. He's going to catch Boxer first in just a moment's time. I think this is the most exciting part of the race.
Most definitely. And Kieran has a car just a tenth behind him. Squadius Unseen Saint is right up on the bumper of Kieran now. Of course he's going to have that penalty for an unsafe pit release. Unfortunate and quite frankly just unlucky that we saw it. Kieran gets wobbly on the exit. Unseen Saint is going to go around the outside. He gets the move done. That is the R8, the statistically worst car in the corners, capitalizing on a mistake of the Gran Turismo M6. That's what you get for putting the wrong game on your car.
Well, Butler, I think you may have the best hype voice in Forza today. Yeah, this is the point in the race where all of our strategies are going to start to converge. The multi-class passing is going to happen, and Unseen Saint goes off.
Oh, that's all the work that Unseen Saint did there to pass Kieran gone. And Kieran, he's storming in here. First time in TORA for a couple of years. He's going to have to deal with multi-class again. And this is not
Boxer.
what he signed up for, but it is. Boxer here. He's all over the place.
I think Boxer tried to get out of the way, but Kieran was wiggling.
Oh, for the carousel there. Kieran has Shep ahead. Unseen Saint has made it through. Unseen Saint is just looking ahead at Kieran thinking, thank you, sir, for parting the seas. You are truly a Moses to my people. But Kieran's looking ahead like, get the hell out of the way, Shep. Here we go. Up the inside. No clearance there for Unseen Saint. Saint is going to get stuck behind Shep. Run a little bit wide. Oh.
And you just know that Shep is like, come on, get out of the way. Okay, good. And now he can breathe. Or can he? Because right behind there is Twitch.
Oh my word. The Audi TT, this car. Oh, big. He jumped a little bit on my curve there. As Shep goes a little bit sideways. Twitch, he has the handling. Doesn't necessarily have the speed. This is going to be a bit harder for him. He goes around the outside of Shep there. Good move there by Twitch. And I think, oh, look at that. Up ahead again, Kieran now. He is coming up to, I believe that's Fallen. Yep, Fallen coming through the corners. The car with better straight line speed, a bit worse cornering. It's a move around the outside. Easy peasy lemon squeezy for Kieran. Up behind now, we have Unseen Saint. He is coming through into the braking zone. No, we're going to have something. No. Oh!
Good
up
move
the
there from
there.
the Fouchouant's car, just getting out of the way. I think that was actually his intended line anyway. So that was just good there. That could have been really dangerous if he braked a little bit too much. And now Butler can breathe. In and out. In and out. And you know, I think Blouse may be catching some SPT cars at the end of this straight, just looking at the map. You can see them there going into the gantry. I don't think he's going to quite get there yet. But up out front, it's still Mitch and Mellish 2 and 1 into the pits. So this is their final pit stop with approximately 15 minutes to go. So really flirting with disaster there. You have to be into the pits prior to 10 minutes before the stint concludes. So Mellish and Mitch are still really, really close here. And I think that's Spectre actually staying out. So I hope Spectre did his 3 pits there.
Oh, this is disaster for Moshies. And let's see, Mitch is coming out now. I think, no, have they? I don't know. I think these guys were, let's round them, Prod Captain Slow, up ahead. Mitch and Mellish have to go through the pack once again. A couple of cars that they had already dealt with They now have to go past Captain Slow. Thankfully, we're on the GP circuit. It's a bit wider. It's a bit more forgiving. We can relax. They can relax a little bit. A little bit. We're probably going to see a move up here into this
Up the
corner.
inside.
Maybe up the inside by Mellish. Nice and easy. Oh,
Jinx.
look at that.
Alright, so now Mitch is going to have the slightly disadvantageous run into Schumacher up the hill. I don't know if he's going to try it. Oh my god. Okay, so Mitch makes it through. That was really not smart, but if anybody can pull it off, it's Mitch. And
There's
now
no
Captain
need to
Slow can breathe.
stress. They literally just did the Nordschleife. Passing cars. This is like candy from a baby for them. Or
Yeah,
for Mitch, taking milk from the milkman.
Yep, and now it's going to be Mashi's getting to work his way through this traffic in just a few seconds. In the pixel-painted R8. So Incinerate is guessing that Spectre has pit 3 times. I'm not so sure, and I'm sincerely hoping that all of those guys have read the driver's briefing, which does clearly state 3 pit stops for everyone. So, oh boy, we'll see how that works out. But riding on board with ESV Mashi is here. You can see he's going to catch up to some traffic very shortly. But it looks like Unseen Saint actually may be catching up to some other traffic first. He's got F1 Kieran in front, but remember, he is likely going to get that pit infraction.
Hold up, we got Addy around the outside of... A little bit skittish, he makes a pass. But do we have another car? Yep, that is the car. Oh, give me the name. It is Simon Zimmerman from the GPR team, I believe.
Yep, Simon Zimmerman, GPR3.
Yep.
All by himself here.
It's now Elgod's turn to make his way past SVR Fallen, and it looks like it's going to be a chicane move. I'm not going to lie. I'm missing the narrow parts of the Nordschleife right now.
Yeah,
this GP circuit is not exciting.
You're in luck. We're going to be there in about like 10 seconds.
Yes!
Yeah, up the inside, nice and easy on... Is that the Fuchsschwanz or Fuchsschwanz?
I think that's the Fuchsschwanz.
We can't even tell! Yeah, Insomniac and Yuko did a really great job on those 2 cars. And,
uh-oh.
Yeah.
You're gonna want to go back to Kieran. Here we go. We have Unseen Saint up behind Kieran. And guess what? The 2 cars that went past before, they gotta go past them again.
In the second worst part of the track to do that. Oh boy.
Yep.
They're probably going to catch him right before Flugplatz, which is nearly flat out at like 140 miles an hour.
Oh.
My body is
crazy.
That's Boxer up there in the SVR
Boxer.
Scooby.
Indeed. The Galaxy Paint hopefully doesn't get sent to space here. The M6 coming up through the S's, this little complex here. It's going to be open throttle in just a minute. This will be the SPX's chance to get past, and get past he shall. F1 Kieran pulls to the right side. Unseen Saint makes it around as well, and just behind is going to be another SPX car. But these 2 still battling up ahead. Next after Boxer, we have the illustrious, once it comes across the ticker, I will tell you, or once his name pops up here, that is Shep, VPR Shep. Here he comes. It's going to be through the fast left-hander. If these guys catch up on the braking, look at that. So much closer already. Oh, he's got to bail out.
Come on, Kieran. Come on. Stop. Oh, no! All right, clearly a mistake there from Kieran. Obviously not intentional. And there's Twitch.
Oh, it's Twitch. Twitch around the outside of Unseen Saint after that mistake. Still behind Shep. And that is him past Twitch. What's happened there? Is Kieran letting them by, or does he have a down?
I wonder if he broke the left front. No, he's good. I think he may have just been letting them get away, because maybe he felt bad or something. Oh man, poor Shep. He's just getting swallowed right now.
Oh, he's stuck in this battle here. Twitch there. He's already got a loose rear end from that drive in the rear. Oh, that's it. There we go. Still too wide with Kieran. Still too wide with Unseen Saint. That already just going to have the legs. But Kieran has the opportunity here to make a move. No. Unseen Saint's going to lock it back up. Take it onto the line. Kieran looking, but nothing found. Twitch has made the most of the situation. He has the handling car. This is the time for him to shine. We saw the damage that he did to his own race earlier, but he has truly come back, made a couple of places up already, and Twitch is on the run.
And this is right at the end of an hour and 40 minutes, and these guys are this close, racing this hard in 3 different cars. That's really, really exciting, and that's just like, that makes me so happy as a race organizer. You really love to see this kind of thing.
Yep, and I gotta say, I think this race is like DRS, you know? As soon, which was the majority of this race, right? It's been interesting. But then as soon as lap 3 comes around, DRS open. Guess what? Here come the back markers. SBT, SVR falling up ahead, gets passed by SVR Twitch. Is he going to be assigned to some relegation duty to the 2 cars behind? We'll find out. It looks like Fallen now is going to be responsible. Stay to the outside.
There he goes in the grass.
Oh, he's nearly falling off the track once again.
Excellent save from SVR Fallen.
I think we need to clip that one. That was some very nice Tokyo drift. Or should I say, some very nice German drift. That did not sound cool at all. I'm disappointed in myself.
Deep breaths, Butler. Deep breaths. In, out, in, out, in, out.
I can almost sleep. I have a tea. I have an advent calendar that has teas instead of chocolate. I'm gonna need the herbal tea that I have tonight to calm down after this.
All right, and just jumping up a little bit, it's still neck and neck for second place between Mitch and Mellish. They are right bumper to bumper there. Oh my gosh!
Of course they are.
This is just perfect. Down
Is
the
that a
hill we
yellow
go.
dot?
Oh man, Mellish almost
yellow
wiped out
dot.
there. You can see the RA bottoming out slightly.
Who's that? That has to be ballistic.
It's probably ballistic, yeah. Terrible spot to catch him though. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's ballistic. 3 wide maybe? Oh come on, Mitch. Surely you're not going to force it there. Okay. Ballistic just got run into there. Oh. Wisely gets out of the way before the dotting your hoe. And this is probably going to be the fight for 1-2 in the stint because I believe Spectre is going to make a pit stop. And Mellish almost gets forced in the grass there by Mitch. I was going to get alongside, but that is not enough to pass the R8. You have to get in front of him. What is Mitch doing? It looks like he's trying to pit maneuver Mellish there, and I don't think he would because that would just be stupid. But
he might be trying to tap him a little bit to transfer momentum. I've seen it done a couple of times. It does work, but it's very risky. You're completely at fault if it goes south.
Whew.
Deep breaths. I see C's is green, tarmac 2, cars going by, vroom, vroom, vroom. And I think to myself, welcome to the Nürburgring 24.
Oh, man. This is just absolutely crazy.
And there's Spectre by, that's Mellish now into the lead. The man we were heralding at the start for his impeccable consistency and the start, the man we were thinking would be able to maintain his focus the best, has come down in second. Mellish now, for the Yoda team, for the FRC team, passes, or has passed, and has been battling Mitch in the stint. The team that qualified on pole position. This is going to be one for the ages. I think already we have some great drivers behind the Forza RC team. We have some great drivers behind the I'm calling them the Milkmen. The Milkmen. We're calling them that.
The Nogmen? I don't quite follow there.
The Milkmen. The Milkmen.
Oh, Milkmen. There we go. Oh my goodness. All right, so Mellish has a little bit of breathing room now, courtesy of that very long straight. Mitch just a little bit back, and 100 feet over the course of 24 hours, you would think that wouldn't be that much, right? Wrong. In the 2018 TEC at the, or excuse me, 2017 TEC at the 6 hours of COTA, the gap in GTE for the win was 3 feet.
Whew.
So every inch counts here. So Mellish is going to want to try to expand this as much as he can, take advantage of the clear track. He's got no more SPX cars to deal with. Just get through, bring it home, and don't make any mistakes. And Spectre actually has a couple of SPT cars to make his way through. I want to say that is ballistic.
That is.
Yeah.
And he's going to do it just before, or just at the start of the Nordschleife. That's not a bad place to do it. You can make a decent lunge up the inside here.
Yep, there he goes. Nice and easy.
Who we else got? We got who we got? Addy makes his way past an SPT. Elgard is just behind. These guys are still in the GP circuit, and that is Koenigsegg that they're passing.
Yeah, SPT has now fully spread out. I don't think there's going to be any more battles for position until the end of the stint. There's, I would guess, just under 5 minutes remaining, assuming that they started when we think they did. Hopefully everybody remembers to stop with 20 minutes on the clock, because the penalty for exceeding the drive time is quite severe. I think it's like 10,000 feet or something like that.
Oof, that's a big oof.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
Yeah. I think this has set the tone pretty much. I think as an SPT driver, your goal will be to push, make sure you're in the best position as possible for when the SPX cars lap. Because as soon as the SPX cars laps, any chance you had of battling your teammates basically disappears.
And it looks like Mitch is caught right back up to Mellish now, Butler. He's on his bumper through the more slow technical sections here. That Audi just does not have the front grip. It's nothing wrong with what Mellish is doing. It's just the nature of the car. And Mitch is right there, lurking like a snake, pun intended.
Look at how hard Mellish is having to push that R8 to stay ahead of Mitch. Look at how well Mitch is closing in the corners. I think we might see an opportunistic move towards the end of this race here. If Mitch can try and just send something that Mellish isn't expecting, I think that will be the way to take it. He can't pass him traditionally. You can't hope for a run out the corner. The R8 is just too powerful. You can't hope for a better line through here because Mellish is just that good at defending. But as I was saying before, we're probably going to look for an opportunistic move off of a small mistake or off of an opportunity that Mitch creates himself.
Yeah, you can see he thought about it there, but just didn't have the space.
It almost looked like Mellish was going to go deep for a sec. Just didn't materialize there for Mitch. The Williams driver closing up now behind Yoda in the FRC car. That is, in fact, the Yas Kidalita car. I'm not sure if it is so, but I think this is the first event for the Yachts All-Star team. So, the Yachts All-Star team making a fiery debut and, quite frankly, showing the rest of the field what they're made of.
Yep, Ali Tak Yachts used to be on Team RBM, but he decided to depart after several years with that team out of Brazil, even though he's actually, I want to say out of the Netherlands, but...
He's a British man living in the Netherlands.
Yeah, so deciding to make his own team for funsies. It's kind of exciting.
Indeed.
All right, now watch on the brakes here. The Viper is going to absolutely demolish the R8 into the carousel. This gap is going to shrink down even more here, and we have to be getting near the end of the stint. I think we only started about 8 or 9 minutes after 10 o'clock Eastern time this morning, so they surely must be almost done. I really hope everybody read the driver's briefing for the pit stops.
Well, at least I hope the marshals read the driver briefings.
Yeah. They better have. Raise his fist.
Oof.
For legal reasons, I am compelled to tell you the fist goes on the table, not on the marshal.
Of course, of course.
Yep. So
and, the open palm goes to shake the hand.
Still on board with Mitch here. I think Mellish is probably going to hang on, but Mitch is just trying to minimize that gap down as small as he possibly can. Probably kicking himself over that early crash.
Yeah. It's been an eventful stint. It's had tremendous highs and some lower highs, but it's been pretty much highs all the way through.
Yeah, sometimes we get to that awkward point in a stint where there's just nothing happening. That really didn't happen here. Everybody just was always fighting someone.
Yep, and even when they weren't fighting, there were mistakes, and that is just the nature of the track.
And speaking of, Mitch almost completely died there. He came within about a millimeter of going off the track, and then he did it again there, so he's really pushing here. Trying to get as close as he can to Mellish as they go onto the straight for the final time.
I don't think he has enough.
No, I don't think he's close enough. Unless
he needs
Mellish
to really
gets it wrong here, which he hasn't. I think the best that Mitch can hope for is to be within like 300 feet. And honestly, after an hour and 40 minutes, that's really respectable.
It is respectable, but I don't know. Something tells me that Mitch won't be happy with that. He came into this round.
Nope,
Oh, and there we go.
stint's
It's
over.
the end of this.
All right, so that contact there, probably just because of a slight variation in clock, nothing to worry about from a stewarding point of view. But that is the end of the stint, so now we are going to wait for all of our other drivers to get their distances recorded. And let's take everybody through the results of this stint. So, Butler, if you'd be so kind as to take us through the leaderboard here.
I would be so kind. Thank you. In first place, we have Yoda Melish driving for the Yaskidala team in the wonderful FRC livery. Second place, we have Williams Mitch, the pole sitter for today's race, and ultimately, after a few mistakes, very good battle for second place. Third place, SVR Spectra in the LMES liveried R8. A lot of R8s up here. In fourth place, another R8, ESV Moshies. In fifth place, Inertia Garages Blouse. Sixth place, PMC Addy. Seventh place, MRT Elgard, just behind on the little piece of grass there. In eighth place, we have SVR Twitch. In ninth place, we have F1 Kieran, one of the people that we focus on a lot. Behind, we have Squadios Unseen Saint. I believe he's just behind Koenigsegg there, so we'll get to him. But I'll let you take us through the SPT field standings.
All right, so RZM Ballistic putting DDN on top with an incredible first stint, just absolutely monstering the field there, getting a full pit stop ahead. Captain Slow for Prod in second in the Hyundai Veloster. In third position in class, LSEM 0 in the Fuschwanz, I think. Number 122 minutes. Fuschwanza, there we go. Fourth spot in class, Koenigsegg R, stint host in the Pokemon entry. I think Salty Bonkos is up next for that entry. Simon Zimmerman, GPR3 in the fifth spot in the 555 Subaru. In sixth place, SVR Fallen in the Fuschwanz car. Now I said it right. Followed by the Mustang of VPR Shep, who had a heck of a time at the end of this stint. And then rounding out the first of our stints is SVR Boxer, who I think may have actually made 4 pit stops. So there is your results for stint number 1. And Butler, thank you so much for doing this with me. I really appreciate it. Always good to have you on board.
Thank you for having me. It's been absolutely crazy so far, and I'm looking forward to show running a couple of stints later on in the day.
Yep, so you're going to hear from Butler again at stint number 8 alongside LSEM Boost, and then later joined by AMR Nightlock. So really exciting stuff. I'm going to be with you guys for stints 2 and 3. So Butler, thank you so much again, just to reiterate. Really, really appreciate having you on board. Lots of fun. And lots of excitement.
It is, yeah, it was amazing watching. I think it's SPX cars pretty much came back together in the end and finished up next to each other. But it is 12:52 a.m. my time. I will be taking my leave. So thank you so much for having me, Darkzer, and to our German audience out there. Viel Spaß für den 24 Stunden.
All right, so that was LSEM the Butler joining me here on SFM Official for the TORA N24 Rennen der Grünen Hölle, which I totally said wrong again, just differently wrong. So next up is stint number 2. So bear with me for a moment while I get sorted and get into that lobby. Just going to take a moment's time to do so. And while that's happening, let's take a look and see who is in that lobby. Maybe you guys will recognize some names. Next up for C-Tech, we're going to have VPR Muttley, who's actually going to be running this stint as the host. So Muttley will be getting set up now. And it looks like he is already getting set up. Got a couple of guys in there. And hopefully SFM Cowmaster will be joining me in the booth, so you don't have to just hear my annoying voice for 2 hours, as good as it is in my own personal humble opinion. So we're just going to make our way in here. And the other drivers in this stint, as I have been teasing for the past approximately 2 seconds, will be as follows. So for the Williams team, and with Joda in South, it's going to be Sooth, formerly Joda South. He has departed Joda recently. JSR Hydra will be hopping in the SVR LMES Audi. Chasmo will be taking over from Moshi's in the elusive car. It's going to be Yachts taking over from the, who was that, Mellish, so Yachts will be jumping in. MRT Elgard will be driving the MRT Line Pro car again, so he's doubling. Adler Girl will be jumping in stint number 2 for Inertia Garage out of Germany. SCT Zero Rumble taking over from F1 Kieran. Twitch will be doing his second stint. SQD Monster, formerly ETR Relentless, will be hopping into the Squadios car. And then for PMC, we have Ramos, who you will have remembered from our British GT coverage, who used to be in AMS. In the SPT field, it's going to be Salty Bonkos taking over SVR Oddballs from Koenigsegg. DDM Drive doing his first stint for DDM. LSEM Kabaya, who is actually LSEM Boost. He tried to change his name to Kobayashi, but for some reason was not able to. Prod Detonator will be hopping in the second place car. SVR Scooby is going to be Boxer again. As I mentioned, Muttley will be doing the second stint for the Mustang. And then SVR Taru will be jumping in for SVR Fallen in Fuschwanz. I'm totally going to keep saying this wrong all day. And then GPR Thaikanat will be replacing Simon Zimmerman in the GPR 3 entry, or GPR 1, excuse me. So there you have it, folks. That's where we're at right now. And results are now trickling in from some of the lower lobbies. SSR Markey taking the win for DOR Ravenel in Lobby 2. And Lobby 3 will be concluding hopefully in about 10 minutes. They started a little bit later than Lobbies 1 and 2. But, you know, these things happen. And it looks like second place in the first lobby was GPR Odafi, I think, as SFM Snowstorm is putting in the results there. Very exciting stuff. So I believe now in Lobby 1, we're just waiting for Mellish to tick over to the next mile, just so we can get the full distance. The gap at the end of the race was 13 feet, guys. 13 feet between Mellish and Mitch. That is incredibly close, and that could be the gap that wins the race. We'll see what happens there. It was only about a half mile back to Spectre, about 0.8 of a mile back to Moshi's, and then the next closest car was Blouse at just under 2 miles. That's actually pretty respectable for a race of this length, just because of the nature of the track. It's really, really, really hard to keep up the pace for that long. So props to these guys for doing their absolute best, and I hope that they can continue to do so until the end of the race. All right, and it looks like the final gap there is going to be 191.25 miles for Mellish in the first stint, and Mitch is going to be credited with 191.24. So that is pretty much as close as you can possibly get there. Really exciting stuff. And we're just waiting for some drivers that were double stinting to make their way in. We have 10 of the 20 individuals that we're supposed to have so far. Just waiting for everybody else to get their act together. Excuse me. This is what happens when you get up early and talk all day. So, dear Twitch viewers, anybody have a good snack or beverage that you got? I had some wonderful raspberry blueberry lemonade to start my day off with a lovely little chicken biscuit sandwich. It was quite nice. You know, got to get fueled up for the remainder of the day. Keep your energy high. Gonna have some honey glazed ham for dinner. Should be really good. It's gonna happen around 4 or 5 o'clock after Stint 3. There will be picks, of course, because how could I not? And if you are just joining us, this is the prep for Stint number 2 of the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring on TORA. You're watching the Swordfish Motorsport Twitch channel, SFM Official. I am SFM Darkzer, your host. And hopefully Calmaster is going to be able to join me for Stint 2, but I think he's still on his way home. So we will see. And hopefully DDM MeaD will join me for Stint number 3. That'll be exciting. It's been quite a long time since I've had him in here. Rhodey is apparently going to have some baby pie. So what exactly is a baby pie? I'm not familiar with that particular dish, being in America. Is it like a meat pie that's just small, or how's that work? I'm not knowledgeable on that particular dish. Slow motion fire having some coffee and cheesecake for breakfast. That is a solid breakfast, my dude. Solid breakfast. You got a New York cheesecake, you got a Chicago cheesecake. What do you got, slow motion? Because there is a pretty massive difference in the texture of the two varieties there. All right, so I'll wait for Slow to finish his bite to answer that question. Apparently, it's not a baby pie, it's a party pie, and it is just a meat pie that is small, according to Rhodey in Australia. So enjoy your graveyard shift breakfast, Chicago-style cheesecakes is slow motion fire. I can't say that I particularly enjoy cheesecake, but power to you. Should be starting in just a few moments' time here. We have almost everybody in lobby. Just a few guys missing. And if you'll excuse me just a moment, my organizational skills are needed for a short time, so the sound of silence will fill your ears for the next minute or two. All right, and just a little update for you guys. South's internet has apparently stopped working, so it's actually going to be Williams 7 taking over Stint 2 instead of South. So we're going to have Williams 1-2 there, and that is what's happening. Apparently, there's been a couple of revisions across the different lobbies, so let's get all that put on our live timing so everybody at home can follow along. So it's going to be 7 in for Williams Jota. And SQD Monster will be doing the comms lobby for Stint number 2. So thank you very much, Monster, for taking over. South was meant to do that, but you can't do that without an internet connection, now can you? Let's see here. All right, it looks like there's been some changes in the Phoenix Motorsport number 43 for Lobby B. Please Don't Eat Me is going to be taking over for Stint 3 from Anonymous XFR, and then Anonymous is going to be doing Stint number 4. And that is something that'll happen quite a lot. Guys will just switch stints around in the middle of the race just to adjust for whatever may be going on otherwise in their day. Usually you'll have 1 or 2 per lobby per stint of changes, especially as we get into the night. People get tired, have to go to bed, whatever. And Illusion, this is the official stream for the N24. We're going to be bouncing around between a bunch of channels here. SFM for the first 3, TORA TV for the Stint 4, GRT Ryorg for 5 and 6, Craviator for 7, and then LSEM for 8, 9, and 12, and Craviator again for 10 and 11. So still just missing, I think, 1 more driver for Stint number 2, and then we should be all set here. Anytime now. And then in Lobby C, apparently they started 20 minutes late. That is unfortunate, but has been known to happen in Lobby C. Usually we are a little bit shy, or short rather, on hosts there. Okay, Illusion in chat. If you head over to @thereal_Tora on Twitter, you can find links to all of the various streamers. And if you go to the Windows area website, all of the GRT B Lobby stream links are there as well. But the website is in German, so good luck with that. It is on Twitter though, if you want to follow along. Okay, I think they're just doing a quick rules explanation here, and I think Mellish had to fix something on his car. So as soon as that is all done, then we will be getting back to the races here. This is going to be stint number 2. I promise it is starting very shortly. We're almost there. We're almost there. It's happening, boys. It's happening. Excuse me. I feel like we should have a sing-along, but that would be kind of difficult with only one person to do. So perhaps we will not do that today. Because I don't think anybody wants to hear my my horrible singing voice. All right, I think it's now time that we can switch over to the standard screen here, getting ready to start the stint. Very exciting stuff. And I'm sure some of you noticed that some people in the lobby now have a little Turn 10 logo next to their driver name. That's actually, they changed the logo that the Forza race marshals have from the little shield with the checkered on it to just the Turn 10 logo like the testers have. So that was an unexpected surprise. Always nice to have some recognition there. All right, it looks like we're about to load into the Nordschleife. Muttley has queued us up. Hopefully everybody who's supposed to be here is here now. Would hate to have to jump back out to get someone. So we're almost there, everybody. And it looks like I don't have a co-commentator for this particular one. It's kind of unfortunate. So if anybody wants to come in and say hello, just let me know. All right, so after stint number 1, it looks like everybody's got all of the data in correctly now for stint 1. So I should be able to give you proper leaderboards here, at least for some of the classes. So some of this may not be quite right, but so far as I can tell, the leaders for SPX are Yas Kitty Litter, with Williams, Joda, and South running in the second spot, SVR, LMES in third, followed by Elusive. First in B lobby is DOR Team Ravenel. They are 5th overall. GPR3 is in 6th. Inertia Garage 7. International Racers Alliance for B lobby is in 8th. SFM Competizioni Viper in 9th after Snowstorm put in a great stint. And then rounding out the top 10 is the KTM of LSEM Drefagdacht, which is what Butler was originally going to drive, but now is not. So there's your top 10. Down in SPT, it is Daredevil Motorsports, followed by Fraud, LSEM Fuchsschwanz, SFM... Okay, that's not right. Okay, then SVR Oddballs, GPR1, SVR Fuchsschwanz, and then C-Tech Motorsport. So some data is still being adjusted a little bit there. Then we should be all set. And it looks like I may actually end up having a co-commentator after all, with Brody jumping in. Alright, we are getting started. We're going to ride on board with Yachts here in stint number 4. So Mellish is going to be streaming on the Forza channel for the Forza RC themed stream. Very exciting stuff. Really happy to see that happening. And this is stint number 2 of 12 here for the TORA 24 Hours of Nürburgring. If you're just tuning in, you're watching SFM Official stint number 2. I'm SFM Darkzer, apparently the only commentator for now. Rody may hop in at some point. Alright, so pretty tame start here. Everybody's just holding that 80 miles per hour as required by the rules, and then once they get over to that big bridge gantry thing, that is when they are going to accelerate up to full racing speed. You can see the accordion effect happening there. And it's going to be up at the front, Williams 7 following Hydra, and then we've got, pardon my froggy throat here, I believe that is the Chasmo in front of him, and Yaxon. Chasmo is going to have a huge sim twitch taking out Adler Girl. That should be a stint restart because it's on the first couple of corners. Hopefully everybody gets the hint there and restarts. I'm sure they are going to be absolutely furious there that that's happening. And hello, Rody.
Hello, hang on. I've got the stream still up and it's causing issues at my end.
Alright, so we'll hear from Rody in just a moment. So it looks like everybody is backing out now, judging by the loading screen. Hopefully. Yeah, they're backing out. So we're going to hop out real quick here, guys, just to make sure that we can have an adequate start. You don't want to have 3 cars starting off completely destroyed. That's just not good. So, not the best start for stint number 2, Rody.
No, not the best start. No, after all the great racing I saw in stint 1 to have a reset-worthy crash minutes in stint 1, stint 2 is not the start off we're looking for.
All right, and it looks like did you join and then get disconnected immediately, Rody?
I did last time. I am trying to get back in now.
All right.
Yeah, I just did. Hang on. I will. Yeah, one thing I was aiming to do, which I will probably fail immediately, is not offend everyone like I did last time. I was part of an SFM stream.
Yep, Brody joined us for the Bathurst 12-hour. It was really, really fun. Very exciting. Him and Kiwi Chris did an excellent job on the comms. With I jumped in occasionally as the quasi pit reporter. But yeah, so
yeah, that was the 1,000, not the 6 hour.
Yes, you're right. Words are hard. So it looks like Chasmo is restarting something here. Yax still, for some reason, driving. Not sure why he hasn't backed out yet. There he goes. Alright, so we're just resetting things here. Waiting for Chasmo to make his way back into the lobby, and then Muttley will get things rolling once more. So while that's happening, let's refresh everybody on what all these cars look like, because there are some absolutely gorgeous paint jobs here created. So we're going to start off with the milk car. It's going to be Williams 7 driving, paint by Jonah Commando. In the second spot, JSR Hydra, beautiful Audi painted by SVR Insomniac. Really hope you're feeling better. Yachts in third. In the kitty litter Audi, Elgard will be rolling off in the fourth spot. That can't be right. Okay, yeah, it's because Chasmo's not there. That's why. Okay, so Elgard there. There's Chasmo back. He has to change power groups. In that pixel-painted R8, Adler Girl driving for Inertia Garage. She got absolutely destroyed there on the start through no fault of her own. We're just going to load tracks here to get the brake lines reset, because that's a thing you just have to do to make absolutely sure everything can run as smooth as possible. Have you made it back into our session, Rody?
I haven't yet. My much as words are hard for you, functioning is hard for my Xbox, so I am doing my best.
I'm simultaneously insulted and in awe of that beautiful usage of English. Alright, so let's continue with our livery preview here, just going over them once again. This is the PlayStation car for SCT Zero Rumble, driving for LNP. SVR Twitch in the Land Motorsport Kailami themed TT. SQD Monster, beautiful paint by Illusion on the R8, and then Ramos driving for PMC, taking over from Adi. Salty Bancos in the Pokemon car. DDM Drive taking over into the BMW M2. Then we got LSEM Kobaya in the LSEM Foxtail. I'm just going to call it that because it's easier than trying to say the German word. Ugh, I feel like I'm getting sick. Pardon my froggy voice here.
Does sound a bit like it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're loading back into the Nürburgring Forest. Gonna get ready for stint number 2 here. Still trying to make your way in there, Rody?
Yeah. Just rebooting the game after trying to reboot the Xbox and realizing why I don't press the shutdown button that often.
Oh no. Alright, so continuing our livery preview, here's the GPR Thyconaut Subaru 555. We got Taru in the other Foxtail. Very, very similar to the LSEM one, such that they actually changed the names to match. And we are going to get started now. So this is take number 2. Exciting stuff going on. And we are going to start on board with the 4th placed car of, I believe it is Spectre or Yachts? Should be Yachts, I think. And I've been informed by Duchess of Inertia Garage that the team's actually out of the US, not Canada, as I said earlier, and not out of Germany, as we said on Twitter. So 0 for 3 there on trying to guess the nationality of the team. Thank you for letting me know that. I'll be sure to amend it for the next post. And here we are going through the chicane, through the right, into the left now for the start of the race. As soon as they get under that gantry, the accordion will re-expand and will take off at the speed of GT3. And away we go. Let's see if Chasmo can actually hold it through turn 4 this time. Hopefully he can do so. Alright, it looks like everybody has survived the first couple of corners of the GP circuit now. And once they make it off of the GP circuit and then a minute onto the Nordschleife, the stint start will be official. So if there is no further incident, we should be good to go here for this stint. And interestingly, our map is only showing one car, so let's refresh that. So what time is it for you, already? It's like, what, 1 in the morning?
It is just about to hit 4:20 a.m.
Okay, yeah, so you're on Eastern Australia then.
Eastern Australia, yes.
Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, but I think Butler was saying
And
it was
good news,
about
I
1 a.m.
have loaded. Yeah, I have loaded into the game, which is good news.
Perfect. All right, so joining me is the artist known on Twitter as That Rody Twit. So thanks once again, Rody, for joining us here on SFM Official. So we're riding on board with Yachts in the 4th position. He's going to be falling back a little bit off of these top 3. I don't think he has quite the same pace as his teammate Mellish did in Stint 1, but he's still going to put a very respectable distance in if I know alley tack. And just jumping back a little more, we can see the start of SPT. It's the same suspect as usual. We got the Pokemon Volkswagen, the M2 of DDM, and then the first of the Mantas. See a little tire smoke in the back of SPT there. I think that was the C-Tech Motorsport Mustang getting shoved around by the Subaru.
Yeah, I'm seeing a few lockups from cars this early, getting tempted into the tyres and whatnot, and just with cars this close as well, finding some space to work with. This is a very narrow track, and these can be very, very wide cars. Looks like they're threatening to go too wide at the back of this lead pack, and actually they are too wide at the moment. I'm seeing a TT wide there. I think that's for 6th and 7th.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, myself and Butler, about just how narrow this track is once you get onto the actual main section of the track, and it really just chews you up and spits you out. And it looks like Adler Girl's fallen back. I'm not sure if that was tactical just to get out of the raciness, or if there was maybe a mistake in Flugplatz, but it doesn't appear to be any damage to the car.
Oh,
somebody's off.
Speaking of that switch off in the Audi TT, he actually had a bit of a wiggle. I think it was through Flugplatz with the M6 he was alongside with the M8. It's a Beamer, I remember that much. But yeah, that was way wider. It's almost like he didn't make an effort to turn into the corner at all. So hopefully there's no damage on that car.
Yeah, that TT is actually pretty resilient, especially with the nature of the barrier there. Usually you won't take any damage if you go off. But how about this pack here? My goodness.
Yeah, this is a battle pack now for this is the top 8 in the lead class. Actually, top 7 now with the Audi falling off the back slightly, but yeah, 7-car battle pack going through the Green Hell. That's some pretty good viewing.
Yeah, and it looks like Ali Tak has pulled up the role of Jarno Trulli here, forming a bit of a train behind him. This might actually be tactical. He could be trying just to force them all to battle amongst themselves, and then he'll drop the hammer once we get to the end of lap 1. We've seen people do that before in other endurance races. But yeah, this is going to make lap 1 very exciting as we get into the tricky technical parts.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is as soon as we already have seen people getting very brave through sections that are pretty tame. So once we give them some really technical sections to deal with, they're gonna probably we're gonna see who's got the biggest. I believe the term earlier was bratwurst. was the term used by Butler earlier.
Yeah, Butler really has some interesting phrases in his arsenal of words to use. So, Yachts and the S, I think that's the MRT car, very, very close coming onto this uphill section of the track.
Yeah, they're looking at trying to go too wide here. I'm just sitting on board with SAD Monster. He's in a good spot here if they make contact, but it's probably best for him to not blind to this yet. Let them make the mistakes and capitalise rather than try and. That said, he is the place trying to buy into this, and it's going to turn this into a very tight freeway battle.
Especially considering Unseen Saint and Stint 1 probably going to get that penalty for pit infraction on the exit. It would really be good if in Stint 2 if SQD could just keep their nose clean and not have any little mistakes like that.
Exactly. Yeah, you've got to. If you can make a start like that early in Stint 1. And still recover from that, but you've got to make a conscious effort to do it. You cannot be making any more mistakes because they'll just add on and add on and add on. And it's a long race, anything can happen, so you've got the time to repair that. Speaking of anything happening, he is trying to go around the outside here of the MRT car, and he has just pulled it off.
Very nice. And something happened to Ramos. He fell back like 5 spots there in the PMC BMW. I wonder if he just jumped back. Maybe he's going to try to make an early pit or something. But still very, very close here from, what is that, 4th all the way back to 10th. Nose to tail here.
Yeah, it's a brilliant battle pack. Yeah, just jumping back with one of the things down the back. Yeah, with the Audi, Twitch's TT brought back.
Oh, big lunge!
Oh, that was a big lunge. I was on board the Beamer as it happened, looking backwards, but that was a very brave lunge in the big Beamer.
And that's going to cost the MRT Audi 3 spots there, falling back into 9th, just in front of Ramos here. These guys are not messing around on the first lap. I think they're just very evenly matched, and nobody can get away from anyone else. So we've got 2 R8s at the front of this train, then we get an M6, I think that's another R8. No, it's okay, 2 M6s, and then the TT and R8, another M6. So a lot of German cars in this line.
A lot of German cars on a very German track. Very, the national pride for Germany would be going off right now.
Yeah. So let's jump our way up a little bit in front here just to catch the front of this pack. We're going to jump onto SCT Zero Rumble, who, if you've been watching our GT Cup streams on the TORA Online Media Chat, has been winning races left and right. A little bit of contact here with the back of the Squadios R8, but nothing too consequential. You know, it's at the back of these guys'
very
minds.
racy right now.
Whoa, Yax almost gets shoved off the track there by the Squadios car. A good save from Ali.
Oh, there's car width there if they were going to go 3. Oh, all right, well, that works too.
Is this
NASCAR?
NASCAR?
Wide there, giving we're looking like it. We're filing into, there's definitely a bit of slipstream training going on, a bit of bump drafting, all that kicking off. 2x2 down the main straight now. Oh, bit of contact there between Adler and Zero. I think it was just Adler trying to pull back into line and not quite clearing the front of the big Beamer. Looks like Twitch is trying to buy into a pass here as well. Going to have to pull in, but might go to take... Oh, I just see someone pulling off the back of... looks like Elgard pulling in the back of this train as well. So a little 3-car battle as they all break down into the S's on the lead into the GP section.
Yeah, so that was probably the closest we've ever had it at the end of the first lap here. Monster, aka Jack, if you've been watching our chat, really not playing around there. Very exciting stuff. On to lap 2.
Ooh, a couple of guys look like they're positioned for dives here, but I don't think anyone actually went for it. Actually, no. No, sorry, that is Elgard still where I saw them earlier.
Whoa, SPR switch almost made 2 spots. Sorry, Rody.
No, you're right. You're all right. Yeah, actually going for a move here. No, looking at it, it's enough to go on the outside now of Zero, and he might no. He's just been out dragged by the M6 at the end there. But yeah, Twitch looking like he wants to make some moves as well.
Yeah, the TT is going to be one of the stronger cars on the GP section of this track, and Twitch is going to be out for blood after that earlier mistake in Stint 1. My goodness. And it does look like, which Audi is that? In front of Yax did finally get by him. So that for the third spot, it's going to be Monster.
Yes, that was Monster, yes. And he's actually now pulling away as well. So I don't want to call it just yet, but I feel like Yax might be a little bit of a cork in the bottle at the moment based on the pace that Monster's pulling out in front of him.
Yeah, and this is also just something that we've seen a lot of times. Sometimes there's a driver who's a little bit slower than their teammates, and they can kind of play defense.
3 wide. Oh, that was...
Oh, God.
Good to pull out that one. That was Adler, Twitch, and Zero 3 wide on the run into the chicane. Luckily, they all recognised it was chicane, and they're in GD cars, and you can't do that. So, one by one, they all pulled out. Twitch getting past Addy there, but still both behind Zero.
So just to recap there, Adler Girl was in 5th, and then was in last, and is now in 6th. In 1 lap.
Yeah,
that's incredible.
This is... Like you made the NASCAR mention 30 seconds ago, and it's not far off it where it's very much, as long as you can stay on the train of this battle pack, you can keep up with them. And all you have to do is wait for someone at the front to make a mistake, and then at the back, I suppose it's, in a way, it's like how birds fly in formation to reduce drag, except you don't want to be at the back.
Yeah, it's you're absolutely right. The flying V for birds, kind of an apt comparison there. Let's just see how the M6 is going to hold up now, trying to catch down the TT. She should, in theory, have a bit of a top speed advantage, assuming that that doesn't happen too many times on the grass. You'll see the gap start to come down as they approach the Suede Korov. I'm going to keep butchering that the whole day.
At least you know your doing track terms. My only claim to fame here is being the only one not to be in a massive accident at the start of a DTM race here. I recognise floodpluts and the carousel, and that's about it.
That was in the Roar DTM, which has now concluded.
That was a brilliantly messy start. Unfortunately, we had to restart.
Whoa!
That race.
Almost a huge crash there.
I think that was contact. Yeah, we did. Yeah, I was on board the Audi and just saw a couple of cars flying past. So, yeah, Zero and Yacht's having an accident.
Yeah.
Yacht's having an incident there as well.
Yeah, I don't think there was actually contact there, but I think what happened was the M6 just got loose, and trying to avoid him, Yachts clipped the grass, and they did a really good job to hold on to that. And that's going to let Twitch jump up to 5th. So he was in dead last, and now he's in 5th.
It does. I think the thing we missed there was Zero was behind Yachts the last time I saw. So Zero had to have passed Yachts. So possibly Yachts had an incident of somewhat sort by himself. Zero got past, and then in the process of Zero having possibly a dive, I imagine, to get past, he lost it. Therefore, Yachts lost it, trying to avoid him losing it. And
the M6
now with both of them behind the TT.
Yeah, if you're just looking off the back of the TT there, you see the blue M6 of the LMP SET entry just gets so out of shape, and there goes Zero Rumble. Not going to quite be close enough.
No, not quite. No, that was a very ambitious dive at that point, and he was not going to pull that off without running both of them wide at the exit of the corner.
So discretion, the better part of valor there. He runs wide again. He's got to be careful, Zero. Calm down. That's not your Porsche. It doesn't have the unlimited grip there. It's got to back off slightly.
And that's the thing as well. It's a 2-hour stint, so you've got to be careful not to run through the car obviously too early, not to run through your own concentration too early as well, especially for any of those drivers who are double stinting. Because 2 hours around any track is a long time, and then 4 hours is probably longer. But the Green Hells, it's named that for a reason. It's a really intense track. It's not like I find it to be like any other track, you cannot remember corners off by heart. You just have to remember roughly what section you're in and what's coming next. It's really hard to get down and remember, I think it's all 161 corners in their own apex point, entry point, exit point sort of fashion that you do with a regular racetrack.
It's genuinely probably the hardest track in the world to do properly. Other than maybe Pikes Peak.
I think second only, I was going to say the Isle of Man TT circuit as well.
Okay, yeah, that's objectively harder. And much more dangerous. There's houses and mailboxes and all sorts of nasty obstacles there. So we're just jumping back to SPT here just to see how that battle is progressing. We've got VPR Muttley in the 4th spot in class, trying to chase down Salty Broncos, Kabaya, aka Boost, and then DDM Drive. So Mustang doing a little bit stronger than it was in the first stint. Muttley just a tiny bit quicker than Shep. Not saying Shep's slow, but Muttley is just a little bit faster, as we saw in the British GT series. And you can just see Drive struggling a little bit more than Ballistic was at the early part of this stint. I'm sure he'll get up to pace in just a lap or two. But SPT is pretty tame right now, so let's get back up to SPX, shall we? Jump on board with Zero Rumble again.
It's good to see the SPT guys are behaving themselves at the very least. We're not having anywhere near the chaos that is threatening to happen up at SPS.
Yeah, well, sometimes chaos is good. You want to have a little bit of excitement. Looks like the MRT car has gotten by, or excuse me, the Inertia Garage car has gotten by Yachts now. So he's fallen down to, what is that, 8th position? 8th or 9th?
Yeah, Yachts is... no, actually, I've got MRT behind Yachts at the moment, actually. But yeah, Yachts was in the top 3 and in the top 5 for a good portion of the early part of the stint. So possibly just struggling compared to the cars around him.
Yeah, well, it also doesn't help that R8 is just, it's really fast, but if you don't have the tune locked down, it's very hard to drive on the slower sections of the track because it just has absolutely no front grip. But I'm sure he'll get the hang of it. He's a really good driver. And you may be wondering why the Inertia Garage car has some extra headlights on it, that's because they've painted them on. Those are the endurance lights.
That's very creative of them. Good use of some livery space there.
Yeah, that's something that AX4X Big Ben did for the SFM Darkzer is Bay BMW M6 at the Spa 24 Hours a couple months back. So kind of cool to see another team do that. And we can see there's a pretty big gap opening up now between the top two of 7 and Hydra over third place SQD Monster and fourth place Chasmo. Those top two guys are both in the Forza RC. I believe they're both in the Le Mans Endurance Series, or Le Mans Esports Series. Speaking of which, we're looking at the Le Mans SVR car right now, sponsored by the Motorsport Network. Actually, no, we're not. What am I saying? That's the car in second. This is Chasmo and Monster, so Squadios and ESV. Exciting times here.
Absolutely, yeah. I was just looking down the main straight there. We had the two beamers of Addy and no, we're missing a beamer. Zero. I think Zero's pitting.
Yep.
No.
No, he stayed out.
No, that was timing doing a thing for me. But yeah, we have Adler and Zero side by side down the straight, and about 250 meters behind them, we had the two Audis of Elgard and Yachty driving, going side by side as well. Although
big move there from Zero Rumble up the inside of Adler Girl. Didn't quite have enough exit speed because of the inside, but now he's going to have the preferred line into the hairpin. See if Adler Girl can fend him off. It looks like she's going to have the preferred line there. Makes it through the inside and now up into the approach for Schumacher. A little bit of a mistake there from the LMP car, and that's going to allow Yax to get right onto the rear bumper as we head off of the GP circuit into the final chicane.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a clear suitability for the Audis over the Beamers in this section because they were a good second or so behind on the main straight, and now they're starting to slip away again, but they're brought themselves into a four-car battle for a second there.
Yeah, now if these two Audi guys were smart, they would just try to stay where they are, and then once they get into a high-speed section like the approach to Flugplatz, work together and draft past the BMWs, because they have the speed to do it. It's just coordination.
Exactly. Part of the issue, I think, although it's not the BMW drivers in front of them are doing too much better of it, but they are focusing on the smaller picture of who can be the best of the two of them, rather than going, hey, if we work together, use our speed to our advantage and slipstream a little bit, we can easily pull past these Beamers when we get to a straight.
Yeah, we'll see that. Oh, and there's a mistake there from Zero Rumble. It's going to go off. I don't think it's going to lose him any time there.
No, he hasn't lost any time at all to Addy through this section. So, yeah, quite lucky there. Actually, he's making up. He looks like he's a bit of contact, I think, there slightly. Addy getting caught up on the curbs and a little bit of bump drafting, I think I'm seeing at the moment.
Yeah, that's going to be Zero Rumble putting the moves onto the back of Adler Girl, heading into Flugplatz. And I believe this is where Adler Girl had that issue on the first lap coming out of Flugplatz. Looks like on lap 3, no such problems.
Ooh, although it did, the Adler Girl's car did look somewhat sideways. Oh, that was a bit of overlap as they tried to merge back into one line there.
Yeah, that was...
yeah, it looked a little sideways on the way out of Flugplatz as well, so still not comfortable in that corner, I'd say.
Yeah, so Zero Rumble should probably just take a chill pill there. Metaphorical, of course. No need to be doing that on lap 3. Unless you want to have fun, in which case, by all means, go ahead.
Absolutely. I mean, the problem is you can sit there in someone's mirrors and try and force them to making their own mistake, but this is a track where their mistake might still end up in your front grille, such as the tightness of the walls here.
Yeah, we saw that in stint number 1.
Yeah, exactly. So if Adler were to go, if Adler Girl were to go wide and catch a wall, she would pin back on the track straight in front of the second beamer and take them both out, and that would be a win for the Audis.
Yeah, and the Audis
they also didn't get caught up in it.
Yeah, well, they're losing just a little bit of ground through those sections just because of the slow speed corners, but now you'll see they'll start to gain a little bit of it back here, and then it'll kind of ebb and flow through to the end of the lap. And I'm almost hesitant to jump away from this, but I feel like we have to look at SPT a little bit just because of the insane battle for the lead right now between VPR Muttley and Salty Monko. So Muttley has gone from 4th to 1st, Salty is now in second, and then Drive has fallen back to fourth behind Kabaya.
Yeah, they've pulled up into a good little battle here, and this is the cool thing looking at XPT as well. We're used to the multi-class racing that's represented in SPX, all the supercars, but I find it pretty cool that we've got a Scirocco competing against a Mustang for the lead of a class race. These are cars that normally do not see each other on a track day or in a race scenario, but we've managed to bring them together, and they're having quite a good battle here for the lead of SPT.
Yeah, Koenigsegg really did a good job with the initial car list, and then we whittled it down to try to keep it to 1 per make. But yeah, it just works really, really well, because at the Nürburgring, at the 24-hour race in the VLN, there's a bunch of the smaller classes like SP, whatever number, and then turbo or non-turbo. So we just kind of combined them all into SPT, and it seems to be working pretty well so far.
It has, yeah. There's still obviously advantages here. On the face of it, a Mustang is going to be a lot better along the straights, but a Scirocco, small, nimble little car, is going to catch it way back up through the corners. As we're seeing as well, we see the Mustang of Muttley pulling away in the straights. And as we get towards the corner, I'm going to get this entirely wrong. Salabancos, in his Scirocco, is able to catch right back up to the back of that Mustang.
Yeah, Salty's been doing a really good job here so far, just keeping his nose clean. It's good stuff.
So that's a metaphorical sense. He did just pick up some dirt from Muttley's little trip to the grass there, but yeah, front of that Scirocco looking almost showroom fresh.
Yeah, and that just speaks to the respect the drivers have for each other. A lot of these guys are friends off the tracks. Oftentimes on the Forza Twitter, you'll see people hanging out all over the world. I don't think these two guys have met, but they are racing very, very cleanly and respectfully to each other. Although, as I'm saying that, it looks like the left rear tail light is out on the Scirocco and the right front headlight is out on the Mustang. So it looks like there may have been at least one touch there.
Yeah, like a little bit of contact. We're seeing it in the SPX cars as well. There's a little bit of contact. It possibly could just be a case of we're seeing in the SPX cars of trying to move back into a single form line when there's still a bit of overlap, and that's what's done the damage, or a bit of bump drafting that wasn't quite perfectly centered on the rear of the car.
It is quite easy to have just a little bit of contact here. And just jumping onto the back, we've got Detonator and Boxer. Boxer, uncharacteristically at the back, normally he runs in like the top 5 in the top split stint. And Detonator, Captain Slow was running in second or third for most of the first stint in the Prod Veloster, but Detonator appears to be having a bit of a worse time of it so far. Both of these cars are actually down on top end, so it's not surprising to see them at the back so far, but they should be able to catch up on just pure overall pace.
Yeah, so this is one of the, aside of the straights, this is one of the most high speed focus sections they're in now. So this isn't going to help their chance to catch the guys in front, but yeah, once the Hyundai and the Subaru get towards some of the tighter sections, yeah, their nimbleness will come into play.
Also hearing there may be an issue with the Volkswagen getting 0.8% engine damage every time it comes out of the pit lane. I wonder if their first gear is just a little bit too short, so the AI is over-revving and coming out.
That would be, I'd say that's probably the way it's happening. I would imagine, depending on how you tune the car, you might not. I know that the full Nürburgring itself, there isn't really need for first gear, and with the really tight part of the same second taken out, there's a good chance that they're trying to tune to basically not use first gear at all on the Scirocco. So they've made it short enough that second takes over the role where you might need the lower end of, or the higher end of first gear, because it becomes the lower end of second. So yeah, you put the gearing short enough that that allows it to happen, and the AI doesn't recognise that, hey, you're kind of breaking the normal gearbox rules to suit the track, and it just buzzes the limiter on the entire way out of pit lane.
And speaking of pit lane, we have pit stops. We've got Elgard and Ramos appearing to be the first cars in SPT to duck into the pits. So they're going to drop back to P9 and P10 respectively. See a little bit of pit lane contact there. That's not going to actually affect either driver. But we'll see who comes out first, because allegedly the M6 is a little bit better on the refueling. Just uses a little bit less fuel, but it does look like Elgard is going to maintain his position.
I think Elgard might have actually gained slightly in that pit stop as well.
That is entirely possible.
I saw them coming in. So that's, I mean, all that works out to be is maybe half a second to a second between when they can get on full throttle, but that should be enough for Elgard to get some heat back into the tyres and heat back into the car without the risk of coming under any pressure from Ramos behind.
Yeah, and that is a little unusual that Ramos is so far back. If you watched the British GT broadcasts from MeaD and SFM earlier in the year, he was doing really well in the Bentley, usually back of A or top of second lobby. So, very strange seeing him this far back off the pace. But we have switched back over to Adlergirl. Zero Rumble has gapped a little bit ahead of her, with Yax falling just a little bit behind.
Yeah, there's anything to look at. Just trying to find. He's probably going up the field he has. So the next car in front is Zero. So Zero, as we saw, was pressuring to get past for most of the past lap and has done it while we were with the SPT cars. So yeah, now the Audis partially freed as well. The pair of them, by being separated now by half a minute, means that they don't have the impulse to fight each other. So therefore, they can focus, or they, being the Audi of, oh, sorry, I just came on board Zero there, and he was nearly sideways. The Audi of Yachts now focus on where the strengths lie in that car and get on up, hopefully get up onto the back of Adlergirl here.
Yeah, and that's probably going to happen a little bit later on in the race. I imagine that Ali is just going to take a deep breath and just focus on getting through this first end of the first pit stint, and then on the second stint try his luck at pressing the pace higher.
I've just on board with Zero, and I have a feeling that Beamer is not liking his rear tyres at the moment. Twice now I've cut to him, and he's been doing a full Macarena shake with the back of that car. Reminds me of a clip I saw in, might have been GT Sport of 20 Scion FRSs coming over full clutch and doing a little twerk of the rear end. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him in at the end of this lap, because that car is not looking as stable as it was.
And I mean, that is kind of what we expected at the end of the third lap. The tires will fall off pretty severely.
And that's the thing as well, is he's been fighting pretty hard. We've seen how he's been pushing, trying to get past Adlergirl. So he might, I wouldn't be surprised if he's in a worse tyre state at this point on the track than Adlergirl, because she hasn't had to push anywhere past her, she hasn't seemingly had to push anywhere past her comfort zone. She hasn't had to go for the extra tenth of speed and grip and all that. So not that she's necessarily likely to come back and make a pass on Zero at this point, but yeah, she's doing a better job, it seems, of looking after her tyres compared to the Beamer in front of her.
Yeah. And just looking back at the R8, you can see it's absolutely just annihilating the front tires, already over 50%. This is just what the R8 does. It uses the front tires to turn instead of the downforce, and it's just at the end of a fuel run. So I do not envy them.
No, it's odd. I run a GT3 series on another sim, and obviously different sims and different series also have stuff differently, but it's weird to me to hear that a mid-engined car, a very small mid-engined car in the grand scheme of things, is using its fronts as heavily as it is. And that possibly might be throwing some guys off as well. They're used to racing possibly on other sims with the Audi. Mid-engine, the weight's fairly well balanced, and these things are usually more of a grip car than a speed car. So that's possibly what's affecting some of the natural expectiness of a car. For example, the Viper we were seeing earlier, that's a speed car in some sims, but then also you bring it here, and I think I remember hearing that it was more of a handling build. So it's a different style, or a different expectation of your machinery to get used to here.
Yeah, and just to switch gears real quick, Rody, it looks like we've actually missed the bulk of the first SPT pit stop, so everybody except for Kobaya and Plakanot has actually made their first pit stop. So first on the road, maybe Kobaya, but first on actual strategy is going to be Butler right now, with Salty Bonkos just behind, and then Drive just a little bit behind him. And they're really spread out in SPT right now. There's not too much wheel-to-wheel action going on right now. We're just kind of at that awkward point between pit cycles.
It's odd because we saw how close they were before they came to the pit stops, so I'd hesitate to say possibly some advantage one way or another in the pit stops, but also looking at how close they were before, I wouldn't be surprised if all 4 of them came into pits at once, that somebody ended up somewhat sideways or backwards in their pit bay, and that's it still services and all that as per usual, but it's obviously added some time as the AI's had to point the nose back towards the pit exit.
It's entirely possible as well, and hopefully somebody in that pack will have taken a clip of the pit entrance, because oftentimes it is, like you were saying, quite exciting. Just looking at the back of the LSEM Fuschwanz, so that Manta does not look happy. I think he's pushing it a little bit on the tires. Let's take a look at the tire wear, shall we? And on the fronts, he's got 58, so almost as bad as the Audi, and then 45 on the rear. So it shouldn't be too bad, but it's going to be a little bit noticeable now. He's going to have to start paying attention more.
If I didn't know any better, I would swear, having built cars like this for the lols, that thing is running toe out on the rear. It just, the amount of rear movement in that thing, either that or like the tire usage is not too far down, but it does feel like it's a lot further on. Either that or Kabay has just got a tendency towards a bit of a lead foot.
I can confirm that he does have a bit of a lead foot, but you are right. A lot of the drivers in the SPT class will be running that rear toe, especially in front-wheel drive cars, just to force them to turn, because they don't have they just don't have the grip of the other class. Trying to find some battles here. Oh, Drive. Good save there, buddy. Nicely done.
Oh, there you go. I'm used to toe out being used to make a car hard to drive rather than actually making it a quicker car. So, lesson learnt for me today.
Yep. Jumping up to SPX, we've got SVR Twitch here chasing down SCT Zero Rumble. So the TT does actually have a little bit more top end than the M6 does, but it does not have the same braking capability. So you'll see the M6 is probably going to be able to hold this position quite easily through the end of the Nordschleife. Onto the GP circuit here, and there it goes. You can just see the transition between the right and the left there. The TT just struggles a little bit. And that should be everybody pitting now, so we're going to jump up to Hydra as he comes out of the pits. You can see the gap to 7 is only about 2.5 seconds, so that's actually really respectable from Hydra. We saw he impressed quite a lot in the FRC. Shea Adam was really happy that he was doing so well, and that's a pit lane violation. Dun dun dun.
Whoop.
So Hydra, we were just singing your praises, and then you do that. Come on, man.
I was to say I was on board with Twitch, and yep, there was contact both times there. I think turned by Zero on the way into pits, and then collected the rear of Zero's car on the way out of the pit box. So the AI is trying to potentially make up for some of the on-track action we're missing.
Yep. And now everything is going to start converging. Let's just jump back a little bit more. This should put Adlergirl right behind Twitch now, and it does. Okay. Good stuff. Alright, so Rody, you remember earlier when I attempted and failed to read off the current order?
Yep.
Well, now I have the actual order. After all the data has been put in, here is your top 5 in SPX. In first is Yas Kitty Litter. Second is Williams, Joda, and South. Third, SVR LMES. Fourth, Elusive. And fifth, DOR Team Ravidal. And the best team in lobby number 3 is AMS Ironman in the 16th position. Down in SPT, the current leader is Daredevil Motorsports. In second position is WRT Understeer from B Lobby. Third, DOR Alpha, also from B Lobby. Prod in fourth from A, and then LSEM Fuchsschwanz from A as well. The highest placed Lobby 3 entry is the SFM Vermilion car in the 8th position. So that's our update on the leaderboards. Nothing too surprising there.
No, I was just I just had to make the effort to not say anything while you're doing that. I was watching Abigail got a poor run on the corner before the kink before the S's in the GP section, and Elgard pulled up a lot of time on the next straight, and for a second I thought he was going to go around the outside into the chicane, but speaking of the outside, he is off into the outside of the track, back on the track now, but a bit of grass there, so that's dropped him off the back of Adler and has put him a little bit closer to Yardi.
I apologize for not reacting there with the camera. My controller decided that actually working was optional for a few seconds there.
Yeah, that is all good. Yachty as well. I was looking, and it's possibly just like a temp. Oh, I just saw a wheelie from Yachty there, but that is just trying to get some temp into the rear of that car. It's already looking a little squirrely.
Yeah, the R8 is objectively terrible on cold tires, to put it frankly. Yeah. For those asking in chat, the white line at the pit exit, you are not to cross the pit line. As Kryman correctly stated, this is per Rule 7.5.19 of the TORA sporting regulations. So just don't cut the pit exit. It's quite easy to not do. Just, stay to the right. GG. Right. So, looks like the battle for third is still on between Chasmo and SQD Monster. Monster is a name that a lot of people probably would not have expected to be battling with the ESV car so early on. ETR Relentless was his former tag. Really good showing from him today.
Yeah, I'd say the Relentless and Monster tags both of his driving style very well from what I have seen. Makes some monster moves and is relentless in trying to make the most of the speed he has.
Oh, you. Yep, little contact there. Chasmo perhaps getting a little impatient. You can see the nice dent on the R8.
Or just having losing a bit of control over those curbs. That's the sort of closest we get to a slow chicane section, and we've seen many fast chicanes like that. Adelaide Street Circuit Turn 1, which I think was visited internationally at some point. This is a tangent I'm going off of here, but we're doing DF3s there in about 14 hours. Anywho, that's a good place to lose control of the car off the curbs, and similar thing possibly there for Chasmo, but it looks like he is definitely carrying a little bit more corner speed, or at least into the corner speed, than Monster is, because it's second or third time now he's tried to get the nose at the inside as we get to the apex.
I think somebody may be disconnecting here. That's not good.
Yep, I'm just getting that as well.
Insert Jeopardy music. Uncharacteristically long black screen here. We'll attempt to figure it out. Alright, so we have, I can confirm, lost at least one driver. As the leaderboard cycles through, we will be able to figure out who it is. I think it's an SPT driver. And it is Detonator for Prod. Oh man, that sucks.
Bummer.
So you hate to see that happen. You'd always prefer the battles to be settled on the track instead of on the router.
Absolutely.
But you hate to see it. That's Prod out of Stint 2. They can, of course, come back for the remainder of the race, but they're going to have a pretty big hole to dig out of now.
Absolutely. I think that's our sole, how do you the American pronounce it? Hyundai? That's the sole Hyundai. Yeah.
Hyundai, yeah.
Hyundai.
Yeah. I think it's like Hyundai, but everyone in America just says Hyundai.
It is Hyundai. We put more, we throw more syllables in just for the lols rather than shorten it to a two-syllable word.
Yeah. Merca. Yeah, so that is genuinely unfortunate for the Prod guys. They had a really good showing in the classic DTM series that TORA actually just ran, taking some race wins and some respectable points finishes. But today was just not to be, and that looks to be a battle for the second position on the track. So did Psychonaut not pit? He did. Okay, so he did pit.
He we know he didn't pit in the. Yeah, he didn't pit before. He was one of the two cars that kept on going. But he has pitted. I think he's made Well, it's hard to say whether he's made a gain or not because now he's got Salty Bankos. Yeah, I've still got that wrong.
Well, contact.
Right up his trumpet. Yeah, definite contact there. So Salty is trying to make a pass here, no matter whether there's collaboration in it or not. That's too wide, two corners now. A lot of curb used.
Outside for Salty.
Back and forth around the outside.
Nicely
and
done.
Drive's ready to bind to that as well. Actually, a bit of contact there, I think, sent the rear of Psychonaut's car wide. So he may be vulnerable on this straight now with DDM Drive right up behind him.
Yeah, so I think Psychonaut may have actually gained a pretty considerable amount of time there by staying out. So well done to him, unless I'm just getting this all wrong and everyone else has stopped twice, which I don't think is the case. So this is actually a battle for merit for podium spots in SPT. So let's stay on this one for a while.
Yeah, the way the car's driving, he has to have pitted. He has to be on new rubber.
Yeah.
But that is odd that he's gained time staying out. Normally the overcut doesn't work, especially at a track like this where the tyre wear is so heavy over a lap. So I tend to say, as we suggested earlier, that there was some kerfuffling in the pits is possibly what's dragged them back, so that when Psychonaut pitted, he was making what we perceive as a net gain.
Yeah, that is something that we will keep an eye on for the next pit cycle here. And I just noticed that the ticker is gone. Let's bring that back up. There we go. So we've got front-wheel drive, leading all-wheel drive, leading rear-wheel drive, leading very old rear-wheel drive, as my controller falls off my desk. That's what that thud was. There we go. So a nice mix of cars and mechanical grip methods going on here.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about it. It's possible that the all-wheel drive, by evenly wearing its tyres when it comes to the applying of power, meant that it's the better car to drive with worn tyres. And I'm still trying to process how we end up with a net gain for Psychonaut. But the important bit is that we did. Although that said, he is now under pressure from the very old rear-wheel drive in Toru in that Manta.
Yeah, Toru usually races in the top class in these endurance events, but I guess he just couldn't resist driving the Foxtail. Yeah, so I think I figured it out. Based on Kobaya now being in last, I think he's actually made his pit early, and I think that Psychonaut is actually a pit stop behind on actual pace. But he's still doing pretty good. He's keeping up, so I'm not quite sure how this is going to work out. Let's check the tire wear of Drive, see what he's got. Maybe we can figure this out. All right, yeah, so Drive is halfway through a stop, so yeah, that's what happened. So Psychonaut just ran long, made his pit stop, and came out right in the middle of everyone else. And that's how it's shaken out.
Just some crafty pit strategy, which I didn't expect to see, but it may pay out down the line. We will see.
Well, you know, you might as well try stuff, because if you're already going to be at a little bit of a disadvantage just because of the car, you might as well try something different to see if you can shake things up, and that appears to be what Psychonaut has done. So just jumping up to SPX, it looks like Ramos has made his second pit, based on that he's now a very large distance behind. May have also been for damage based on the left side of that car. Broken windows. Still up at the front, though, it is 7 from Hydra. And
like I have not seen that battle so far this race. I have the impression, though, no, it's not really a battle. It's the pair of them just putting together their best pace separate of each other. They're running line of stern, but not really close enough to affect the slipstream on one another, and not close enough to get into each other's way. So yeah, it's the milk. What was it? The term? The milkman leading the race with Hydro in second.
Yep. And there's actually just been a position change for 6th, with Zero Rumble getting ahead of Elgard again. Very, very close battle here. M6 on R8. This is where the R8 is typically going to lose out a little bit, but then as they get passed through this technical section, the R8 should be able to surge back around. If he's close enough, that is.
Yeah, and then that exactly, and that's what we see with these cars. We see the ebb and the flow based on where the pace is and isn't for certain cars. So, and then Nürburgring is, trying to picture it in my noggin at the moment, but it tends to be high speed section, technical section, high speed section,
and M6 goes
the
off.
graph's there for zero.
So zero's gone off. You're right.
So that checks things up because that puts zero behind Adler now. So that's given Elgaard a spot, that's given Adlergirl a spot, and zero's lost two. He's going to make them all back up now.
Yeah, he's not taking any damage, but that will definitely hit his confidence for the next lap or so. Just gotta keep his head down and keep going. Mulsanne boosts in 17th because he pitted first of SPX drivers, and just jumping back real quick, I think a bunch of them are going to be in the pit lane now. Yep, so there goes Thykenot. Alright, looks like he might be... Okay, no, he's not the only one, so Drive's going to come in as well. And somebody else stayed out. That would be Boxer. So now Kobaya should be passing some of these guys. There it goes. So he's up to 15th. And I imagine once the full pit cycle happens, he will be either 13th or 14th. So getting at least another spot. Sorry, Rody, back to what you were saying?
You're all good.
Okay.
I was unfortunately trying to stifle a yawn at that point in time.
Alright, so jumping back up to what even are words? Back up to Zero Rumble. In the 8th position, he's trying to gain that time back on Adlergirl and Elgaard, who are in turn trying to catch down the TT of Twitch. And then Monster and Chasmo are battling for third, and it does look like Chasmo has gotten through.
That's wide. That was Adlergirl. She went well wide on the run up towards the corner before the carousel. So that she's had a good couple seconds on the grass there. Zero's back past now. So she's got the option now to jump into his slipstream and pick up some time with him in front, and possibly give her. I know some drivers, myself included, do a little better and concentrate a little better when we've got someone to follow and a character chase. So Adlergirl now has that opportunity if that suits her driving style a little better.
Yeah. Just noticing on the map, Ramos is really far back. I wonder if he did like a double stack and he's going to run long to the end. Bold choice.
Yeah, he's coming up. He's still coming up. This is the start of the. Yeah, sorry, this is the start of the hill. So he is a good.
He's like 2 miles behind
seconds.
Yax right now.
Hang on, let me do that into. Yeah, that's a long way.
Yeah, so
I can put that into metric, but I can't do that off the top of my head.
Ramos gonna have to run for about 48 minutes to get home to the end, so he should be fine on fuel. The M6 is a giant tank, but that's just weird. Like, you typically wouldn't do that this early, especially with the risk of crashing, because you'd have to do a forced stop.
And that as well is that this car is going to be really iffy for the last lap, just with the tyre wear as well from a double stint.
And I believe that was an SP. Was there an SPT car there in the mix of getting past, or was it just the shadow from the thing? Okay, it's just the shadow. Yeah, but just taking a look at the gap now, we're going to ride on board with Chasmo in third. He's just getting onto the Dottinger Ho, and Hydra and 7 are already halfway down the back straight, fully a mile and a bit ahead of third place. That is incredible.
Jeez. And that's the thing, is that those two just seem to work perfectly in their own little bubble. They are basically treating this like a 2-hour time attack session. They're just going out and driving, and there seems to be an understanding of sorts that it's not worth either of them trying to get into each other's way, and that come the last half hour of the last stint, then that might be the point where they work out who's actually the quickest. But for the moment, they are pretty content with running 1-2 on the road. And from what I can tell, I've been doing it since the start of stint 1.
Yeah, from the drop of the flag, they just checked out, and power to them. There's no reason to fight if you can work together and gap everyone else and then fight at the end. Plus, they're gaining time over the previous leader, Yas Kitty Litter. I think they're going to be, what, like 3 or 4 miles by the end of the stint? So.
Yeah, the gap's monumental. They're on the way down to the hairpin now as third place. I think has just come through the chicane after the pit. And for cars that are in the same, I mean, these are all built to do the same speeds car-wise. So these guys are really hooked in there with their machines to pull this sort of gap on even third place in class, let alone the rest of the field.
Yeah, and I think Adlergirl and Yax are actually pitting right now. And yeah, they are both pitting. Okay, Yax is not pitting, but Adlergirl is, so that's going to drop her a considerable distance back off of the R8 and the M6 that she was previously chasing. And alright, so this team is American, but they have German and Canadian flags on the car. However, there's an American in the car whose name is not on the rear bumper. I'm confused. Oh no,
yeah,
what are you doing? Pit cut. Just discontented mumbles.
Discontented mumbles. It's a long race, and I think part of the reason people are maybe forgetting or sort of choosing to forget the rule about how to appropriately exit the pits is more often than not, there's no one around them that they're going to run into.
Yeah.
It's a rule that makes more sense logically in your head in a sprint race or when you've got 40 odd cars on track at once, where you've got a good chance of dropping into someone else's battle, and you don't want to go, oh, surprise, here's a car, hope you don't hit me. Like we saw in the SPT field, most of the field pit at once. So it's a battle of 4 cars, they'll come into the pit lane at once. They run each other more in pit lane than they do when they rejoin the track. But rules are rules, and they will find themselves penalised for that, and that's something they could very easily have not done.
And there appears to be people wondering where that's mentioned. If you look on the TORA.com forum, in the driver's briefing, it is actually mentioned in there with regard to the pits. Or not. All right, so apparently Ben forgot to put that in there. So, whoopsie. Yeah, so it's in the sporting regs, but it's not in the specific race regs, so that's bizarre. We'll try to get back to you guys on that later on. But just let's do a quick run through the field here, shall we, Rody? See where everybody's at.
Yeah, we should do that, yep.
So we got 7 in first in the Viper, Got Milk, the Milkmen, as you've been calling them, ahead of Hydra in the SVR Le Mans Esports Series entry. Jumping back to third, we have Chasmo in the R8, who has now a little bit gapped Monster for Squadios. People were thinking Squadios is a Chinese entry, but I don't know if they have any Chinese drivers. Back in fifth, we have the first of the TTs for SVR Twitch. Beautiful. Oh my goodness! And he goes off. And he saved it. Very nice save.
Commentators, you tell me he's got a beautiful car, and he proceeds to then do his best to try and ruin the beautiful car.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's got the jungle paint. Might as well get it dirty. Sixth place is the Viking, as we referred to him at Bathurst, MRT Elgard, driving the MRT R8. In seventh, SCT Zero Rumble in the LMP M6, ahead of Yachts in the Yas Kitty Litter Forza RC entry. And if you're wanting to look for a little bit different perspective, head on over to mixer.com/Forza for a 24-hour stream by Ali and Mellish. Adlergirl is in the 9th position, driving for Inertia Garage in the M6. And then rounding out the SPX class, we have PMC Ramos, also in the M6. Rody, why don't you take us through SPT?
Yeah, I can do that. So, leading SPT at the moment, we have VPR Muttley in the 711 Mustang. Back behind him in second place now is SVR Toru in that Manta. Third place, we've got SVR Salty Bancos driving the Pokemon Volkswagen Scirocco. Fourth in class, we have SVR Boxer driving the Speed Hunters Solar Vision Racing Subaru Impreza. Fifth in class, if my math stands correct, is LSEM Kabaya in the second of the Mantas. I believe the only, one of two cars driven, run by two separate teams in SPT. I've lost my math now, but the sixth in class is GPR Fykonaut in the second Subaru, the 555 STI, obviously inspired by Subaru's World Rally efforts. GDM Drive, I believe is sitting last in class at the moment in the BMW M2 Coupe. And I looked at the gaps earlier, and it isn't easy to tell, but I believe he is not far off being caught by the SPX leaders. They definitely, I believe at the moment, they are closer to him on the road than they are to third place in SPX.
That I don't believe is accurate, just looking at the map. I think Drive still got 2 or 3 laps of freedom before he gets caught, and I'm wondering if he actually did a double stop there, because he was running in the second or third spot in class, and now he's in last. So I think he is trying to do what Ramos did, and just running 2 of those stops back-to-back there, just to save time on the in and out laps. So we won't be able to see if that worked for another like 20 minutes or so, but for his sake, I hope it did.
Yeah, I think I just was that. No, I saw something in timing that was possibly my timing doing the Aussie thing and not working properly. Yeah, the cars at the moment in SPT are quite spaced out. There isn't, from where I'm sitting anyway, too many battles. They're all running their own little space, which is a cleaner way of doing things that minimises mistakes and off-track excursions, unless you have a lapse in your own concentration. But it doesn't tend to give them a lot of airtime when there's not much exciting at their end of the field to watch.
Yeah, it seems like the 2 closest right now are Kabaya and Boxer, and even then they're not really racing each other directly. It's more just follow the leader at the present moment.
Absolutely. We might see in the next lap or 2 they come a little closer, but yeah, at this stage it is just follow the leader between the Solar Racing Impreza and the Manta.
So let's make our way back up to SPX, see what's going on there. And they're also relatively spread out, but I think Hydra may be starting to make some inroads onto 7 now. Still within the same half of the smallest straight, so that's encouraging for Hydra. I believe he's Irish youngster. So very well done for him. Yeah, he's really closing up now. Careful there with the turn there, son. Turn 2 is, you're supposed to have at least 2 wheels off the green stuff. Yeah,
I think technically
really well.
2 wheels were off the green stuff. It's just those 2 wheels were on the yellow stuff. So I'm not sure where that fits inside the track cut rulebook.
Yeah, he was a little bit too far to the left for my liking, but we'll see how that goes. And if you are just joining us, this is Stint 2 of the 24 Rennen in der Grünen Hölle, which I totally said that wrong, but it means the 24 hours of the Green Hell, 24 hours in the Nürburgring here on SFM Official for the first 3 stints. So, yeah, you're going to be with us for at least another 2 hours and 45 minutes-ish before we head things over to Skolzy on TORA Online Media. If you're looking for German language coverage, head on over to the GRT eSport streams. They're going to be handling B Lobby for the full race, and then in Lobby number 3, Pregel is streaming in German and IPR Bucktide in English. And if you're looking for a different perspective of Lobby number 1, head on over to mixer.com/Forza for the officially sanctioned Forza RC stream by AliTac. And we're still riding on board here with Hydra, who is continuing to cut some corners there. You might want to be careful there, son. Somebody could clip that. Trying to chase down Williams 7.
Yeah, I feel like Hydra is definitely something to an inkling that he can actually turn this into a battle, because he's pushing a lot harder than we've seen previously. Obviously, still driving that thing as fast as it would go, but he is being a little bit more exploratus, if that is a word, with just where the track limits do and do not exist. And I was seeing as well the Williams Jota car in front of him taking a bit of grass there as well. And that's just incentivizing for the Audi driver that he can possibly buy into some of the mistakes that seem to be just creeping in to that Viper's driving and possibly make this battle for the lead an actual battle rather than a, like I mentioned earlier, just two drivers in their own little bubble of extreme speed.
Very sage thoughts there from Rhodey here in the comms booth as my controller once again decides to not work. So third place Chasmo is kind of on his own now, which makes me wonder what happened to Monster. I think he may have made his pit stop there. So yeah, Monster's made a pit stop.
I'd say so, yeah.
Yachts is, I don't think, made his third stop yet. Twitch has pitted, Elgard's pitted, Adler pitted earlier, and then Ramos now. So Ramos is good to go to the end. Everybody else has to stop at least one more time. I think Chasmo has to stop 2 more times, and then the front 2 as well have to stop, I think, 2 more times. So currently the closest battle on track is between Yachts and Monster, so we'll take a look at that. Just about a second or two there, second and a half, on the northern loop here in the Nürburgring.
Similar gaps as we were seeing with the lead pair between these two. Although the difference is the gap won't ebb and flow in a sense we were seeing because up front we had an Audi and a Viper, which do have different strengths and weaknesses around this track. This is a pair of Audis, so this is purely down to the car setup and also the driver behind the wheel of the car. As to whether this gap will close up, whether the gap will expand, and what will happen if the gap does close up.
And speaking of gaps, well, this isn't going to make any sense, but SFM would like to extend warm congratulations to SFM Benedict. He is now a grandfather as of a couple days ago. So,
Wow.
Andy, well done. Nicely played. Congratulations again.
That was a good use of a gap in race commentary.
I try. I really do.
Trying to bring that gap back in there, trying to segue that smoothly.
Yeah. All right. Well, SPT looks like it's tightening up now, just going off of the map here, and I think over the next lap or two, 7 and Hydra are going to start catching the tail end of that class, so this could get very spicy very quickly here. Just going to jump on over to Boxer as he's trying to chase down Kabaya. I think Boxer might have to pit again, but I think Kabaya is on the preferred pit cycle of like every 3 or 4 laps.
I feel like Toru has been in recently as well, because Toru was pretty happily in second from memory if I go through the grid, and Toru now sits in 4th.
Yeah, he's just behind Boxer, so I think Boxer's off cycle slightly, but he should be able to come out still in contact with the pack. All right, and for everyone in chat, this race is actually not being live stewarded, so any penalties that may or may not happen will all be announced after the race. So as much fun as it is to speculate, you're going to have to wait for at least another 20 to 30 hours before we get the final results of said penalties. Still riding.
Hey.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to go off on a tangent of nothing interesting, so go ahead.
No. It's that time of day, boys and girls. Yep, so it's still VPR Muttley with a healthy lead over LSEM Kabaya and SVR Boxer, so great job from Muttley. Had a pretty good start, going up from 4th to 2nd, and then eventually into the lead. Pretty good battle with, I believe it was Salty Boncos at the beginning there, trading paint. But now the Mustang is well and clear, which makes me wonder if Muttley hasn't made his hit. Oh, we're losing somebody.
Oh.
Dun dun dun.
Well, it's not Boxer.
Nope.
And it's not...
I...
Williams.
Oh, you're joking.
No, Williams 7 out.
Yep, from the lead. So Hydra is now in the lead. Williams 7 is gone. So 7's in France. He'll be kicking himself for that. Absolutely not his fault. Just incredibly unfortunate. So the race
they
leader...
were running a faultless race too.
Yeah, they were 13 feet behind the kitty litter car after Stint 1. Now they're going to have a pretty decent hole to dig out of. The drivers in that car are more than capable of doing it, but it's just terribly upsetting for them to have to deal with that now, especially so early, because now they're going to be thinking about it for every stint.
Yeah, and it's a mountain that, as much as we've seen their pace already, they can climb that mountain, but you really don't want to have to climb that mountain all the same. So it's going to be interesting over the next 10 stints to see if they can bring themselves back into the top 5, the top 3, the lead of SPX.
Yeah. Well, if you're a Hydra or a Chasmo, you'll be loving the less pressure of having them so far behind, but you'll also be sad because you want to win on merit, not on disconnects. Oh man,
exactly. Yeah,
that's just unfortunate. And
although
into the pits goes Hydra.
It is. Yeah, in the pits goes Hydra. I feel Hydra still has put in the work to be able to celebrate winning this race. The pace he was putting in behind the Williams Viper was such that, I wouldn't argue at this point it was in any way gifted. If it had been an accident, or if it had been possibly a contact between the two of them that had led Hydra to win, then maybe. But he was still pulling an incredible drive in second place up until the disconnect. That I feel he should feel that he has put in the work, that he deserves this win.
Yep.
Obviously, not taking anything away from the work that Williams has done in the Viper up until this point.
And now it's the procession of SPX into the pit lane here. I think everybody's going to be coming in one car every 5 or 10 seconds here. See if Monster stays out or comes in. He's going to stay out. Okay, so Monster is going to stay out. I don't think he's going to get up further than third, but he is now out. And he pitted a lap ago. Okay, so he pitted a little bit off cycle. So this is now third pace on actual merit, ahead of Zero Rumble. And Chasmo is going to come out in second, so this should be pretty close to the order at the end of the race. Still perplexed as to why Ramos is so far back. He has the pace to be up farther, but I'm sure something strange happened.
I feel like talking about pitting, I just went to check on the gaps because I do not have the map up. I've got the drivers' names up so I can tell what I'm looking at. But I feel like Kabayu and Box are pitted out of SVP in that last lap. And then now I still can't accurately judge the speed of the two classes across the lap, but I feel like they may be in range of the lead Audi at some point across this lap.
Yeah, I think you might be right, either this lap or the next lap, because it's about a minute and a few seconds, depending on the relative pace of the two drivers between the two classes. And we are getting due for some inter-class action here, or inter-class, I should say. I still can't get over how awesome this Galaxy design is from Insomniac. It's amazing. Look at that.
It's really cool. We've seen the times that I put a bit of effort into Forza designs, and I'm just like, I get halfway through, I'm just like, that's good enough. I'll put that out. This is the sort of stuff that I would do on a PC graphic editing software. I've got an idea on how this was put together, but I still don't think I could attempt this. It's art that race cars don't normally deserve to look nice because they're going to end up with race tape and bits missing and all that across length of a race. This feels too nice for a race car. This feels like something that belongs on someone's very nice, car show, SEMA class, Subaru Impreza road car, sleeper, whatever you want to call it. It feels wrong taking it to the Nürburgring because I've seen all the compilation videos on YouTube. They normally all end up in a bit of Armco somewhere, and that's going to ruin the very nice paint job. Oh, well, and I've said it. I have done the commentary curse. God, bloody, and said that bummer. I don't think that offends anyone. I think I'm say bummer. I think I'm safe there. Ah. Oh, good. Oh, good. So we are going to swing our way up to the battle between Salty Vankos and there we go. And Toru. We're going to leave that Subaru behind. Hopefully, so I can stop cursing it into the nearest Armco. Yeah, it's not a battle at the moment that we're seeing. Toru seeming to be pulling away. I'm trying to remember the last time we saw them on track, actually, as to where they were positioned. But oh, that was a bit of funky from my end on looking between the two cars. But yeah, Salty in the Scirocco, a bit more of a handling build from memory, and from what we've seen of the driving style needed in the Opel Manta, that thing is a bit more of a speed machine. So through here, especially the carousel, definitely a tricky little section. I hear all about the concept of trying to hook a wheel in on the apex that they talk about in real racing, but I feel like it doesn't work quite the same in a Scirocco as it did on the 1930s era and 1950s era Grand Prix races. But you can see now in some of the twisty sections, I can't say too much about comment because it looked like the Scirocco was nearly about to go off there. But Salty is just ever so slightly closing on the Manta in front of him here of Toru. And this is the thing as well. This is a bit of a, I know drivers attached at least is a bit of a team battle. These drivers both from SVR. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happens if they do close up, whether there's any existing team rules or any communications on which car should be given the right of way in a certain situation. I think we're just seeing a little bit more dust there from Toru, so possibly it's definitely a little closer now in the front windscreen of the Scirocco. So that possibly going to be a battle in the next lap or two, I would say. Speaking of lap or two, I do want to check out what's happening with the lead SPX car and the rear SPT car of Boxer, but we will wait until we are rejoined by Darkzer before we have a look at that. But yeah, this quite good battling in this, and quite good driving as well of the SPT drivers. This is a long time to drive any car, and I'd say in a way it's possibly harder to drive something a bit more production based for the length that we are driving them. GS3 cars, the SPX cars, for the speed they have, do give you a bit of a safeguard in all the downforce and all the good braking they have, so you can overshoot slightly off of, say, an 8/10 level pace and still have room to go. These things, to get the most out of them, I mean, we've heard that drivers are putting toe out on the rear to try and get the thing to change direction in a corner. We've seen how hard they're pushing it, that they're flying over curbs more so than the SPX cars in the class ahead of them. And yeah, these things, they're going to push a lot harder understeer wise. They're possibly going to be a little bit more of a handful when oversteer kicks in. That said, the SPX cars tend to be a bit more fun from that because of all the aero which you lose when all of a sudden you're trying to go 90 degrees to the direction of the airflow. I believe, totally poor segue, but I believe we do have Darkzer back.
And I am indeed back. And it looks like we're going to start getting those SPX on SPT passes now, as Hydra is going to start running down the tail end of the field on the dotting row. So let's switch over to the incredible roof cam and see how this goes.
Yeah, the games are immense. I'm just on board Boxer's car again. I'm refusing to say too much about the car, lest I put it into another wall again. But yeah, you can see the headlights of that lead SPX Audi red car slowly. I say slowly, but now we're into the twisty sections. We're seeing just the advantage and just where the advantage is for the SPX cars as a whole over the SPT cars. Obviously, the speed is one thing, but the speed they can take through the corners is a magnitude better. Looks like he's going to go for a dive, possibly into turn one. Yes, he is. Better braking, you can see. come from a long way back to pop alongside, and he's now in range of. That is that that's. I believe we have just seen Salty Pit there. And actually, we've had Kabaya Pit as well, because Kabaya is now side by side with Toru. So we've got the two Mantas on track together as well. But they are also in range, not too long from now, being swallowed up by that lead SPX car. He's just passed Salty in the last corner, and now he's right up on the back of the two Mantas.
So anybody from LSEM and SVR, this is the moment you've been waiting all day for. Manta versus Manta. Here it goes. They are right next to each other.
Surprise SPX in the middle.
Yeah.
And this is the tactic, which they seem to have done pretty double in the cars past. There is a bit of a tactic, which I've played more of a lap-based, a class-based being of when you let the car pass. You can, especially when you're running similar cars, you can use them to generate some slipstream and get a pass made. I don't know, a couple of people have done a sneaky thing where they've jumped in behind the car that's being lapped to then follow the train through and pass you that way. But that doesn't quite do the same effect with cars that lap about a minute apart. And so we've seen things go back to where they were roughly before that lead SPX car came through. So it's Toru about, I'm bad at mental math here, but probably about half a second, if that, ahead of Kabaya.
And for everyone trying to follow along at home, it is the SVR Manta ahead of the LSEM Manta at the present point in time. That could change at a moment's notice. But I just think it's absolutely hilarious that they have the exact same paint scheme. It's just amazing.
That does help, because only some of the paint schemes have made their way onto my cars with my joining of the session after the start, and the fact that I'm running from Australia, which has worse internet, I believe it was mentioned somewhere in advertising, than Poland. So the fact that I've got some liveries at all is a benefit. I've obviously got Box's livery because I was able to talk about it so well until I ran that car into a fence. And being able to see one of the two Mantas now gives me an idea of just how confusing it is for those who can see both the Mantas as they are. But I'm lucky that the SVR car is running the factory Manta colours from where I sit.
All right, and we did miss Hydra sighting his way through SPT because we were watching those Mantas battle, but let's watch Monster do it now just to see what he can do. This should be pretty exciting for him, making his way through traffic. He's got nobody behind him. He's got pretty decent gaps between the SPT cars to actually get his way through. I think he's going to have a pretty good time here.
Yeah, it's almost turned the race, especially some of the lonely race for some of the front SPX guys, into a Forza passing challenge. Except the difference is the cars you're passing are not so blindly following lines that they park it on apexes with cars that have 5 magnitudes better class ability. But that's just me having a go at the Forza AI in passing challenges. They are not the easiest to drive hypercars around when they're in Fiat 500s.
Yeah. Well, it is called a challenge for a reason, Brody.
Very good point. I think that's possibly my lack of driving ability on Forza shining through there.
Yeah. All right, so still on board with Monster here. You can see the tail end of the SPT field with some dirt being kicked up. It's going to get real interesting in a moment. So let's hop onto the roof of this Audi R8 and see what happens.
Yeah, so just going on the back of now. I'm trying to pick that car from back here. Look.
I think it's Drive.
I can see a name now. That is Drive. Yes. So yeah, he's just catching the back of this. Yes, it is the back of this field now.
Yeah, so I think Drive is still waiting for everybody to converge back in from his double pit stop. Assuming that is what he did, we never actually got that confirmed.
Interesting fact I can pull now that I have that part of the ticker up. If you're curious on the length of the Nürburgring in feet, it is 85,000 300 odd feet in length, in case you wanted to use a really inappropriate unit of measurement for the length of the track.
That is the most SFM thing to ever be said on stream. I appreciate that.
That's all right. Well, the best part is the unit measurement, which I don't use day to day, so the fact that I understand enough for that is testament to things itself. Over here, we use the much better system of metric, but I am not here to create an argument about which unit measurement is better.
Yeah. We should start using furlongs.
We should start using furlongs, yes.
Yeah, furlongs and stone and all those weird measurements. Alright, time for some more traffic, boys. Boys and girls, here we go. Got Boxer there.
Yeah, that is Boxer. I was just looking up. I think Salty just made a pass somewhere in there as we just passed somewhere in there as well. Could be my ticker doing a thing, but with the pace of Monster, we are going to see Salty in the grand scheme of things, not too long a time. So we will see that for ourselves.
Actually, this is Psychonaut.
This is Psychonaut, actually, you're right. So I believe Psychonaut's probably been into pits in the last lap. Then for that car to be there.
Yeah, next car on the road is Boxer. There we go.
Next car on the road is Boxer, and there is Boxer now. So yeah, we didn't mention Psychonaut going off kilter with pit strategy, and that's possibly why Psychonaut was the next car on track as opposed to Boxer, when the last time we looked at the order, Psychonaut was up in front. Just think I've seen another pass. I am going to set up this quickly to check as we were watching Boxer go past there. I believe I did see a pass in the top 5.
Twitch on Zero Rumble.
I think I might have. Zero, and Twitch on Zero Rumble, and I believe Zero as well getting past Chasmo.
Alright, yeah, so yeah, you're right. So Chasmo having some problems here. I wonder if he broke his car and had to pit, or if he pitted then broke his car, or what. Because both headlights are out on that car now.
Yeah, telemetry is looking alright there. I can't see any damage. Obviously tyre wear, but there's no other damage to the car. I suspect it's possibly had an off somewhere. Possibly got snagged on the grass. The Forza grass is quite sticky. If you get 2 wheels on it, you have a very hard time trying to get 2 wheels off it. You have to apply basically full opposite lock, and it slows you down and is absolutely no fun at all. Yeah, I'd say something even more than that for the changes. It wasn't... actually, based on where it was the middle of the track where it happened, so I reckon it probably was a bit too much grass, or maybe a light bit of tyre or wall impact for the Audi driver that led to the position changes.
Alright, so here we have some more SPX on SPT action here with Mr. Drive, DDM Drive getting kind of roughly shoved out of the way there by Zero Rumble. I think there's about 10 to 15 minutes remaining because they started a little bit late. Kryman thinks 7 minutes. I'm not entirely sure. I should really start starting a timer.
Let's see, from my math, it's 1 hour 40. Yeah, I think we're going to have about most 10 minutes left to go.
Okay. So almost at the end here. It's such a great camera shot coming at the end of the straight. Yeah, we can see a couple more guys now dropping back.
We see that was, I believe that might have been Boxer into the lane. No, sorry, that wasn't Boxer. That was
Twitch.
That was Twitch in the lane. Sorry, I thought that was the one of the Subies, but no, that is Twitch in the lane. So that's a late last stop.
I think he was pitting for tire wear because his tires were not going to last until the end.
That is a good point. That car running fairly similar levels of power to the cars around it, but running through the fronts. I mean, those fronts are doing a lot of work. It's like a super TCR car, I suppose, is a good way to think of the Audi and its tyre wear. And that's the shame. It is quite an agile little beast, the TT, but yeah, still trying to run front-wheel drive with a with the power of the GT spec machinery means that it really doesn't like its tyres. Or at least, sorry, it really doesn't like its front tyres. Its rear tyres can happily triple stint, but the front tyres do not like anything more than a stint.
Yeah. And just a quick point of clarification for those in chat, you are allowed to pit with less than 10 minutes remaining in the stint drive time, as long as you've already done your required stops. So you have to make a 4th additional stop, you are allowed to do that.
That was not very clean. That was, what's my ticker? Tell me driver names. That was, oh, it's gone. All right, that's me breaking things. There we go. That was 0, getting into Psychonaut there as they came through a couple of corners ago. Psychonaut, it's a case of also what the driving expectation probably is when it comes to being lapped, as in who's supposed to move and who isn't, and that's possibly what caused that contact, because they both held their line, and so the GT3, so the SPX car just used its speed and just pulled right on the back of the SPT car, and there was a little bit of bump drafting with about 100 mile an hour weapons speed difference.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, the general rule of thumb for the endurance race is that the slower class has the right of way, but must also hold their line and generally be predictable, so they can't be leaving all over the place.
Yeah, I think there was possibly an expectation there that, and it depends on what other cars around him, around 0, have been doing so far. That maybe the expectation was that that Psychonaut would gift him the apex, and that didn't happen. So they were both expecting either other to move, and it just ended up being a little bit of nurse-to-tail contact. But no harm, no foul. No one ended up punted into a tyre barrier, and we've now got 0 closing in on the next of the SPT cars, which is the Scirocco, which makes this salty.
Yep, Salty Bonkos and the Pokemon car. Oh, that is a terrible place to catch somebody. And he's off.
Oh, no, that was... And he's actually been passed and all that by Chasmo as well.
Incredible save there from Zero Rumble. It's really hard to get the car stopped and not impede anybody, and good awareness from Salty Bonkos to leave him to space. That could have been...
And that was...
very bad.
Yeah, that was very heads-up driving. Very... there's a word for it, and I cannot think what it is. But very, very good driving by Chasmo to see the gap and just go, I'm going to cross my fingers and close my eyes and hope I'm going to make it through this lap car and this sliding SPX car, and he did. So he's ended up making a spot, and he's for a second there he'd had Toru as a buffer as well, but Zero's just got past Toru and is probably going to do his best to try and make that spot back up on the Audi in front of him.
So we've got Zero Rumble versus Chasmo here. Between the two of them, I think Chasmo is probably just a little bit faster on raw pace, but I think at this point in the race it could be either one of them to take second.
And that's the thing, there is still, I believe there is still a couple of SPT cars that could weigh this battle as well. So it's a case of who they catch and who catches them and where. As to I'm going to forget that sentence because that sentence was just stalling completely. But that is going to potentially have an impact on this battle as well. Ooh, that is not good. So yeah, we're still looking at the battle here with Zero and on the wrong slider. There we go. Now we're at. Could use that all stint. Yeah, the gaps more or less stayed stationary. I'm just going to go actually flip through and check to see. Can't see me on track. Actually, ticker might give me a good idea as to where the next, if there is any XP FPT cars are on track. A little bit wider actually for Zero out in the grass there. But yeah, still close up. As Darkzer said earlier, a little bit better pace. As we see things, a little bit better pace for Chasmo in the Audi. But yeah, the end of the stint is getting to myself as much as it's getting to the drivers. Actually, we are closing up on, just to check them out, we are actually closing up on a SPT class car. So from memory, this might be, seeing it now, I don't think that's Boxer. That's looking like that's the Mustang. That is the lead SPT class car of VPR Muttley there, doing I think a fairly good job of letting through. He did slightly hold up Chasmo there, but that was just a case of where Chasmo caught him. So what it has done is it's given Zero a bit of a free kick back into the slipstream of Chasmo, and this is a battle that looks to be heating up. Oh, yeah, better contact actually there into the corner, differing pace, and there is actually a bit of bump drafting going on now, as I'm seeing it. So yeah, this battle has heated up, and as I said, all we needed possibly was a lap car to play into it, and it has just slightly. Though now we're on a straight, we're seeing the pace of the Audi start to give it a bit of a buffer over the Beamer, but then we're back into the tight corners again, up to the sort of the mini carousel, similar banked corner. I believe there is a better word for it, but that's all that can come to mind. Actually, I'm just seeing back, we do have, I believe it is the 4th place car of Monster, not too far back from these guys either. I believe he is just navigating his way through the Mustang of VPR Muttley at the moment. But yeah, as we're seeing now on the sort of back straight, main straight, as it were, we're seeing just the pure straight line speed advantage of that Audi. He is pulling out of range, but that's all he's going to come straight back into range again as soon as we get on the brakes and into these S's on the way into the last corner, and a gap that was, well, I think the gap is still a second. The gap itself hasn't changed, but visually it's quite different. Actually, forget that gap entirely, because we've got Zero Run coming into the pits. So very late pit call, and it's unfortunate because unless Chasmo is waiting on a pit stop, that means that this battle is over. So actually we're seethink some of the cars go through, and actually we've just watched Monster go through. So that puts Monster now into 3rd. I think it possibly ends in for Monster somewhere, because he is still not passed through. Maybe he was repassed at some point by Muttley, and we talked about Mustang having a speed advantage in class, but it could not have a speed advantage over the Audi that is currently harassing the back of it. So it's weird that he's not past Muttley yet, but out of this corner now on the way down to the hairpin, he makes his move past Muttley, so he is now clear of the SPT field and now finds himself up into 3rd place. I believe we've just seen, I'm not sure if that's a pass or if that is pitting for, no, Yachty's made a stop as well, so that moves Ablergirl up to 7th, and I believe that also affects Elgard, who's currently sitting in 6th. He's still finding his way through some of the SPT class cars, and it looks like the closest battle possibly on track, at least within the SPX class cars, is SCT Zero Rumble and SVR Twitch. Twitch, as we saw actually both these cars pitting in the last lap or two, and have actually managed to come out within about 2 or 3 seconds of each other. So Zero will be on fresher tyres at this point, and we've talked about how much, especially the fronts, that the TT chews through. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a battle into the dying minutes between the BMW M6 and the Audi TT.
I do apologize for the lack of camera changes for a while there, having some input issues, but it seems to be resolved now. So as Rhodey said, we are riding on board with SCT Zero Rumble, chasing down Twitch, and then it's Monster, Chasmo, and Hydra, your top three. And then it is Muttley ahead of Salty Bonkos, ahead of Toru in SPT. So that's where we're at.
It is. It's interesting that we saw. It's different with the way the pit stops work for some of the cars compared to what we see in more traditional endurance racing. They have differed in such a way that we went from a battle with Zero and it's bad that I can't remember back 30 seconds to a battle looming between Zero and the Audi of Twitch, just due to the nature of how their pit strategies and race strategies have worked out.
Yeah, it's just kind of the ebb and flow of the race. It's like a bunch of drivers stuck together with elastic bands. It just kind of comes together, comes apart, comes together, goes apart. It just kind of keeps going.
Absolutely, yeah. I think they're just coming up now. We said it for a second there. I believe coming up now on an SPT car. I believe that will be Muttley. And Tessa, I think they're going to catch him on one of the straighter sections. Yeah, you can see him ahead now. So they're going to be able to pass him, hopefully, down the straight. Yeah, the straights do feel quite narrow because of the speed you're doing on them, but there should be enough room for an SPX and an SPT car to go side by side without either of them finding the grass.
Yeah, Twitch should be able to just jump up the inside here on the brakes and easily get by Muttley, who probably won't even have to slow down, honestly. Yeah, just going through the corner at normal speed, and that's that.
Yeah, if anything, Muttley just had to delay his turn in just slightly to allow the PD to go through, but it affected him barely at all. Although more affected by this is Zero, who caught him into the braking zone of a one-line corner. So he had to sit there and eat his toe for a couple of seconds, but he's now through. But unless tyre wear is enough of a difference or there is an issue for Twitch up ahead, I say that actually in the centre have closed up a little bit to the last sector, so we might actually see a battle here. But it's interesting, actually worth checking how long we have left until the end of this stint. We have got to be in the dying minutes at this point.
Yeah, it's absolutely almost at the end of the stint now. It has to be, and I will endeavor to actually time the third stint so we can have an accurate answer for that. Just noticing, it looks like Elgard's actually starting to bring that gap down between himself and then Zero and Twitch. He is making inroads. I don't think he has enough time left to actually pass them, but he is going to reduce the distance gap.
Absolutely, yeah. It's going to be a case. Look, and that's the thing is there's a bit of an art, although you can't choose it as to what sector you are in the lead up towards the end of the stint. With the stint ending at the end of a straight section, what it does is it gives the advantage to the cars like Elgard, where he can make up some time and you won't then lose through a twisty section because he doesn't have to do that section for that thing. That said, I am not confident on how I didn't bother to check on how the stints restarted. I believe it's a grid start with a grid formation with a rolling start, so it does put him closer by the numbers than he would otherwise be if, say, the lap finished at the end, or the stint finished at the end of the next lap.
Yeah, you're absolutely right with that regard, but I still think it is better to be just farther in front regardless of where you actually are, but you are absolutely right about the advantages of being on a straight when everything ends. Plus, the higher speed you are, the longer it takes to stop. And it doesn't, it's not much, but it does add up.
Yeah, like you mentioned, I believe it was a COTA race you mentioned earlier that was won by... well, I wasn't even... No, I believe that's the end of the stint.
Yep, that's it. Game, set, and match. So that is stint number 2 done. Not quite sure why he's backing up, but all right.
Yeah, that was... I don't know what that was.
Yeah, he probably had his clock was off a second or two. It's pretty common. Okay, so let's go through the field here, Rody. So in first, we've got JSR Hydra for SVR LMES, ahead of ESV Chasmo for Elusive. Third, SQD Monster for Squadios, ahead of SVR Twitch, who did not crash this stint. Well done, Twitch. Fifth is SCT Zero Rumble for LMP in the M6, ahead of MRT Elgard, who we were riding on board with at the end there, in the green Audi. Seventh position is Adler Girl IG for Inertia Garage, minus rear wing. Yachts in P8 for Yachts Kitty Litter. And then bringing up the rear in SPX for stint number 2 is PMC Ramos. And Rody, take us through SPT.
Alrighty, lead car in SPT, and was for the good portion towards the end of that stint is VPR Muttley in the 711 Mustang. Second in class, is SVR Toru, the lead of the two Mantas. The win there for the SVR team in the Manta battle. Speaking of SVR, next driver on track, SVR Salty Bancos in the Volkswagen Scirocco, sitting third in class in that Pokemon liveried car. Fourth is GPR Falconaut in the World Rally Blue Subaru. Lead of the two Subarus on track. Actually, there might be a position change there. Fifth, I believe as that stands, is DDM Drive in the DDM BMW M2 Coupe. My math is failing me. This is not good. I believe this is fifth in class. Is LSEM Kabaya in the second of the Mantas, the other identically painted Manta. And last in class and parked on a very odd angle for having slowed down at the end of the race is SVR Boxer in the Solar Vision Racing Speed Hunters Galaxy Subaru. And I believe that is all the cars.
Yep, that's a wrap, folks. So once again, that was stint number 2, and we are going to hop out of this here lobby to make our way into the stint number 3 lobby. This is going to be the final stint here on SFM Official before we hand things over to Skullsy at approximately 4 o'clock Eastern Time, so 2 hours from now. So yeah, that's where we're at. And hopefully within the next couple of minutes, we'll be able to give you an update on the leaderboard once all the data is entered in, and we'll be all set.
Beautiful.
And Rody, thank you once again for joining in. Really appreciate it. It's always nice to have somebody else to talk with.
That's all right. I planned a system, and as we saw in the comments, I was expecting to have some munchies about an hour ago. So I was lucky; my water bottle was full, and just about made it through enough water. So it is just past 6 a.m. here in Australia. I would have liked to get to sleep before the sun rose, but it's currently peeking through my window. So I will be off and hopefully catch the end of this race in about just under 20 hours time. But thanks for having me in the box with you, Darkzer.
All right, always a pleasure, and we'll see you later.
See you later.
All right, so that was Rody signing off. So I was going to have DDM MeaD 2 and 2 hop in, but apparently Discord is currently down due to a Google Cloud authentication issue. So that's not good. Hopefully that gets resolved in a reasonably short amount of time. But in the meantime, let's take a look and see what the damage is for Stint 3. Apparently lobby number 2 is approximately 45 minutes behind. Lobby number 3, the winner of the stint was WRT Jonesy for SVR Zach Speed. He accrued 186.18 miles. That's very, very respectable. And if you are just joining us, we are in the midst of working our way to the start of Stint 3. Just some startup stuff happening here. All right, so how's everyone enjoying the race so far? If you're sitting in our Twitch chat, let's get some highlights. What are you guys liking? You know, good stuff. All right, so Discord is down. Sheets is partially down. This may be a little difficult today. Salty, I think we got it, but I'm not entirely sure. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to check at the present time. So stint number 3, it's going to be Mitch and Hydra again, and Mashi's getting back in ESV car. Raceboy hopping in for Yas Kitty Litter. Moose for IG. Zero Rumble again. Bradder's taking over from Twitch, and then SQD Ruthless will be hopping in for Monster. And Ramos was going to be racing Stint 3, but they've swapped in Super Mark 4. PMC have. So. Not sure what's happening there. I almost wonder if Ramos was having some sort of a controller issue, because normally he's right up near the front of these things. Alright, so we got 4 hours down, we got 20 hours to go. Later on in the day, you're going to hear from Skullsy, GRT Ryorg, Joda Craviator, Butler again with Boost and Nightlock, and then Craviator some more, and then Butler with Chaos Fox. So interestingly, everybody, a lot of the race teams use Discord to coordinate their stints and plan everything out. And since Discord is currently broken, it's going to make it a little difficult for everyone to figure out what's going on here. Including myself, because TORA also uses Discord for planning things. Hearing a lot of praise for VPR or Muttley in our chat. He was doing an excellent job of just running lap after lap after lap, so cannot complain there. And still having some problems here getting things up and running. So Incinerate, you're hopping in. You've got the awesome rings on the roof of your car. Congrats again, my friend. Your wedding was what, a week or two ago, I believe? Something like that. And it looks like, after all, I am going to be joined by DDM MeaD. We've worked out an alternative arrangement to our communications. So in just a moment's time, we'll be able to hear from Mr. Richard. November 29th. Nice. Okay, yeah, so that was only like a week ago. Nice. Very nice. And, MeaD,
Hello
can you
there.
hear me?
Hello there.
All right, so everybody, welcome to the comms box, DDM MeaD 212. How's your day going so far?
Very, very tired.
Excellent, excellent. That's par for the course. I am also sleep deprived, so we have that going. So
Something in common for a change, eh?
yeah, so it seems like Drive there in stint number 2. Did he like double stack his pit stops and then just try to get clear track to the end?
Honestly, I have no. I think he had issues. To be fair, I have no idea though because I had to pop off and do something halfway through. So and I've got no means of communication with Discord being down.
Yeah, that is going to make things a bit difficult for us organizers trying to figure out who's doing what.
Just
So,
a little bit.
just a little, yeah. So I think everybody's actually here for stint number 3. Not quite sure what Frez is waiting on.
You guys in chat are gonna have to let me know if how I actually sound because this is my first time and I have no clue what I sound like as well. So.
Alright, so we're going to have to use Twitch chat to work out the starting order because apparently there's a Cloudflare problem which is affecting both Google and Discord and Twitter. So this is exciting. All of our main methods of communication are currently experiencing technical difficulties.
Oh
Awesome.
God, very, very funny. I sound like a man. Yep, thank you.
Yep. Alright. Do you need a lobby invite, MeaD?
I've accepted the one you sent me. I'm just waiting for it to actually load up because I only just got back and then the issues arose.
Roger that. So the starting order for stint number 3 should be the results of stint number 1. So, Frez, if you can hear me, that is what the order is intended to be. The results of stint 1 for stint number 3. And let's take a look at some of our paint jobs today, just to refresh everybody while we wait for Frez to get the grid order sorted. In no particular order from the top, we have the TORA 24-hour safety car. Then we have VPR Assassin in the C-Tech Motorsport Mustang, just coming off of that stint win in stint number 2. GPR Exclusive in the Subaru, taking over from Thyconaut. Ruthless in the R8 for Squadios. Monster previously drove that car, I think, to 3rd in stint number 2. Williams Mitch back from stint 1, hoping to take the win. Mashi's in the R8 for Elusive. Then we got Raceboy making his race debut in the Yas Kitty Litter car. And if you're looking for a dedicated onboard stream for that, head on over to mixer.com/Forza. Then we have Moose for Inertia Garage. This is his first stint of the day. Floofy making his first stint in the WRX. Ballistic, not to be confused with RZM Ballistic, your teammate, but Ballistic for MRT this time.
Gonna be confusing.
Yeah, it's totally not confusing at all. Supermerc taking over from Ramos. Then we have SVR Incinerate in the Pokemon Sirocco, and Bradders in the TT. Detonator coming back for Prod after that disconnect from, I believe it was Detonator himself, actually. Toru in the Manta, and then Zero also Manta with the, exact same paint job. Not confusing at all, right? DDM Drive in the M2. Nice paint job, by the way, MeaD.
Ah, thank you.
Yeah, it's quite clean. I like it. We got Hydra in the SVR LMES car. Zero Rumble doubling. And then Matt Gaming, who I believe is actually driving this. Actually, why is he in here?
That's not right, is it, at all?
No, that is not correct. There should only be one of them in there. Excuse me. So
Let me actually... Oh, I think my dock's actually starting to work at least now.
Alright, so we'll try to work out what's going on there. So the driver in that car should be Raceboy. So I'm going to take a wild guess that Matt is probably in there for spectatorial reasons. Okay. So I think Helias is still attempting to figure out the grid. So once he has figured that out, we should, in theory, get started. And this is actually, I believe, the first of the night stints.
Is it really? I didn't think it had started already.
Unless Frez just has it set up wrong.
It might be actually.
No, it's a
come
night
to
stint.
think of
Yeah,
it.
it's a night stint.
Oh God.
Yep,
My-
3, 4,
this is gonna
5, 6,
even more
7, and 8 are
confusing.
night. Giggity. Alright, so Frez is almost done with the grid. Just got a couple more cars to sort out, and then we should be good to go. And for all of you fine people on Twitch, we do appreciate your continued patience. It's always fun when technical issues arise through no fault of anyone's. This just happens sometimes.
Just perfect timing. As soon as I came home, everything just hit the crapper. Lovely.
Sometimes it really do be that way.
Yep, I've noticed with the amount of times it's happened to me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. So let's get your Twitter up here on the scrolling text. It's only the polite thing to do. There we go.
Don't know what help's that gonna do, because I don't think my Twitter's working either. So, hey ho.
Alright. Twitter appears to be working for me at the present time. So I guess it's back up. But who knows?
Oh yep, Twitter's actually working now as well. Yep. Just Discord's gone. Nope, no more for you today. At least right now.
Alright, so still just getting a couple more things sorted for the grid. And then we will be all set. Alright, and as of 3 minutes ago, Discord are aware of the problem, and there's absolutely nothing they can do about it because it's a Google problem.
Yep, I noticed that.
Yep, so that's exciting. SSD persistent disk in our region, which apparently means what their database clusters store their data on. Alright, that's fair enough. Hard to be too mad about that.
Can't really blame Discord for that at all. It's all Google, as per usual.
Yep. And, we should probably make sure that we are in the proper power group so we don't interfere with anyone.
Yes.
Yeah, only the polite thing to do. Alright, it looks
What
like
power group's that?
It looks like Helias has now got everything all set up and good to go. So we're now going to load into the night, and hopefully everybody's headlights remain on, because it is objectively very hard to calm a race when you can't tell where anybody is.
Extremely hard.
Yeah, it's a little difficult, but we'll manage. We're smart. We're two reasonably capable young men.
Well, I don't know about you. I mean, yes. Let's do well.
Yeah. Alright, and we do now have access to the starting grid, so it's going to be Raceboy from Mitch, from Hydra, from Mashi's, Moose in 5th, Supermark 6, Ballistic 7, Bradders 8, Zero Rumble 9, Ruthless 10. And then in SPT, it's going to be the DDM car rolling off in 1st with Drive, followed by the Black Screen of Doom. That's encouraging, okay. So Drive, Detonator, LSEM 0, SVR Incinerate, GPR Exclusive, SVR Toru, VPR Assassin, and then SVR Floofy. And if you're wondering why Assassin's starting next to last, it's because it doesn't go off of the most recent stint results or aggregate, it goes off of the results as of 2 stints prior. So that is why Assassin is back there. So everybody is now prepared. And let's do this. So this is the final stint here on SFM Official. We're going to ride on board with ESV Mashis for the start. 4th seems to be the magic spot here. And when this is over, head on over to TORA on my media on Twitch to continue watching the A Lobby stream hosted by Skullsy.
Whereas I'll be starting at the back of the, well, towards the middle of the SPT dots just to see what happens there.
Good plan, good plan. Alright, so night has fallen over the German forest. The comms box is quite dim, and we are away. So as per last stint, they're going to go through turns 1 and 2, the right-left at 80 miles per hour, and then accelerate once they get under the gantry after turn 2. So we'll see everybody make the left, accordion back together, and then drop the hammer. And we're off. So it's Raceboy out in front, ahead of Mish, ahead of Hydra, and then we are riding on board with Moshis, with Moose and Supermerc just behind. How was the start in SPT? Everybody do everything right?
By the looks of it so far, with the top 4 pretty close still. There's a bit of a gap to then 5th and beyond, but it's still pretty close. As we've got Zero making a move on Detonator, going into the hairpin. And already completed it before then.
Very nice. Up front, Hydra has gotten around Mitch already, so that's uncharacteristic of Mitch to lose a spot. But it does happen. Heading into the second sector of the GP circuit now, it's still Raceboy getting a very big wiggle, and Hydra almost cuts the track, tries to take the lead, but it looks like he's going to back out of it and let Raceboy keep the spot. Just kidding, Mitch is going to kill them both. Tried to drive up the middle when there was half a Viper worth of room, spun them into each other, and they carry on. Alright, through the chicane for the first time. Raceboy cutting the exit, probably because Hydra was too close on his left. Still 1, 2, 3 there.
As we've got Floofy and Assassin going at it right now. Going into the chicane.
Alright, this battle up front is likely to continue for quite some time, so let's quickly jump back over to Floofy and Assassin. I think Floofy probably will get the better of the BPR driver, at least for the time being. And are we restarting?
I'm getting a lot of black screens.
Something broke? Yeah, we're restarting. Ugh. Alright.
Always happens.
So something has gone awry here. Not entirely sure what. Probably a crash on the first couple of corners of the northern loop section in the Nordschleife.
It's either that or people didn't have lights.
That is also entirely possible, because the GP circuit's pretty well lit, so you usually can't even tell. Alright, so we're going to have everybody ready up once more here. Still not entirely sure what happened there, but everybody is slowly readying up now.
I can say all the SPT guys definitely had lights, so it must have been something up in the SPX.
Yeah, or somebody lost the light. Oh, braking line, says Bratters.
Ah,
that would do it. That would do it. Yeah, of all the times to have a bad braking line, night is probably the worst. Maybe only second to like extremely heavy rain. You really don't want to have to deal with that.
No, I'm quite glad I'm not having any rain stints in this, to be fair.
Yeah. And it would appear that we're missing somebody, because there's only 9 SPX. Oh, there is Moshis. Okay.
There you go.
Probably gonna have to reload the track now as well, just to cycle the lines. Another endurance race.
Yep. I'm not looking forward to my stints with it all being early hours in the morning for me, and lack of sleep already. And then GT Cup tomorrow, hey hey!
Hey hey! Well, there's a 5-hour gap, you can take a nice long nap.
Oh yeah, alright, okay. Yeah. Pure daylight. Gonna be easy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess it'll be early evening for you guys. Starts at what, 8 o'clock?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not too bad. All right, abandon start, abandon start, abandon start. Mashi's is in the wrong power group. Hopefully they realize.
I don't know.
And it looks like we've been joined by AX4X Big Ben. Hello, Ben.
Hello.
How do you do?
Well, I had 2 cups of coffee right before my stint, and now I'm so hyper that I was barely able to focus.
Oh my god.
That's good. Well, you joined just in time for us to announce the second restart of stint number 3 due to a power handicap issue.
Yes. You
Right.
know, when I was on the Forza channel earlier, I said anything that can go wrong will go wrong. In my wide scheme of things, I didn't expect it would be Discord that went wrong.
Why did you have to speak, Ben? Why?
I don't know.
You should know these things by now. Once you say it, it will happen.
Commentator's curse.
Yes. So, we're gonna have to come up with plan B or something. Since we have a lot of people who haven't entered distances in for stints yet, so the docks are all over the place.
Yeah, and
Hopefully
speaking
it
of that,
gets...
it would appear that stint number 2B at least is being put in now.
Okay, cool.
Not entirely sure
2A
why
is
2A
still
isn't in.
blank.
My guess is because drive is doubling.
Oh yeah.
Alright, looks like we are getting started again. Everybody in the correct power groups this time. Hopefully everybody has lights. And Ben, if you'd be so kind as to fix the race controls, that would be excellent.
I'm working on it. It's because they're entering stuff in right now.
Yeah. Alright, so we're going to ride on board with Moshi's again for the start here. Once again, just go through turn 1 and turn 2, and then accelerate under the bridge. Nice and simple. Moshi's has murdered the first cone of the stint. Very big accordion there. Alright, so we got Race Boy from Mitch, from Hydra, and then riding on board with Mashi's. Just behind, we have Moose and Super Mark IV. Heading into the hairpin for the first time on the GP circuit. Hydra thought about trying to go around the outside, but just ran out of drive there.
As we got Zero diving down in the inside of Detonator into the hairpin.
That's a pretty standard move for SPT. You can get a lot of heavy braking there.
An exclusive is trying to get a run on. Who am I with at the moment? Incinerate.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the relative pace of those two drivers is to each other, but we've seen.
I definitely don't.
Yeah, we've seen the front-wheel drive and all-wheel drive very competitive so far. So let's jump back to watch that as it starts here. We'll ride on board with exclusive.
It is very close at the back of it here at the moment.
Yep, a little bit of light contact there. Subi on Sirocco. Manta lurking in the background. Going into the chicane at the end of the GP circuit. Or the chicane.
As Assassin and Floofy are at it again this time around.
Yep, right at the back. Due to some issues in stint 1 for both of their teammates. Something tells me they're going to make their way up to the middle or the front relatively quickly, those two. We've got a Manta side-by-side here, Incinerate with exclusive. They are still going at it. Actually, no, it's Toru. Okay, so Toru's got two on Incinerate. Or on exclusive, rather.
There's a lot of bumping at the moment, a lot of bumping.
Yeah, that GPR
Two
Subaru
Subis are not very nice to each other.
Yeah, GPR Subi is probably going to get Das Boot from behind, I would imagine. Which is not good, but to be expected at some point. So we'll come back to this, but in the meantime, Ballistic has made up at least 2 spots here. Answer to your question, Muttley, is yes. And we're going through Suede Curve, I think it's called, for the first time in SPX. No issues as far as I can tell. And up the inside, okay, maybe, yes, no, I don't know. Bradders thought about it on Ballistic, but didn't quite have enough exit speed to get it done, and actually ran into the R8, so that's not going to help things.
As we've got Floofy and Exclusive going around 2x2 around the fast left-hander. Oh dear. Good move though. Very good move by Floofy. He made it work.
Yeah, Floofy, his main claim to fame, so to say, is A, crazy gears, and B, around the outside. Nice to see his tradition continuing there. Alright, you can just see the Subaru just wants to keep sliding out every time these guys hit the brakes, but they just have to, as it says on the rear bumper, apply full send with the gas and it straightens the car back out.
Yeah, I couldn't get on with driving that thing. I'm glad I didn't have to.
It's a good little car, it's just objectively hard to drive. So props to them if they can get it to work.
As Zero has made his way past Drive somewhere.
Yep, Drive is still right on the back of the Manta. You know,
He's right there still.
Yeah, it is really funny seeing a 1980s crazy road car being converted to a rally car and then into a touring car.
Yeah.
Holding its own.
You wouldn't expect it, would you, really, up against new M2s?
Yeah, but I mean, it works. If you watch the real 24 Hours of Nürburgring or the VLN, which I think actually just got renamed to something LS, but it's a little different now. Series of 6-hour races on Nürburgring. But yeah, the Manta holds its own. It's a reasonably competitive car. It just looks a little silly.
Just with all those lights on the front, you're like, what? Just too much. Just too much. As Detonator's on the outside of Drive now.
Something has happened to Mitch up at the front there. He's fallen back. Oh, he's crashed. His car is broken. Mitch, early accident again. He's missing the rear wing. No mechanical damage, but again, Mitch has had an early accident.
That's not good for that team.
Yeah, they already had the disconnect from 7. Again, not 7's fault, but, you know, still frustrating. And now, early damage. It looks like he's still got his headlights, so that's good. And he has repassed Ballistic to get back up into 5th, but Mitch is going to be kicking himself for that. And we didn't see what happened. He may have had help, he may not have. Hopefully somebody has a clip of that for the stewards afterwards, if appropriate. So another rough start to the stint. And it looks like there's actually been a pass for the lead now. Raceboy is now in 2nd with Hydra actually a pretty good distance in front. It's got about 15 car lengths. I was just about to say.
Mossy was right on the back of Raceboy right then.
Yeah, so...
It's dropped off a little bit now into this sort of set of corners, but it's still sort of there.
I'm going to take a guess that Raceboy and Mitch may have come together and Raceboy may have gone off into the grass because he was ahead of Hydra for most of that lap until he happened
as he just goes off then. Ooh, that was close.
Yeah, and if anyone experiences any sort of an interruption or a bunch of stuttering on Twitch, Twitch also uses Cloudflare. So that may be related. Looks like Raceboy is also having a lot of problems here. Moshi's going to get through. Moose is going to get through.
He just got absolutely munched.
Yeah, let's see if he's broken. No damage, just struggling. He does have on the rear bodywork of the car a little yellow sticker that says, "I am very slow."
Hopefully that's not actually true.
Yeah, Raceboy set a lot of world records on Forza 5 and Forza 6. I don't know if he continued trying to do that on 7, but I'm sure he's got the pace still. There's Mitch up behind. So, you know, the more things change, the more they don't.
I mean, Mitch... Oh no, he's back behind him. On my ticker, it decided to say he was ahead just for a second.
That's bizarre.
In fact, it's still saying he's ahead technically at the moment.
Yep, So what we're going to see now is Mitch in the Viper is going to lose out a little bit once we get onto the actual straight. He might get by a race point initially, but the Audi has a good 5 to 6 miles per hour top end advantage over the Viper. You can kind of see it up ahead as well, with Moose and Mashi's duking it out, and Moose is going to lose out because he's in the M6, and the Audi's just going to pull away. So that was a pretty eventful first lap there, MeaD and Ben. Lots of passing, a couple offs, an unexplained collision to Mitch.
I say it's typical that something that goes on and we're not on board to actually see it happen.
Yeah, it's the curse of commentating. You never quite know where to look.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's
apparently issues may be fixed for Discord. Let's just give it a second to try.
Yep. Apparently, in the real world, they have this fun thing called the TV director, who tells the commentators what screen to look at. We do not have the luxury of such a person at the present time.
And yes, Discord is now working on mine.
Awesome. So we're back in business, boys. Looks like PMC Supermerc is pitting at the end of lap 1.
Groups.
Yeah. Actually, no. So something's happened to Supermerc. I wonder if he spun. Unforced error, maybe. He's missing a headlight and part of a taillight. So I'm gonna take a guess that he may have hit a tire wall somewhere or the metal fence at the edge of the track. Because that is a odd discrepancy in distance there. Back in SPT, it looks like it's still 0 leading from drive from Detonator. And Incinerate is
very close there.
Yeah, and Incinerate's right on the back of the guys in 2nd and 3rd in class, so as long as he stops cutting corners, he should be able to make a pretty good charge here. Just listen to the torque steer, hear that?
Oh yes, definitely.
Yep.
Dives in, he's trying. Detonator gets the over and under, and then they get Forza physics and off onto the gravel. Not what you want to see. Bloody Forza. Thank you, turn 10. Floofy will take that very greatly for that. Want to move from drive, not to blow my own team trumpet, but round the outside there. See where we've got any other bigger battles. 2nd, 3rd and 4th in SPX.
I apologize for the static camera there for a moment. We're having some organizational difficulties at the moment. All hands on deck required. So still on board with Incinerate.
Right at the back end of Ballistic at the moment.
Okay, so you're talking about 0 Rumble. Because
yes.
Yeah. There's 2 zeros and there's 2 ballistics, and if they all 4 of them happen to be in the same stint at the same time, I pity the commentators.
Oh yes, definitely.
It's going to be very confusing. Alright, so yep, still on board with 0 Rumble here, right on the back of Ballistic, as you were saying, MeaD. We got LMP versus MRT here. A sentence not usually said in an endurance race.
Nope.
Yeah,
I have to admit, I do quite like that PlayStation livery though, in the dark.
Yeah, Lucky Baseball did a really good job with that. It is a little sacrilegious to have a PlayStation livery on a Xbox game, but, you know, that's quite alright.
Yeah, Might be sponsored, but I bet it's not. But oh well.
It's not.
Nah, it's not. It's definitely not going to be, is it?
Yeah. But let's think about that for a moment.
Yeah, I thought it'd be funny to try and at least think about it.
Yeah. Alright, well, up at the front, it's still Hydra ahead of Mashi's and Moose, Raceboy in 4th, and then Ballistic back in 5th. Where's Mitch? Mitch is in 10th, so Mitch has made a pit stop. Unless he's crashed again, let's see. Yeah, okay, he's definitely pitted. So
This is definitely the closest battle on the track at the moment.
back up to P6. Let's see how the replay cameras look at night. Oh, that's so nice. So typically when we do a multi-class race at night, the top class will have the white headlights and the lower class will have yellow. Well, in today's race, both of them will have a mix of colors, so it's not actually going to be possible to determine who's following you based on the color. You have to actually look at the map and look at the car and see what it is. Which I'm sure the drivers will absolutely love.
The map will help with the colours on it at least.
Yeah. And for Helios raises a good point in our Twitch chat. There is a little yellow dot parked at the first couple corners of the GP circuit. That's just Frez, just, you know, chilling out there, keeping track of things.
As Rumble gets past Ballistic in the carousel.
Yeah, very nice pass. I actually looked away when it happened, but it has to be nice to happen there. And it looks like Moose has still not quite found his way back around Raceboy. Raceboy dispatched him sometime earlier in this lap and then put a little bit of a gap on him. And things are starting to open up a little bit through
The back
field
of
here.
SPT is definitely still quite close.
Alright, let's hop
On
back
board
on
with
board
TORA.
with exclusive.
You could.
Who I think is actually just in front of Toru, right?
Yes, he is. I can just see the whole bunch of them all together, and it's very interesting at the moment still.
Yeah, we got a Subaru, a Manta, a Hyundai, and then I believe that's a Scirocco at the front? No, it's an M2. Okay.
You got
Moves being made.
you got Subaru, then it's a BMW, then it is a Hyundai, then a Manta, then another Subaru, and then
the
whatever
Mustang.
it is behind that. Then a Mustang, yes.
Yeah, it's a very, very competitive field so far. We were actually really nervous about running these cars all together, but it seems to just work. It just works really well.
All the differences in all the cars sort of balance out them across the whole track. It's great.
Yeah, like in certain spots, you're absolutely right. There will be some cars that are just objectively better than others, but it does mostly even out, at least on lap time. All right, and we now have results through the end of Stint 2 for all three lobbies. So without further delay, let me read that off. In first is the SVR LMES squad by approximately 1.7 miles over Elusive. In third position is DOR Ravenel, also first in Lobby 2. Fourth is Yas Kitty Litter, fifth Inertia Garage. The first car in Lobby 3 is AMS Ironman in 17th. And then down in SPT, the leaders at the moment are Daredevil Motorsports, congratulations. Second is SVR Oddballs, third LSEM Fouchlands. Fourth, WRT Understeer, who are also the first car in Lobby 2. And then C-Tech Motorsport in the Mustang in 5th. First car in Lobby 3 is SFM Vermilion in the 9th position. So it's still anybody's race at this point, but you've got to start to think that those guys up in a couple two spots will probably end up staying there.
As Toru has just punted off Detonator into the gravel. Ouch, that's unlucky.
Yeah, that's not good.
Detonator really lost out there, lost a lot of time.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you get stuck in the kitty litter, it is rather hard to get out. Unfortunately. And it does appear...
Drive and Floofy are still quite close as well at the moment. That seems like a good battle.
Yeah, those two should be approximately equal on pace, and that would be a pretty spicy battle to watch, so let's do that. Hop up a couple spots. Alright, so the M2 is going to have the top end advantage over the Subaru because the Subaru has absolutely terrible top end. Just look at the speed difference already.
As you can see, that, look at this.
Just going to breeze on by.
Just Roadrunner in. Not as in William Roadrunner, it's just the actual cartoon.
Yeah, Wile E. Coyote somewhere in the distance. Yeah, so the Subaru, watching the brakes here, he's just going to catch right up to the back of the M2. Yeah, you can see it there.
Yeah, the M2 is very nervous through that section.
Yeah, I drove that car before it got the second version of the build was posted, and it was just trying to kill me at all times. I loved it.
Yeah, it really is. It's a very deadly and interesting car.
Yeah, as a good race car should. It should be a little dangerous.
Certainly gets your heart racing through the whole thing.
Yeah. Is that why you guys picked it?
No, to be fair. No, it's not why we picked it.
So what was your rationale for selecting it?
The rationale was not many of the top teams or groups have actually picked it, so we thought we'd try and show it off that it actually could be up there, to be fair. So that's why we did it.
Very nice. It's always good to have a good mix of cars, and that's what we're seeing right now. Although
it's paying dividends at the moment doing that decision. I wasn't quite on board with it, I'll be honest. The others, it was more of a outvoted poll kind of thing, but hey ho, it's working.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised a lot of teams picked, speaking of variety of cars, a lot of the faster teams selected the R8 just because it's so easy to get the time out of. And then Mitch goes fast as anybody in the Viper, which is objectively the hardest car to get the time out of in SPX.
Yep.
It kind of hurts my brain.
Just, it's driver preference though, isn't it really?
Yeah. It's a mix of preference and then just what you're able to actually get out of the car. So it's no use if the car is really fast if you can't control it. Yeah.
You'll probably see in my stints that I will die no matter what.
Oh, that's good.
Because I don't like this. I don't like the car I've been put in.
All right,
as Drive is on the inside of Incinerate right now.
Yeah, Drive's on the inside of Incinerate and Assassin's on the outside of Rollster, but that's not going to work. So let's jump up to Incinerate.
Over and under from Incinerate there though, so it's back to normal at the moment. As he goes wide, ouch, right into the wall. Only a little tap loop.
Yep, did a pretty decent job rejoining there without impeding everyone else too much. Only so many places you can get back on safely there. And this is
not really. It kept the speed up. It's fine, that one.
Yeah, and this is the early section of the actual North. And he goes off again. Incinerate all over the place.
Tyre wear is. He got bad tyre wear at the moment.
Probably. I mean, they're on lap 3, and he's in the front-wheel drive Sirocco, so he's probably
51% on tyre wear. Yes.
Well, that's the fronts, but what are the rears at?
Rears 17.
That's probably why he's sliding all over. The rears are gripping up more than he's expecting. Excuse me. So still riding on board with SPT here. Pretty decent battle for second in class between Drive, Floofy, and Incinerate, with the Sirocco getting the losing end of the stick for now. I think this is the highest that a Subaru has run on actual pace so far in the race. We saw the GPR1 car up there pretty high, but that was due to a pit cycle. And then we saw as well Boxer up there pretty early in stint number 2, and then he pitted, was never seen again. So Floofy entirely likely to set the best stint in that car. We'll see what happens.
You say that, but like I said, you never know what can happen. Never know.
You're absolutely
Especially
right.
as it nerve.
I think somebody may have actually just gone off in the carousel. Just looking at the gaps, it looks like Moose has fallen back a little bit farther off of Raceboy, and Zero's gained in slightly. So potentially some problems for Moose. I hope not, but the possibility is there. And it looks like Mitch has made his way back up into the 7th spot, still having only made 1 pit stop.
Yeah, I was just looking at the gap between him and Moshes. Is after, even though he had whatever problem it was at the start, he's put a bit of a gap on Moshes at least now.
You're referring to Mitch or to
Mitch, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize Moshi's also pit early. I didn't catch that. So
So is Super as well, and Brad has his pit as well.
right, so we've got 4 of the 10 guys making that early pit. So I would imagine at the end of this lap, we'll see a bunch of the other SPX guys try to pit. And if not this lap, then they'll probably have to pit in the next lap due to the excessive front tire wear on the Audi R8.
See where else there's some battles, shall we?
Yeah, it seems like
Oh,
SP...
TORA N24 is right together at the moment.
Alright, so we'll jump back to P18. You're absolutely right. And this is where the Mantis should be a little bit stronger than the Veloster until they get into the 2 corners from now. The hairpin and then the carousel. You see TORA able to carry a little bit more speed, a bit of a tighter line through there, just by virtue of having power in the back.
It is another one of those very deadly. You have to drive it carefully, but also hard cars. Though the Manta.
Speaking of carefully, goes off one curb onto another. Yeah. So commentator's curse.
I am so sorry. Oh God.
Okay. This is why we can't have nice things.
The detonator has caught up to Assassin now. So Assassin had an issue going. Assassin has lost his headlights. In fact, he is blind.
Has he lost both of them?
Yes, he has lost them both now.
Huh.
So I think
So
he had an issue in the carousels, maybe, or just before that.
yeah, the only real way he could have lost the fronts is if he either ran off into a wall or ran into the back of somebody. And I know he lost his, I think it was his right headlight about a lap ago. So if I had to guess, he probably hit the back of the Subaru, maybe?
I'm guessing they're going the corner before the carousel. I think he might have gone wide or something, because it was fine before then.
Yeah, that's a very
and he lost a lot of
uncharacteristic.
time there.
Goes
And
off
he goes
again.
off again.
And I hate to leave you alone, MeaD, but I have to actually go answer the door. Somebody's pounding on my front door, so I'll be back in a moment.
Fair enough. Assassin doing his best at the moment to keep Detonator behind him. You can just see the different handling characteristics from both the cars. The Velocity, you can see, is actually weirdly kicking its rear end out, whereas the Mustang is very planted on the rear end. It's getting very tight. Even Toru's now deciding to, I want a piece of this action. Look at these three go. Fortunately for Detonator, you'll just see this Mustang absolutely fly away now, because it does have a very good top end. Especially, and away from Torre. They're both getting away from the Manta at the moment. Look at this. Although Detonator is definitely getting handing help from the aero wash. Look at this. Right on his rear bumper now. As Incinerator's had an issue. What's gone on there? All three head into the pits. Incinerator's lost 3 positions pretty much there. And the pit lane spazzing starts. Looks like Assassin got off well there though for the pits. As Detonator, your pit exit there was slightly illegal there. To you guys on Twitch, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to stay commentating on this bit because obviously Teddy's not here at the moment. So even if there's any other battles, I'm a bit stuffed. No, Darkzer has not died, he's just gone to answer the door. It's a shame that he's gone away as well, because he's now missing a massively good battle between SQD Ruthless and PMC Supra. Come on Ted, where are you? Everybody blame the cameraman when he gets back. But Ruthless is all over the back of Super at the moment.
Alright, sorry about the static cam, guys. I got an unexpected package delivery that I had to sign for. So, MeaD, which car were you saying just then?
I was on with SQD Ruthless.
SQD Ruthless. Roger that. And just before we switched off there, it looks like a Detonator found his way into the wall, so that was unfortunate. But yeah, Ruthless on Supra, they are very close, you're right. And the R8 should get a massive run in this section of the track due to the uphill, relatively straight nature of where they are at the moment.
Yeah, you can see him pulling and pulling and pulling, just reeling in.
Whoa, God, he almost rolled it.
Almost, oh God.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
Almost rolls it, gets the right rear wheel in the grass, and keeps it on the road. Well done, Ruthless. I'm not sure why people keep braking there. You can take that corner flat out in every car in the race.
I wouldn't say that because I can't do that in the M2.
Okay, well, maybe not in SPT, but in SPX you can do it flat. You can do it flat out.
Might be just to keep the balance, maybe.
Who knows?
As you can see, the BMW has left him going. As soon as it gets to some tight bits of corners, he's absolutely gone again.
Yeah, you have to run an absolutely ridiculous amount of front toe on the Audi R8 to make it turn, and I suspect that most of the drivers don't know that. And then you have
I
to...
definitely didn't know that, but I'm not a tuner, so...
Yeah, I was the 2018 VGT season. SFM chose to run the R8 because nobody else was, and what a mistake it was. I mean, we got it working, but it was just a pain. But yeah, SVR Floofy gave us a couple tips, and that was one of them. That and high front ride height. It just kind of works.
At the moment, this seems like the closest battle.
Yeah, we're at that awkward spot between...
As Bradders is so, this is the closest 3 on the track at the moment.
Yeah, you're right. Bradders is starting to reel them back in a little bit in the TT.
But he's got no headlights either. I thought the ones he has got left, they're not really doing anything whatsoever to help him see.
Yeah, and we should also point out that when the drivers pit, from their perspective, they'll get the headlights back, but nobody else will be able to see them.
Which is handy. Thank you, Turn 10 again. No, this is going to get continuous if we carry on doing that.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, we should point out that previously in Forza, when you broke your headlights, they were just gone forever. Same with aero parts, and now they all get repaired client side. So it's an improvement, but there is still some steps that could be taken in the future.
Apparently, Mitch is closing in on Ballistic in the chat. Let's have a look.
Top guys are pitting. Just noticed on the map.
So they are.
Yep, and let's see where Mitch comes through, because he's not going to have to pit. I think he's going to come out in second. Yep, second it is.
Second it is, yeah.
Yep.
So he's done a pretty good recovery from the issue that he had on lap 1.
Yep, that was lap 1. See Frez parked there in the corner. So...
Good old Frez.
Yeah, so from that spin, it looks like Mitch has lost maybe 5 or 6 seconds to Hydra overall. So all in all, not bad at all, not bad at all.
Oh, look, at back of SPX's, Ruthless has lost it, going in, he's lost it!
Did he crash into
Stints
pits?
switching all over the place, and he's backwards.
Right, so that was at the end of the Dottinger Ho. I just caught the tail end of that on the camera there. I'm wondering if on one of the transitions, if he got a rear wheel on the grass and it just looped it.
I think, yeah, that's what it was. He was coming round, he was side by side, I think, just as they were coming into there with, who is it, Supra, and I think he must have touched the grass and then hit a bump. Just went. Sim steering, it's gonna go.
Yeah, or alternative theory from Frez, he might have bounced off the curb. It's entirely possible. The curbs are really tall there, especially when you're fully loaded on the brakes. Suspension just goes, nope! It spins you.
He started losing it before he actually hit a curb over there. Before he even entered that section of corners, it was after the fast left. Went down the hill and he was starting losing it when I jumped on anyway.
Well, that is not ideal for him.
Nope.
And,
lost a lot of time there, he did, for that.
yeah, well, I mean, you know, spinning around completely and then stopping for a few seconds, it's bound to not be good for lap time. Alright, so now we got Moose versus Zero Rumble for 5th position in SPX. Two of the M6s going at it. Also, hearing that allegedly in B-Lobby somebody failed to stop for a good 10 to 15 seconds at the end of the stint. That's not good.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's usually a pretty substantial size penalty for that. Another good point being raised by our eagle-eyed viewers on chat here by this time Duchess from Inertia Garage, that near the end of the race, Mitch might be on very, very, very worn front tires due to stopping so early. He might be able to get around that by just running a 5-lap middle stint, but that's going to be hairy on fuel, so I'm honestly not sure what he's going to do.
You see, you don't know, because he could end up being a little bit more careful and on his tyres for the next couple of stints, and then not really have to worry about it at all. Not push maybe as much, and then no problems whatsoever then if that happens.
Yeah, it's that's something we'll be able to figure out probably in another 20-30 minutes or so.
Yep, for definite, that one.
Yep, and what time did we actually get started here? Like 2:28, I think it was?
It was roughly that, yes.
Yeah. So we are approximately slightly under 1/3 of the way through the stint.
As Brad has just caught up to the back of Super again.
All right, let's check it out. So we got TT versus M6.
This is an interesting battle. Front wheel drive versus rear wheel drive.
Yeah, especially with the TT being the shortest wheelbase car class and the M6, I believe, being the longest.
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, these cars could not be any more different. Also, change of position drive got past TORA there. Just saw it on the ticker.
I think they are all in the pits at the moment. Or some of them have gone in.
Yep, and Frez has stated there are 1 hour and 22 minutes left on the clock. So 1 hour and 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Frez.
Yep. Yeah, he is
Doing
still,
his only job that he can do.
Yeah, really do appreciate it. He's actually not even in a car in this lobby. He's just volunteering to help out. So really appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He'll be driving later on tonight in the SFM number 97. So hopefully he can have a good result later on in the evening.
And you did sort of get that wrong, as he's pointed out in chat. He is in a car, it's just the safety car.
You're objectively correct.
As Frez has to go do that, doesn't he? Just
Yes.
typical Frez.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, if you're right, you're right. No shame pointing it out. All right. So if Twitch is or rather, if Bradders is gonna make a move, this would be the spot to do it. He tried, but couldn't quite get through on Supra.
See, if he stays close enough going in towards the carousel and that, yeah, I think in that section of corners and just after the carousel, he should get it done.
Mm-hmm.
If he can now get it keep close enough going up this next bit here.
Yeah, this is where the TT is going to have the advantage because of the front wheel drive. He can just, through the slow corners, you can just lift off and just let the car float.
I do like that iridescent bacon. SFM Dumzer. Yep, I'm going to keep that one now.
Yeah, I think I said like 95 when it's actually 99 for the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been up since very early this morning. Like 6:30. Anyhow, alright, so here's the TT. He's got the advantage.
There
He's
we
got
go.
the line. Is he going to get alongside Supra before the right-hander? No, he's going to brake early. I still don't know why people are
wiggle
braking
then
there.
because of braking.
Yeah, you don't need to brake there. It's just a baby lift or just flat if you have the line right. Maybe into the carousel.
Yeah, he had no choice but to brake there, though, else he was going to absolutely punt the Super off.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Super fell out of the carousel. This is a good chance for
there we
Bradders
go.
to go on the left, and
And
instead
he's
he's going to run into him.
What was the point in that? What's that actually achieved?
Yeah, I'm not really sure about that one myself. I notice people keep braking there in that uphill left-hander as well. You don't have to. It's flat in almost every car in SPX.
I think it must be being put off with not being able to see further ahead for his lines because he's getting a lot of his apexes wrong at the moment. Making a lot of mistakes.
He keeps going over the curbs too, and then the car's bottoming out because the TTRS has a really low ride height. This is the Pikes Peak trim of the car, so it actually has a little bit more aero than the
Super goes sideways
typical
then.
car does. So the reason for the absolutely massive wing on this car is because Pikes Peak is so tall, you lose like 30% of the downforce when you get up to the top because it's so high and the air's so thin.
That's why they have so big ducts and fins and everything on it.
Exactly. Got to get the air in there. Oh, Bradders! Good save.
That was close.
Yeah, Super almost made a similar mistake, but recovered a little bit more rapidly than Bradders was able to.
Oh, as Super over that hill there. Very sideways.
Yeah, these guys are definitely leaving it all out there. They just keep making a bunch of little tiny mistakes, which are adding up into larger and larger time loss. Just if you look at the map, they're
about all these little mistakes
2.5 miles back.
They're way off the pace now because of these little mistakes in this battling.
Yeah, and we're not saying they're slow because they're not. They're just not quite getting the pace out of the car that they're capable of getting at this point in time.
Yeah, it's literally just because of battling. I'm not saying they're slow at all. It's battling. It happens. You lose time if you battle. You've got to try and get it right, as he's getting it right now by the looks of it. Although Supra's got the side draft, which is balancing it out.
And the M6 is one of the fastest cars at the top end. It just takes a little bit longer to get there. So my guess is that Bradders is going to have to slot in behind, and then he'll just bomb him on the brakes if he's brave. And Moose has passed Mitch. I think Mitch may be pitting. Or been coming out of the pits. Let's go.
I'm just going to stay on this. No, I was expecting a move in there, to be fair. Turn 1, hopefully, maybe?
Possibly. The TT should have the brakes on the M6.
He got a very good exit out of that corner, the last corner there. I was not expecting it that good.
Oh,
he's going for it.
Very nice. He's got the preferred line now, because if he can keep it slightly in front, there's a left-hander. Followed by another left.
Supra tries to break him.
Come on, Bradders.
Ah. Oh, well done, Supra. Well done, Supra. Very well defended there.
Bradders ran over a cone there, I think.
Just one, maybe.
Yeah, that was a textbook defending there from the Polish driver. Well done.
Let's see if we've got any other battles. This is the closest one at the moment on track. Oh, Floofy. Let's go back to Floofy. Floofy and Drive.
Let's do it.
They're very close. Carousel.
Oh boy, yeah. So the Subaru is going to have the advantage through this section, but then they're going to get to the straight and it's going to get left in the dust. So this is going to come down to how brave is Floofy, and can he force drive into a several second off. I hope it doesn't come to that, but that's what he basically has to do here.
See, the M2 actually doesn't feel too bad around this part of the course. It's where it actually gains most of its time from this bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it can actually hold the speed.
Yes.
But this is where the Subaru shines. It's got really, really good out-of-corner acceleration.
See, the out-of-corner acceleration isn't really going to make much of a difference on this first part here. Maybe further around, but it's too high a speed for that at the moment.
So we are on lap 5 of this stint. Getting awful close to the halfway point here. Subaru is really quiet.
It is quite quiet. It has very loud backfires, that's definitely for sure.
Mm.
So yeah, the four-wheel drive there, making it understeer through the fast section now on your...
Yeah, I was talking to Diablo a couple of nights ago, and he did a lot of the testing for this class, and he was saying that in the all-wheel drive cars, they have a tendency to feel like they're going to float off the track, but if you just keep flooring it, eventually the inside wheels will grip up and you'll be able to stay on.
Yeah.
I think Floofy is the first driver to fully do that so far tonight.
As we go back, I go back to TORA and Assassin now. They're even closer. I mean, as TORA, ooh, that was very close. Sim Twitch then.
It's been a
Right
while
on
since
his rear end though.
It's been a while since TORA's made it to the end of a race without a disconnect, and so far so good. Not to jinx it.
Oh, you've just gone and done it, haven't you? Now.
He's still in. Alright, so TORA will not be able to see Assassin's headlights because of the way in which they are rebuilt. But he will have the top end here.
Assassin's gonna absolutely leave him for dead. Absolutely leave him for dead here. As you can see, walking away. Goodbye, hasta la vista.
Well, he's not pulling away that much. I mean, he is pulling away, but it's not like it's gonna...
Are your eyes working as well as mine are right now?
Oh, now I can see it.
Absolutely going.
Yeah. Well, it's very dark, and Assassin doesn't have headlights, so...
And Assassin's off!
Oh! He hit the wall! He's destroyed!
He scraped along it.
Is he destroyed,
I don't
or
think
is
he's destroyed, I think he just scraped along it, which obviously it grabbed him and took him, it slowed him down.
Yeah, he's staying out. Yeah, so
That's
you're right.
unlucky for Assassin there.
Oh, excuse me, pardon the yawning.
Don't start, please. Well, so it's Supra again. Very close, very, very close to Bradders. In fact, I think Bradders has got past him.
Yeah, Bradders did make it past Supra,
Yeah.
so we missed that while we were watching
We
the
missed
SBT battle. And Supra's got no headlights. And Bradders got no headlights. Oh, fight in the dark.
As Bradders has now gone off as well. Oh my god.
Yep. And that's at the worst possible moment for the TT2 because of its low-end axle deficit going up the hill.
It sure is. That's gonna suck. He's gonna have to do all that work again. That was like a lap's worth of work, and it's gone.
Yeah, kiss of death right there.
Definitely. I know, I know. Assassin is still not letting TORA get away though very quick. He's trying to keep with him. It's a very nice paint on that, on the VPR car, or C-Tech car as it's actually called, sorry. I will get it right. Let's go back to Bradders and Supra. Bradders has caught back up again though. You can just see Supra making loads of little mistakes which is helping him catch up. I think pressure is definitely getting to him. It's either that or fatigue already. And what, yeah, if that's your first paint, then I hope to see more of them because that is a very nice paint. Nice and simplistic.
And we're back. My cat decided it would be an excellent idea to try to drag her litter box down the stairs.
That would have been so funny to watch.
I mean, it would be horrible to clean, but... Stupid cat. She's so cute, though.
Bradders has definitely caught back up. He's definitely made the less mistakes. All of a sudden now, Super's made loads of little ones again.
That's kind of what the endurance races boil down to sometimes, too, just who makes the least amount of mistakes. Because sometimes a driver who doesn't have the raw pace can just drive better and get a good result.
I say it's a 24-hour race. Less mistakes is quite often the better way around than raw pace, really is.
Yeah. And can we also just take a second to appreciate that Zero has put a half mile on the entire SPT class?
I haven't even had a look, to be fair. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at the ticker there. He's just been absolutely going for it.
Well, my ticker's just stuck at 0 feet and not saying anything for everyone, so... right there, let me change that. Yeah, I've got no data at all coming from the ticker.
That's weird. Alright, so it's JSR Hydra ahead of, I believe that is Raceboy, who is in turn ahead of Zero Rumble and Moose and Mitch. So top 5 hasn't really changed much at all for most of this race.
Hydra has left Raceboy for now. He's made a very nice gap.
Yeah, it's been a while. Oh, and into the pits goes Bradders. It's been a while since Raceboy has done an endurance race. I think it's Daytona was the last one he did, and that was with JSR, and they destroyed everyone in GTO.
Yeah.
Alright, so Super and Bradders both in the pits, and let's see if SQD Ruthless stays out. No, he does not.
Who's got the echoey voice, Scorsy?
Yeah, I'm not detecting any sort of an echo at the present time, but...
I'm not.
Alright. So let's just try to illustrate to everybody just how far ahead Hydra is. So,
Okay, let's try that then.
I'm going to bring up a little timer here on my computer. Or a stopwatch, rather. Alright, so at the exit of that curb, started the timer now. Let's jump back to Raceboy and see how long it takes him to get there.
It's definitely a good gap.
Yeah.
It's not even coming to that sequence yet.
Yeah.
It's coming into it right now.
Right, there's 15 seconds, 20. Still not quite there. Alright, so the gap is 28 seconds from first to second right now.
That's a good lead.
Yeah, that is genuinely impressive from Hydra. Because the guys that he's gapping, they're really fast. He's just driving with absolutely no mistakes today so far. That could also be a pit cycle gap. Now that I'm thinking
It
about
could
it.
possibly.
Let's see what
As
the
I
fuel
can
is.
see, Mitch is now catching up to Moose.
It is not a pit cycle gap. That's just the actual gap. I just checked.
Is that raw pace? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, at least for Hydra. I think Mitch has made his second pit stop because he was
Let's
right
have a
behind
look at
Hydra.
his telemetry. Mitch is on 79% fuel.
Yeah, he
Let's
pitted.
have a look at Moose. Yeah.
Moose
Moose
did
is
not
on
pit.
58. No. I mean, it's good to see that he's up there though. I'm keep sort of say that and he's
Whoa!
gone into the barrier. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, that
Shut up.
could have been quite bad, but he did manage to recover. So they're going to continue their journey through the darkness here. See how close Zero Rumble is to Raceboy. It's kind of hard to tell on the map just because the track is so large and so long, but it looks like he's about 5 seconds or so back behind Raceboy. And then
As Mitch
Mitch is
just
very
gets
close.
past Moose there.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Moose was going to fight him very hard because they're on different pit strategies right now.
See if we've got any more battles. Everyone's sort of spread out again.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward sometimes between the pit stops. Just kind of spreads out.
Floofy and Drive are still quite close.
Yeah, it's about a second between the two of them. That's pretty par for the course, ebbing and flowing. About to get on the Dottinger Hoe, so this is about to expand to about a 3 or 4 second gap. And you know that Floofy's got to be frustrated by that because he's really probably slightly faster than Drive. No offense, but
You can see he's
not by
pushing
much.
for it.
Yeah. And Drive I don't think he's made any mistakes so far in terms of like going off. He's just been putting in corner after corner.
He's probably made like the few little. He hasn't made what is big mistakes. He hasn't been involved in anything huge so far in this stint, which is quite thankfully lucky, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, really, the best thing you can do when you've got teammates driving after you is just don't crash, and even if you do crash, just bring it home and keep your nose down. And that's what you guys seem to be doing so far. Oh, big sim twitch from Floofy, but he saved it. Yeah, the rest of SPT is pretty spread out. There's very, very large gaps between all the other drivers. Salty Bonkos, I think, has made his second pit stop already. And I think Detonator may have made his second as well.
I think the next closest battle is Bradders on Super at the moment. This battle keeps going and going. They're not giving up.
Yeah, it's getting up to like a second or two, and then it comes down, and it goes up, and it comes down. Just ebb and flow. Ebb and flow. Bradders almost goes off into the wall there, but does manage to keep
that
it
was
on.
very close. I was expecting it as soon as he went up to go straight into the wall. As soon as he went up that curb.
Yeah, there are some curves that you can get away with it, but then there are some curbs where if you look at them funny, it just destroys you.
Yeah, I've definitely experienced that.
Yeah, and Hydra's now got 4,400 feet over Raceboy, both of them in technical sections, so that is a reasonable gap to say as being accurate. Yeah,
I think has Drive pitted? Is Drive pitted or has he had a mistake? Have a look, see.
I don't know.
Drive pitted, that's why that is now behind Floofy. So Drive has had a pit, see where it comes out when Floofy goes in.
Yeah, well, Floofy's probably going to end up pitting on the next lap just to try to keep it on cycle.
Yes.
And Drive's
Hopefully
got...
it gives us a bit more battling.
Yeah, Drive's got pretty clean air here, as you can see from the roof cam. He's got absolutely nobody behind him. He's got nobody in front of him for like an entire corner or two. That is the best thing you can see as a driver when you're just trying to make up some time. Empty open track.
Sometimes some drivers that out there like to have something to charge for and aim at visually, but others like it where there's empty track, you can just concentrate.
Yeah, I think Mr. Drive is one of the latter of the two kinds. Leave me alone, let me drive, basically. Pun intended.
I knew that was coming. I didn't want to do it.
Yeah. Well, I figured I'd take the L. Alright, you can see Bradders has fallen a little bit behind Supra now, or more behind Supra.
But I'm just trying to find any more decent gap battles, but at the moment there isn't one.
Yeah, well, the good news is in about a lap or two, we are going to get some SPX passing SPT action, and it does look like Hydra has ducked into the pits.
I was going to say Mitch is catching up to Zero Rumble for sure at the moment. Might be at least something to watch.
Yeah, if Rumble can keep a good enough gap to where the Viper has to just lose ground in the back straight, he might be able to hang on to third, but if it comes down, I don't see how he could stay in front of the Viper.
No, I think as soon as it comes into the Nordschleife part of the circuit, he's going to get past him no matter what.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the Viper is kind of a strange car in that you have to shift very, very early, around like 54, 5500, even though the red line's at like 7000. The torque band just goes very, very far down if you get too high in the revs. And
Yeah,
I
it
think
is very weird.
Is Mitch fronting the clutch? Listen when he shifts.
Listen
when the up shifts.
Yes, he is. He is definitely using clutch.
That's kind of strange.
I don't know, some people do use clutch especially in something like that. It just gives it that extra bit of a oomph. Because obviously it's low down power. It needs to keep the power band going once it changes gear.
Yeah, I know one of your teammates, Drifton, does use the clutch in GTs as well.
Annoyingly, yes.
I think the end is nigh there for the M6.
There goes Zero Rumble. Ouch.
It almost looked like he grabbed the handbrake by accident. That was really weird.
It was very weird.
Maybe he was just trying to let Mitch through. No sense fighting him if he's faster.
You see, I don't see it. I don't do that. I would have fought, even though technically I'm not in the battle with him. I would have still fought for it because it's still a 24-hour race. You never know what the hell could happen.
Yeah, I tend to fight everyone just for fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what it is mainly about. It's mainly for fun.
Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, winning is great and all, but it's not the main goal.
Have we got any other battles going on?
Toru, I think maybe
TORA N24.
reeling an exclusive.
Yeah.
At least a little bit.
It's a shame with that Manta that all the lights on the front actually aren't used. It would look so much better. You're not going to manage this, are you? I'm gonna try and stay up even longer than you.
That was a bit of a wiggle there from Toru, but he did seem to gain some ground on exclusive.
As Moose and Zero Rumble are getting close together now. Two BMWs back together fighting.
And we are getting very close to Hydra catching the SPT tail end.
I give it, what, maybe another lap? Half a lap?
Yeah, another lap or two. Yeah, Moose can see Zero Rumble now. Just isn't quite close enough to consider making a move yet. Good line there. Oh, that was a wiggle.
Ooh, that was on the limit right there.
Yeah, bounce off the curb, wiggle, 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 wiggle. Very, very nice. Into the carousel.
He's definitely closing up, definitely closing the gap. This could get very interesting.
Yeah, Zero hasn't been on the defensive much. Usually he's been either passing people or just by himself.
It's interesting watching a lot of new people that you don't normally watch and then learning their driving styles and how they react to certain things.
Yeah, this is basically like intensive operation or opposition research.
Yes, weirdly.
Yeah.
See Moose starting to struggle because he's catching up to get the front end turned in.
Could also just be the way the car's set up. He might be running less front arrow, trying to get better top end.
True.
Yeah, I've heard more than a few guys saying they were running absolutely no arrow in both classes just to get the better speed.
Oh, SBR Bradders is right up behind Super again. They've caught up.
Oh yeah.
This has been going on since the start of the race pretty much, and still it's been back and throw, but nothing actually doing anything.
Oh, here we go. Let's go, brother. See what you got. He's right on the back end of Super now. Very, very close.
Very, very close. And yes, to Illusion, Discord is playing up again, unfortunately. It has just kicked me off.
Yeah, there's still having some Cloudflare problems.
Ooh, super! You get off that curve. You can see it pushing and pushing and pushing both of them now. Brad is just trying to line it up for the dotting at the moment. He's trying to get closer.
Yeah, that's kind of his best chance. Oh, big wiggle from Supra.
Ooh, there we
Up
go.
the
This could be
inside,
it.
outside. Whoa, oh,
No.
big crash.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Supra moved over on him. That was clumsy.
That was a bit super to go for the outside move there, though, to be fair. I would not have done that there.
Yeah, that was very, very, very ambitious. Well, he's got past
It's
now.
giving Ruthless the chance to catch and get... He's catching up now, though, because of that.
Yeah, SQD Ruthless had a bit of a rough start. Now you can see them.
See if having them in his sights can actually help get him closer towards them. Would help if I could actually talk and say toward more than 3 times.
And I can now confirm there are 30 minutes remaining of driving time in the stint. 30 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Ruthless has definitely made good use of this. I mean, he's catching and catching now.
Oh man, the plot thickens. And I believe some drivers are now pitting in SPX, or SPT rather, excuse me. Or pitted. God, what am I saying?
I was going to say, I cannot see anyone in the pits whatsoever at the moment.
And I think people are getting lapped right now, actually. Ballistic, Bradders, and Supra, and Ruthless, they're a lap down. Hydra, Mitch, Zero Rumble, Mashi's, they're all through. And I believe Raceblaze as well. Oh wait, no, never mind. It's just the track map overlapping itself. Hudder.
I was wondering where you're going with this, because I was looking at something completely not different to what you were saying.
Yeah, it was just... Whoa! I just switched over to Toru, and he bounced off a curb, almost rammed into exclusive, and they both continue with no contact. That Manta does not seem very driver-friendly.
No, it's being very tune dependent, that car, and it's very hard to drive.
Yeah. I tried it in testing, and the best I think I got out of it was like a 909. It's tough.
And Super did a massive cut through the chicane there to try and keep up with Bradley's massive cut.
How massive is massive here? Are we talking like straight lining it?
Well, he wasn't. I would say he wasn't actually touching the curb on the first left-handed part.
Well, that's not good. But I don't think we got it on video. Alright, Rich, it's time. We're going to jump up to Hydra. We're going to go into...
Is it that time already?
Yep, it's time for traffic time. We're going to go into the roof cam. And in just about a minute or two, it's going to get really exciting.
Everybody hold your nuts, because it's going to get super sketchy.
Yep, for legal reasons, I am inclined to tell you that they are walnuts.
You can say whatever nuts you want. I could have said peanuts. I could have said any
cashews, pistachios.
Yep.
Pine nuts.
I did not say any specific nuts.
Indeed. Indeed, you did not. Yeah. Muttley agreeing that the roof cam should be raceable. I could not agree more. We can do a hood cam, but not a roof cam. So the roof cam is what I think a lot of people would like, just because of the field of view.
See, I think that roof, looking at the what you've got on the stream, I think that rear cam's way too bouncy. And it tilts way too much to me.
Yeah. Well, it is a bit bouncy, but I think that's just because it's a spectate cam. I don't think it's supposed to be locked in.
Mitch is actually catching up, isn't he?
Yeah, he's working on it. I think with the pit cycle, Hydra's back on the same strategy as Mitch, and this should be just a battle to the end of the race. I don't think any of them have to make another pit stop.
With the traffic coming up as well, of course, obviously it's going to be harder for Hydra, so this could get really tasty towards the end of the stint.
Yeah, I think Mitch is gonna get past one or two more cars on the straight instead of in the corners, but they are both gonna be impeded here.
Let's go back up to Hydra whilst he starts catching them up.
Yeah, it should be just another corner or two now.
You look back from Hydra and you can actually see Mitch catching him up. This is definitely going to get interesting.
And let's all remember the gap at this point in the lap is about 650, 600 feet, depending on braking zones.
Mm-hmm.
And Skullsy, the answer is that there are about 25 minutes left.
Can't quite see any of the SPT guys yet, but you can definitely see Mitch catching. In fact, I might even jump back onto Mitch and watch it from that point.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so stint number 4 is actually going to be Skullsy driver cam, because he's driving. So that'll be a little different. You'll get a full commentary stint with driving.
Oh,
I don't think we've done something like that for some time now. And there's the SPX car. There's the prod entry. Just getting whizzed by Hydra, who is nearly to the back straight.
I can see that just quite ahead. I can see that just ahead of me as well.
I think that's the GPR car in a 17th position.
It's in 17th is actually SBI Incinerate.
Yep, you're right. He's missing a tail light. Hydra neatly moves over, passes, moves on. Very nice.
Have we got any other battles so far? Super and Ruthless. Super has gone behind Ruthless.
Alright, so a mistake has been made there.
What about in SPT? Is there anything on? No, so it's literally... Oh, that was close. Incinerate and Mitch going into the pits exactly the same time.
Alright, let's jump back up to Hydra, watch him scythe his way through this traffic here. Traffic. Let's use words that exist. Oh, I feel like I need to take a walk after this stint.
Just to wake up.
Yeah, re-energize myself.
See, Hydra's got a bit of breathing room until he catches up to the next SPT car, so he can put his foot down a little bit again.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Mitch with it? He is now in turn 2 and past Incinerate, so he can put the foot down and try and make use of the gap he's got as well.
Mm-hmm.
This is definitely going to get interesting towards the end of the stint. As we've got Hydra catching up to the back of Assassin,
Yeah,
who's only got his main brake light in the middle. Lovely.
Hopefully Assassin doesn't assassinate Hydra. Alright, looks like
That
we
was
made it
a
through
pretty simple move, that. Pretty simple move, that.
there.
Who has he got next?
Yeah. Next person's way up the road. I think it's Floofy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Floofy. So I think Zero may have to pit one more time. Just based on the gaps and how close he was to Floofy previously.
As both Super and Ruthless have gone into the pits for their probably their last one.
Yeah. And
As well as Bradders as well.
at some point, Zero Rumble lost his wing. Don't recall when that happened. That is bizarre.
Well, you see, on your stream, Mitch hasn't got a wing, whereas on my screen he has, so...
Odd. Well, I guess we'll find out when it's over which one was actually correct.
Hydra's now catching up to... Who was it you said?
Floofy. It should be.
Exclusive.
Alright, yeah, so it's exclusive and then Floofy. I just couldn't see the dot.
Yep. See where if you can get through nicely through here. It's a very fast section. Is he going to get held off? Nope, he sends it pretty much.
Yep, just squeaks through on the inside there.
Yep. He was not lifting off the throttle there, he was just going full. I'm not letting you hold me back at all.
Yeah. Send was applied.
Definitely. Where's Mitch? Was he got traffic wise at the moment? He's got a bit of a gap. As we've got Moose and Ballistic getting pretty close together at the moment.
Yeah, it should be the battle for, I think, 6th.
It'll be 6th, yes.
Yeah, there's still a couple seconds between them, but if we jump back to 9th and 10th,
I was just about to say that.
yeah, Ruthless and Supra, that's under 100 feet at the moment.
Just as they're about to go through some... Are they about to go past? No, they're not. They're too far away to get traffic. I thought I saw a orange dot, but no, that's Frez being a pain in the ass and still staying on the map. I mean, hi Frez.
Nah, he's making sure everybody does their pit stops. I think he's like
Yeah,
tallying
yeah,
it down, so appreciate it. Oh wow, just look at the braking from the M6, just demolishing the Audi there. And now the Audi's gonna get to stretch his legs. And there it goes.
Something big must have happened to Supra for him to drop back so much time.
Yeah, may have had to make a 4th pit stop, and we just didn't catch, I'm not sure. And 19 minutes left, according to Frez. And let's see how Raceboy makes his way through the SPT traffic, and it looks like we're joined again by Ben. Hello, Ben.
Oh.
How goes it?
I think it goes okay.
Alright,
It's
alright.
just a little bit crazy when we can't communicate as well as we usually can.
Yeah, it's still down, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah, it's still down.
It's working for me.
Yeah, it's working for me.
Yeah, good for you. Okay, if it's working for you, then I'm good. If you can see stuff, then I'm not gonna worry about it, and I'm just gonna do my next stint.
Yeah. Well, I'm assuming it's working because I've been chatting with Muttley, but that may just be the TORA main server. Who knows?
You know what's bad when Discord's website says we have all hands on deck.
Yeah, it's typically
Yeah,
not good.
Anyway, how are you gentlemen doing?
Doing alright. A little sleepy, but you know, to be expected.
Yeah. Somehow, I've got to do 2 more stints today. I have to
Oh,
groceries,
what's happened to Assassin? What's
But-
happened
Was
to
assassinated?
Assassin? He has got full damage everywhere. He has been absolutely killed.
Alright, that's bad. I wonder if an
Usually
SPX car destroyed him trying to pass him.
I've got a feeling that yes, that
Yeah.
is such a shame. He is absolutely dead, and they've got to go from all the way from carousel back to the straight. That is
Yeah.
a big distance.
Steering, engine, clutch, transmission, driveline, front bodywork, side bodywork, front left suspension, front left brake. Yikes.
He's been punted up the rear end and then gone straight on into a barrier. That is.
Yep, just moving over to let the kitty litter car through. So it wasn't Raceboy that did it. Assuming it was anyone that did. Oh man, that's heartbreaking. He was doing so well too. He was just
The VPR team
Didn't get
themselves, well, not VP, the C-Tech team, shall I say? I can't. Can you at least change your names for God's sake? It'll help us out.
Well-
They were doing very well, to be fair.
yeah. The prod car just ran into the side of Assassin, who, in fairness, I don't think had enough speed to actually move out of the way. Especially with the
To
broken
be fair,
steering.
they probably didn't see him either as well because of no lights and stuff like that. Maybe.
So absolutely just the worst luck for Assassin.
If we go to Moose and Ballistic, they are right on each other's. Well,
Behind,
just right on each other. They're just right on each other at the moment.
yeah, he's on his tail. So Inertia Garage has chosen to put "Go Hunting" as their rear window banner. I'd love to know what the meaning of that phrase is in terms of the car.
As they're going to catch up to an SPT car right at
It's-
the worst possible point.
Maybe it's why
As
it's
it, oh, that's
Whoa!
an interesting rallycross line there. Ooh.
Yeah, and there won't be any penalty for that. That's just a mistake.
Yeah, I know.
Going to the outside of the prod car. That really held the Audi up.
He got lucky with that. He went off and then the Audi got held up. Very lucky.
Now, if he can stay behind the Audi of Ballistic, he can probably get a pretty decent shot onto the GP circuit and making the overtake
Oh,
happen.
as in Ballistic's made a mistake. There we go. And he's up the inside and past. Whether or not it stays because of the straight is another thing.
Let's find out. So now we are on board
Look
with
at the
Ballistic.
overspeed from Ballistic. Look at that. As they're going to be lapping an SPT as well.
Oh
This
boy.
is going to get interesting.
Into
oh boy.
the kink at 175 miles an hour.
Incinerate stays to the right.
Incinerate,
there,
realized.
That's fine.
Incinerate
that
used intellect.
Audi
It's
there.
super effective.
Look at the.
Incinerate smashed into a wall. Oh no.
Oh dear.
That is not super effective.
Yeah. So that was not. Oh, he stopped. Oh no. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
He's broken.
Right, no.
Steering, engine, clutch, trans, front body work, side body work, and the left front. He is just completely
Oh,
dead.
no.
And
Cut to the clip of
he's actually
Tyler
parked in an
reacting to-
extremely dangerous part of the track as well. He's on the racing line in the braking
not
zone
moving,
at
is
the
he?
end of the straight. He's trying to move. There we go. I think he was trying to get enough revs with the clutch to actually get the car moving. He's gonna have to keep
Definitely
doing that
there.
now. Oh
He
man.
ain't going to get any power. He is right in the worst possible spot to be parked with.
Oh, here comes the car. Come on, get out of the way, get out of the way. Okay, good. Woo! That was very close. That really sucks. Alright, let's see.
cut to
On board
the
of-
clip of Tyler reacting to me
I'm
getting
s-
wrecked during Sebring.
Still on board with Moose. And he's trying to make a move on Ballistic. Trying to. Ballistic defends. He's going around the outside now. Will he get a cut back? No. Try to cut back again, or is he going around the outside? No. Trying to cut back again.
Didn't quite get it done.
Now. Will he go for the chicane? Will he do it? As Ballistic sort of defends the middle of the road. Oh, a little bit of attack. Ballistic putting on pretty good defence on it right now. Middle of the road driving is perfect. What you need to do around here.
It also helps that the track is so narrow. There's really not too many viable places to try and pass.
If I may interrupt for a second, gentlemen, I have document questions. Did you ever get the stint start pad working?
It worked at Spa. It's broken now.
Yeah, because it still has SPA data in it.
Oh, that's odd.
Yeah. Like, there's no card that's the AX4XL card.
I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know either. You can figure it out pretty easily if you're intelligent, though, so it shouldn't be a huge problem. If only we could tell the people who are hosting for us what to do through Discord.
I mean, it'd be great, wouldn't it, if everything actually worked for once?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, just
As
about.
ballistic goes off, will he get on the brakes enough? Yes.
He saved it.
That's unlucky though.
Lost his right front headlight, but keeps going.
That's moose through.
Moose. Alright, I think Mitch might actually be able to see Hydra now off in the distance. When they get onto a straight.
I'm just trying to find another battle. I mean, we've now got Incinerate and Assassin together as they both had to go into the pits. I think someone in chat said Assassin pushed Incinerate up the hill, so that's nice of him.
Theory being, I guess if they're both dead, they might as well continue.
Yep.
It's a sportsman. Very nice, very nice.
Spirit of the race and whatnot.
Yeah, teamwork!
Have we got any close battles? We don't really have any more battles now either, now they've gone through the traffic. Say that, and then I go to 7th and 6th, and they... Oh, okay, they were close on my ticker, never mind. Shut up.
Yeah, there's really nobody close here on the track. Go to Mitch and see if we can
Let's
see
look
Hydra.
at... I was just about to do that. You can't quite see him now. I think Hydra got through the traffic very well, to be fair.
What did
Either
happen
we
to
got
mention
through
at the
or got
beginning of
very
the
lucky.
stint? I missed it.
Say again, Ben?
What happened to mention at the beginning of the stint? I missed it.
He somehow spun by himself, we think, or got turned.
Okay.
Not sure.
Okay. And 7 lagged out beginning of it 2?
About
Did I
halfway
read
through.
that correctly? Okay.
Yeah, it's been not a great day for Williams Jota, and
No.
since there appears
It's
to
out.
be no battles at the moment, let's ride on board with Hydra till the end.
How long have we
Alright.
got left?
8 minutes, so 1 lap. Approximately.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna go set up my stint, so I'll talk to you guys later.
Adios!
Mm-hmm. I'll still
There might be some admin stuff you're gonna have to do since I'm racing. Sorry, Ted.
Sorry, what?
There's probably admin stuff that needs done with
Awesome.
Lobby B because I can't. Like, my Discord's broken, so I can't communicate with anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same way I can't do crap, so...
Yeah.
Alright. Alright, mate.
Best of
Talk
luck,
to you
Ben.
guys
Ben's going to be starting number 4 in lobby 3. C lobby. His car had a subpar qualifying effort, unfortunately.
What car is he in?
AX4X. They only have 1 entry today.
Oh, that makes a change.
Yep, very strange.
Still can't quite see Hydra from Mitch's point of view at the moment, even though they're on the same street.
Yeah, I mean, it's good damage mitigation. He had the crash, and he's still only like a couple seconds back.
I mean, the gap that those two have both put on, the third place and the rest of it and onwards, is pretty amazing, especially as he, obviously, like you said, Black won that incident.
Yeah, and Frez is now updating us that it's actually 7 minutes remaining. So,
But your timing's terrible.
I try. So I just put 1,000 feet on Mitch, who has in turn put a mile on Moshi's. That's... wow.
That's a big gap.
Yeah. I mean, that is kind of what we're used to seeing, though, at the end of these GT prototype stints. It's usually about a mile for the top 3 or 4. And if you're planning on racing in or watching lobbies 2 and 3, also known as B and C, they are both a bit behind due to some setup issues, as well as a host getting lost on his drive home, which is very strange, but it did happen.
What?
Yeah, something about a GPS failure.
Oh my... A?
Yeah, I don't know.
Right, okay. That's new.
Yep. So, we're just going to stick on board with Hydra here to the end. There's about a lap left. He's earned his 7 minutes of glory. Absolutely flawless stint today. And just remember, everybody, for stint number 4 for the A-Lobby stream, you can continue watching on Twitch by heading on over to TORA Online Media, and Skullsy will be doing stint 4. You can also go to mixer.com/Forza and watch the stream produced by AliTac, aka Yacht, from the Forza RC team. So on to the Nordschleife for the final time. Incredible speed being carried through here. And just a quick reminder to all of our competitors and spectators, remember to stay hydrated. Get some water or whatever. Seeing Hydra approach Flukeplatz for the final time. Up the hill he goes, gets a little air. Very nice. No need to push, just bring it on home.
Whilst you're staying on high, I'm just keeping an eye on a battle between Exclusive and Toru, because it keeps getting a bit close and a bit, and then dropping off a bit, but...
Yeah. And congratulations on another stint podium. It seems like Drive is going to bring it home in 3rd.
That's a very good effort. Very good effort.
Yeah, especially considering who he's up against in the stint.
Yeah.
Yeah. Zero and Floofy.
Zero Floofy. Then you got and obviously Toru isn't slow.
Yeah, I think he was in like a while back for the Le Mans Esports Season 1 for that Sebring qualifier. I think he was like 12th in the US or something, out of several thousand.
I can't remember that far back.
Yeah, well, I only remember because I did like
I
did like 300 laps and barely cracked the top 25.
Ah, fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, this battle's not really getting anywhere. Let's go back to Hydra then.
Yep. He still got one headlight, so he's one of the few that actually has an original light on the car. I believe he has a working brake light as well on the right side.
He's got one fully working one, and he's got the weird ass, sort of slightly working one on the left side.
Exactly. Going up the hill. Doing that SVR Insomniac paint job proud. And for those of you who are wondering, Insomniac is still on the entry list, and he would have been able to participate based on his speed. However, he will not be taking part due to an injury. All right, should be about 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes left now.
That's if Frez can actually knows how to read a clock. Hey, Frez.
I'm sure he does. But, alright, so Hydra's got about 2,000 feet over Mitch, who is in turn a full mile ahead of third place. That is legitimately impressive.
Frez, something big numbers and small numbers, right? Sort of, like, pretty much. They're close enough.
My brain hurts. And Hydra is going to be coming to a stop in a very technical section of the track, I think. That's unfortunate.
We're coming to the end of the stint, and Drive is now getting pressure from Toru. He's lost all of his lights now, somehow.
He might have slid out and hit the wall or something. Jumping back to Toru. Oh yeah, there's Drive right there. Very close.
Come on, I only got a minute or so, come on. No
Push.
team bias whatsoever, but come on.
Yeah. Push, push, push.
Oh, and that's it apparently. There we go.
Race over. Alright, let's go through the field here. So your stint winner for stint number 3 is JSR Hydra. Absolutely monstered the field today. Very well done, very well done. Hard to argue with that. In the second spot, we have Williams Mitch, driving the Viper, Got Milk. Third, ESV Mashis in the Audi. In fourth, also in the Audi, is Raceboy77, followed by SCT Zero Rumble in the M6, and Moose IG, also in the M6. Seventh spot, MRT Ballistic in the Audi, then SVR Bradders in the TT. Ninth, SQD Ruthless in the Audi, and then bringing up the rear of SPX is the M6 of Supra Mark IV. And MeaD, take us through SPT.
Yep. In first in SPT, we have LSEM 0 with a fairly large gap to second in SBR Floofy. In third, we have my fellow teammate in DDM Drive with a very, very close SBR Toru right up his chuff. In fifth, we have GPI Exclusive, who's put a pretty good run out as well, because he's quite close behind Toru. In sixth, we have Prod Detonator. Had some pretty unlucky parts in the race, to be fair. In seventh, we have VPI Assassin. And then right behind him, we have SBI Incinerate, with both of them having very, very big damage towards the end of the race. Very unlucky for both of those two.
Yep. And that is going to conclude stint number 3 here on SFM Official. Thanks once again to DDM MeaD212 for joining me in the booth, and as well to LSEM the Butler for stint 1 and Rody for stint 2. I think that's all SFM has for you today in terms of streaming, but TORA is well prepared to continue to stream all through the end of the race, so if you want to head on over to twitch.tv/TORA Online Media, you can catch the Stint 4 broadcast hosted by Solzy Slash, our newest staff member. So, yeah, anything to say in closing, MeaD?
No, I just hope that the racing as it is pretty much carries on as good as it is being, and hopefully we have no issues in regards to the racing. Technical issues we're going to have because Google, you are a pain in the arse, but other than that, hopefully it carries on.
Amen to that. And with that, This is SFM Darkzer signing off for SFM Official coverage of the first 3 stints of the 24 Hours of Nürburgring.